Good morning, Chatty House.
Whoa,
What just happened?
the headphones are super loud. Good morning,
Huh.
everybody.
What's
Who got the
going
belt?
on?
I didn't check.
Warren,
Warren got the belt?
I believe so.
All right. Nice job, Warren. I've got Manny on mine, but that's fine. People never heard of scarpetta. It's crazy.
Of what?
Scarpetta. That's where you take a piece of bread and you soak up your sauce.
That's what that's called?
People are like, if your sauce is good enough, you don't need bread. That's not the point.
No, that's not the point.
Ah, golly.
That was a wild,
Talking to-
wild segment with Kenny.
Talking to
I don't even know
talking
what
to
was
crazy
happening.
people.
It was crazy people. Hi, Spencer.
Warren did not get the belt. It's Manny.
Oh, it's my bad.
Manny gets the belt. Good morning, John Poles. Oh, didn't like that. Good morning, David. What up, Wheezy? Spencer. Warren, I appreciate your honesty. This is it's very good.
Yeah, that's my bad.
What up, Soren? We have 15 seconds until the show starts. Good morning, Katrina. Zabo.
10 seconds at a time. We're stealing that whole 9 o'clock hour.
All right, here we go. No, we're starting by right on time today. All right, we're hot. Oh, good morning. It's the best day of the week. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, James. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Game
Happy
3 of
Thursday.
the NBA Finals in the book. You said what?
Happy Thursday to you.
I thought you said happy birthday. I was like,
I
nope,
said
not
happy
quite.
Thursday.
It is the best day of the week. Thank you. We should all be celebrating accordingly. Game 3 of the NBA Finals is in the books. The Celtics, but are we allowed to say that the finals are over now?
I believe
Are we
we
allowed
are.
to do that?
Yeah.
Like, I don't like literally they are not over.
Yeah, but I feel like we've already printed the shirts, the championship shirts for Jesse.
Yeah. I
mean,
wouldn't literally do that because I'm too superstitious.
Oh yeah.
I'm not a little stitious. I am superstitious. So I would never do that to a friend. But to me, just based on everything you and I were there through 2 games. There are people who correctly said, well, no, it's not over. They just held serve. Series doesn't start until the road team wins a game.
Started.
It started. The finals officially started. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 NBA Finals. We are officially here. No, it looked over through 2 games. And last night, Dallas comes out hot, as you thought they would. And it was, okay, there's a little intrigue here. It's Boston with no Porzingis. They're getting punched in the mouth on the road. And then they just methodically, calmly just work their way back into the game. It stayed close for a while. Second half starts. They start to pull away. They pulled away big time in the third quarter. And then you saw Dallas make their big comeback in the fourth and make things interesting. But in Boston, nope. It was close late. Didn't matter. Boston out executing. Luka melting down. This has been Boston's series. And if you had any doubts about the finals being figuratively over, I think they got a race last night.
Oh, I think so too. And you know what? I was watching that first quarter and Dallas takes a big lead. I think it was 24-12,
Mhm.
right? Jaylen Brown gets a breakaway and finishes in transition. And then Tatum throws up a 3-pointer. It like skips off the front of the rim, hits the back of the rim, shoots way up in the air, looks like it's going to miss. And then boom, falls through the hoop. And it's like, oh, game over.
Yep.
Done deal.
Yep.
Like if that's how things are going to go tonight, this thing is over. and they just are such a high quality team from top to bottom. It's one of the better teams we've seen constructed in a while. And Kyle, I think this team is going to be tough. It's going to be tough to stop them from winning multiple championships at this point.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I don't look around the West and say, oh man, and maybe, OKC in the next couple of years gets there. Maybe the Timberwolves make a couple of moves and really get over that hump. Maybe it's the Kings. I don't know. But I think you look around the West right now, and I think you're right. Barring some kind of injury to one of their stars or to one of their key role players, I just don't know who's matching up with Boston in either conference for the foreseeable future.
Mm-hmm.
But last night, we got 35 points from Kyrie Irving. Oh man, Kyrie's got to play better. Okay, well, he did.
Yep.
Luka, 27, 6 and 6. Granted, he was a mess. We'll get to that. 1 for 7 from 3 for him. Derek Lively, 11 points, 13 rebounds. That's kind of what you've been waiting on. Daniel Gafford, 3 for 3 from the field. He had 6 points and 3 rebounds. Like, you just kind of been waiting for those bigs to be effective, and you started to see them be more effective with no Porzingis. And Boston just slowly, methodically kind of started figuring it out. And this is just, I saw a lot of, and I fall into this group. I saw a lot of Boston's haters are being silenced.
Hmm.
I was never a Boston hater. I don't care that much. They're just kind of a historic team. That's how I view them. I don't have any animosity toward them.
Yeah, I don't either.
So it's never been a hatred, but it's been like, yo, we have a long track record of them not being able to get over the hump. And that is just how sports goes. Until you get over the hump, people aren't going to go, oh, well, they're for sure going to win the title. But looking back in retrospect, if you had known, all that stuff that plagued them, end of game situations, Jaylen Brown turning it over, Jason Tatum turning it over, role players kind of going cold through 3 or 4 games at a time. If you knew that none of that, you would go, oh, Boston is definitely winning the title then. Because they're that much better than everybody.
Yeah, it's just so hard to predict how a team is going to react, especially a team that's already shown you in the past that they don't react well to it.
Yeah.
And to see them finally figure it out. And, I think a lot of this is just, it's the right time for their players. This is for Tatum and Brown. They've got to the point in their careers where they're finally ready for all that comes with going to the NBA Finals. And not only that, but all that comes with winning an NBA Final.
Yeah.
Just, it's really, really difficult. And the stress and pressure of everything, it gets to the best of people. And so to see them finally figure out how to get through, how to become a commanding team, a team that is not allowing anyone else to dictate who and what they are. This is their run. It's no one else's run. And I don't think it matters who they played all the way up through. I don't think there was a team in the Eastern Conference that could have competed with them. Nope. And I'm not really convinced that there's a team in the West that could have taken them down either.
No, and you look at the Knicks were the popular team, especially after they'd gone up 2-0 on the Pacers. And OG Anunoby was still healthy, or I guess he did he get hurt in game 2 or 5 of this? Whenever OG Anunoby got hurt. But before that, it was like, oh, this Knicks team kind of scrappy. They play good defense. They rebound. And you could see Boston kind of caving to a team of dogs like that. But that's not this version of the Celtics.
No.
This version of the Celtics was going to impose their will on whatever team stood in front of them. Because like you said, it's kind of their time. And you saw Jason Tatum last night. Oh, how can he finally start shooting well? And he did. 31 points last night. He did go 4 for 13 from 3. I think he started 4 of 5 or 4 of 6. He started really hot from beyond the arc and cooled off considerably. In the first half, he went first quarter, he was 2 for 4, went 3 for 8 in the first half, and then went 1 for 5 in the second half. But still, 4 for 13 from 3. He had 31 points, 6 boards, 5 assists. And then you had Jaylen Brown, 30 points, 8 boards, 8 assists. Derek White, 16 on 4 of 9 from 3. Al Horford hit a couple of big threes. Like, what are you going to do, man? Jrue Holiday, another game with no turnovers. 4 rebounds, 5 assists, 9 points, no turnovers for Jrue Holiday.
Yeah.
Sam Hauser had to play. Didn't matter. 3 or 4 from 3 for Sam Hauser. Xavier Tillman had to play. Nah, didn't matter. 11 minutes. Get him in, get him out.
Yep. I think it's, if you look at that too, where these guys that stepped up for Boston off the bench just came in and did their jobs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Dallas didn't get. Lively was really good off the bench, but man, what happened to Tim Hardaway Jr.? Like, what exactly happened to him as a player? Just
I
like
have no idea.
and they've got Josh Green just like totally ineffective, like did nothing. And I know he's in there to play defense, but like you can't just go through the motions in a game. I mean, you can't play 22 minutes and have 3 points. And like this is one of those things. Even Jaden Hardy comes in and plays less than 4 minutes. He's a mad chucker and he takes one shot. They just felt like a team that is just missing a bunch of pieces, and they feel like the incomplete team that we thought they were. They just made it to the finals.
Yep.
And now you're seeing what that looks like in the finals against a complete team. A team. And again, I think it should be like the 26, 27-year-old Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. That's a big deal. Like these guys are in their seventh and eighth season. Tatum's in his seventh and no, he's in his seventh and Brown's in his eighth season. This is when guys usually come in and win a title. And for that matter, Luka will probably get there eventually as well. He's still a player who's in his, sixth, seventh NBA season. He's still got time to improve and to get there, but this is just a dismantling in the finals. And I don't think this is going to last very long at all.
Yeah, I used to. I no longer subscribe to the, oh, well, this is just this team's first run. They'll be back, because that's not necessarily the case.
Oh, no.
So I don't want to pencil the Mavs in as a finals team a bunch of times in the next 10 years. But I don't feel any differently. You hit the nail on the head just now. I don't feel any differently about the Mavs now than I did going into the series.
No.
They're just getting obliterated by a way better team. And I think you're seeing the inexperience of playing in the finals. I think you're seeing Luka, who was really bad last night, and we'll get to him. But I think you're seeing Luka on the fly trying to figure out, when do I facilitate? When do I take over? And he had started to figure that out kind of throughout the playoffs. But that pressure gets ramped up when it's the finals. And that pressure gets ramped up when you're down 1-0 and then 2-0. And you're looking across and going, oh, that's a way better team. Oh, their role players are way better. Let's see. It's me and Kyrie. And then it's, God, they got the next like 5 or 6 best guys.
Yeah.
And I understand why, if you're that level of player, if you're on Luka Doncic's level, you're going to go, hey, I need to take over the series. I need to be the one that drives this. But there's a balance there. And I think we've seen Jason Tatum strike that balance really nicely of, I need to go score, but also I need to facilitate. I need to play make. And it's just really clear that Luka doesn't trust his dudes right now.
It's hard for him as a player. Like we've talked about this before, but like when the going gets tough, most people, most players regress to who they are.
Yeah.
Like realistically who they are. And I think Luka had made some major strides, but as we've gotten deeper and deeper into this series, he's gone from, like, I remember so specifically that, a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, when we were talking about him against Minnesota Timberwolves, he had fully found his joy. He was embracing the opportunity to go play for a title. He was embracing the relationships with officials. He was smiling. He was having a good time. As soon as things got tough in this series, it's right back to who he was. And that's really difficult. The yelling at officials, the complaining the whole time, the just lazy play.
The offense that was moving the ball and playing so effectively, turning into Luka getting into the lane, working to get into the lane, and then pivoting and running into people to try and draw a foul, and then throwing up a bad shot, and then turning and looking like, where's my foul?
Oh, yeah.
Dog. If you want to try and make a point in November, fine. This is game 3 of the finals.
Go play.
You have to go. You have to play through it. It's the thing I will never understand. And I will never understand this because I've never played at any kind of competitive level of basketball that even is in the same universe, whatever, of the NBA. I've never been a professional athlete. They are competitive on a level that I don't understand. But at the same time, I've never understood why, if you're Luka, or he's not just Luka, any player that's constantly on the refs, why you would not just go, okay, I'm not getting that call tonight, acting accordingly. I just know that I'm not going to get that call. And he lets him Mike Brown talked about the Kings doing that this year.
Oh yeah,
A couple times he's like, yeah, I think we let the officials take us out of the game.
no reason.
It's like I said, I don't understand. I'm not out there. I'm sure there's more going on than I can comprehend. But as an outsider just watching, it's like, hey, bro, just go play.
Yeah.
You're not getting that call tonight. Yes, you got fouled. Everybody can see you got fouled. But you're not going to get it.
And it's a touch foul. Just play on, man.
Right. Play through it.
Yeah, just go. Like, this isn't time to complain. This is time to go become prime Luka, who goes for 40 and leads his team to victory. And it's just not there.
The Celtics, did you see the Jason Tatum dunk last night where he just got hammered? I think it was by PJ Washington. Washington literally is trying the chase down block thing and just whacks him on the arm as Tatum's going up. And you see the ref start to put his arm up and then he brings it down. And Tatum gets down and he turns and looks like that he got me, but then went down and took it upon himself to say, we're going to get a stop here and I'm going to score again.
Yep.
And that's the kind of mindset that I think comes with just kind of having been in this situation before.
Oh, yeah. Even the Jaylen Brown dunk early where he got the breakaway.
Oh, yeah.
He fully got fouled.
Big time.
Nothing.
Big time.
Nothing.
Yep. Whacked right on the arm.
Hey, that's what we're not calling it tonight. Go out there and win the game.
Mm-hmm.
Be the best basketball player.
We talk about it with baseball umpires all the time.
Yep.
Like, hey, that guy's giving the high strike tonight. You got to adjust.
Yeah. Adjust.
These refs aren't calling touch fouls in the paint tonight. You got to adjust. That's just kind of it. We'll talk more about Luka Doncic next, because if you didn't hear what Brian Windhorst had to say after the game, you're going to want to hear it. And he may or may not have recorded a diss track.
Oh.
This may or may not have happened. I'm still awaiting confirmation from a source to send that to me. But if Brian Windhorst did create a diss track about Luka Doncic, we will have it for you next, right here on ESPN 1320. And also, a very special guest coming up at 10:30. We'll tell you who it is next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
The other thing it's just me, or does Luka look like he's getting in worse and worse shape as the series goes on?
Dude, I think he's hurting.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't mean that from like it's excusing why he's playing poorly. I just think that because he comes out on fire, and then just as the game goes on, maybe it's cardio, but he just looks like he starts to drag. It's like, oof. But the thing, I just don't know. I just don't know if there's a version of Luka that was going to be good enough.
No, I mean, I think we talked about it so much that it just felt like every single series in the Western Conference was decided by matchups. And I don't know why that was. I don't know that I ever remember another season. I mean, I know that like everyone, Shaq was a matchup problem for everyone. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about is like the Rochambeau thing. Like rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, paper beats rock. Like, who knew that we would get into this situation where all of these different teams just were going to lose to a specific other team for no reason, where it like the whole time you're watching, you're like, well, they just don't have anyone to match up for this or this or this. We did win trivia last night. Huge win for Team Not Great Bob. What's up, Russell?
Yeah, that's big time for you. That's a big time victory.
It was a tight one, too. I think we won by 10 points. I thought we were going to lose. We weren't great in the final 5 questions. It's a lively crowd. We get a huge group of people for trivia night. It's supposed to be a maximum of 8 people at a table, but some teams violate that and they have like 12 people, and it's really tough to beat like 12 people. And there's probably like 10 or 12 teams. I do like a good trivia night, though.
Yeah, man. There's no like. We'll talk about this coming up here, but the Celtics are just hunting Luka. There's nobody the Mavs can hunt.
Oh yeah.
There's no switch they can get where you're like, yeah, I want this.
Even Horford is holding up in the switches, and yeah, it's just wild. Watching Kyrie shoot a fall away 3 over Horford.
Here we go.
All right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you want to join the show, I see a caller on the line hanging there for us for just a moment. Coming up at 10:30, everybody. Sacramento Kings legend, Ryukyu Golden Kings legend, Jack Cooley, going to be joining us on the program, on the live stream. So if you want to hit us up at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320, you can check out. And on the radio, you'll be able to hear it, but you'll be able to see Jack. He is stateside during the offseason from his, he actually plays in the league that Yuta Watanabe is now playing in.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going to play for the Chiba Jets, I believe, Yuta is. So we'll talk to Jack about that, and it's kind of whatever. He's super tapped into basketball. He's not one of those basketball players. It's like, yeah, if I'm not playing it, I don't care. Which an alarming amount of NFL players are like that. I got to interview Matt Light, who is an offensive lineman for the Patriots during their early Super Bowl runs. Really, really good player. And he said to me, I was like, what's a typical NFL Sunday for you like now that you're not playing? And he's like, well, dude, like the first time I ever watched an NFL game was the one I played in. Like, what? You never watched?
That's wild.
That's not Jack. Jack is tapped into the NBA still. So we'll talk some finals with him and whatever else we get into.
Okay.
Can't wait. I also I did get confirmation. I do have the Brian Windhorst diss track.
Oh, let's hear it.
Of Luka Doncic. So if you missed it last night, actually, you know what? Real quick. Hey, Don, you're on the Insider. What's up?
This is Big E, actually.
Big E, what's up? Sorry, our call screener got it wrong. What's on your mind?
So through 3 games here in the NBA Finals, I just wanted to know who your guys' personal picks were for the Finals MVP. We got Jaylen Brown averaging 24, 6 boards, 5.7 assists, and Tatum has averaged thus far 21.7 points, 8.7 rebounds, and 7 assists. And I got this off StatMuse. Thank you.
Thanks, Biggie. Appreciate it. It's Jaylen Brown for me.
You know what I would love right now is for the media guys, because the way this works out, I'm pretty sure, is they hand out little slips of paper to a select group of media members.
Yes.
And say, hey, we need you to put down who your finals MVP is, right? The right before the end of the final game. I would like them just to split. Because I gotta be honest. They both are great in different ways, and they've both been that way throughout the series. Tatum with the assists, Brown with the aggressive drives to the basket. Like, why not just totally mess with the whole narrative and just make them co-MVPs? Because that's what I think they are right now.
I'm out on that idea. You got to pick one. I do think it's weird. I do think it's strange that that's how it goes down. There's like 2 minutes left or 5 minutes left or whatever it is. And they're like, hey, who do you think? So what if you write down your vote and it's like really close and you're like, I think it's Jaylen Brown instead of Jason Tatum. And then Jason Tatum hits this series clinching buzzer beater.
Yep.
And then you're going to go hand the trip. That's really tough. That's a really, really tough move. But I get why. Like I get why that happens. For me, just to answer Big E's question, it's Jaylen Brown.
Okay.
Just so far. If Jason Tatum comes out and has a huge game in Game 4 and they win and Jaylen Brown doesn't, then I think he can change it. But it's pretty even at this point. That's how Andre Iguodala got his Finals MVP.
Yep.
As I believe there was a split between Steph and Iguodala, and then a bunch of other people had voted for LeBron. I think I'm remembering this correctly. And the Steph people were like, well, hey, we don't want a guy from the losing team to be the MVP, so we'll just change our votes to Iguodala so Iguodala can win MVP.
Yeah, that was strange.
In retrospect, not the right pick, but it's fine.
It's fine.
I get in the moment. That's the thing is in retrospect, yeah. But in the moment, and that's why I lean Jaylen Brown because it feels like Jaylen Brown for me. Like it feels like he's been the best player in the series.
Okay.
But maybe in retrospect, and that's how at the time, like it felt like Andre Iguodala was like this dude, and he's like doing everything. It's like, oh my God, what a series. Even though LeBron averaged like a triple-double. But and Steph had the weird first couple of games. He didn't play really well, and Matthew Dellavedova was the Steph stopper and all that. But then Steph was really good the rest of the way, and Iguodala was fine. And in retrospect, it's like, oh, Andre was not the best player in that series. LeBron was, but if they weren't going to give it to it, he wasn't the best player on the winning team. But it felt like it at the time.
Okay.
Who are you picking?
I think I'm going to go with Brown for today, but with the possibility this changes. I don't know. I still like a co-MVP. I'm just saying.
That's lame as hell. Pick one. For God's sakes.
Today it's Brown.
Okay, thank you. That's where
Today
I'm at.
it's
That's
Brown.
where I'm at. We've been doing the
Yep.
MVP ladder. It's Brown, Tatum, Jrue Holiday for me. Jrue Holiday's is not going to have. I saw Manny say that Jrue Holiday is right there too. Manny in our YouTube chat, and I agree, but there's a statistical threshold I think you kind of have to hit that I just don't think he's going to get to.
Okay.
It's going to be one of Tatum or Brown, and it might just be whoever has the better game four.
Well, that makes sense.
They're going to wind up being co-MVPs. I'm going to be pissed. All right. If you missed it last night, Brian Windhorst got after Luka Doncic. And it turns out he wasn't just doing a TV hit. He was laying down a diss track on wax.
Oh.
And I got the MP3 sent to me. Here it is. Here's Brian Windhorst's diss track of Luka Doncic, who, if you missed it, fouled out last night and spent most of the evening trying to draw a foul to prove a point so he could yell at the officials. Brian Windhorst did not like Luka's game and has not liked Luka's game this entire series. So here's the diss track I was sent today.
Luka Doncic has fouled out with 4:12 remaining.
So Ralston, by getting stops, is able to get in transition. Great push by Jaylen Brown to attack in transition.
They're going to challenge it. He has never fouled out of a playoff game. Only twice in a regular season in his career. But right now, that's his sixth personal as they go to the replay.
Yeah, I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, "You better bleeping challenge it," as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable, and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer, somebody will get to him because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, Wendy got on TV. That is from a TV hit immediately after the game.
That was wild.
On the court.
It was wild.
Just frying Luka.
Okay, so like I have gone at a player in post game for something that happened on the court, like when I worked for NBC, right? And like something happened on the court, and I was like, okay, that's just unacceptable, right?
Mhm.
And it wasn't about a missed shot. It was about a flagrant foul.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the NBA Finals. That's not the biggest platform. That's not calling out the face of the league in front of everybody in like a wild way. Like, good for Windhorst for doing it, but because it's what we say. It's what we say
Dude,
all the time.
The key is he didn't start making stuff up. He didn't take stuff way out of context. He didn't no, everything he said. If Luka wanted to walk up to him right now and be like, "Hey, I'm pissed at what you said," Windhorst could very easily go, what did I say that was incorrect? What did I say that was wrong? You may not like it.
Yeah.
And that's fair. If someone just went down and just walked me down with everything I did wrong on a show, I wouldn't like it, but I'd be like, yeah, well, doesn't mean I'd be like, hey, super glad you did that. Thanks, man. No, but that's the ultimate defense as a journalist, right? Is, hey,
what did I say that was wrong?
Yeah.
Did I say anything? Did I call you names? Did I go at you in the wrong way? What was it that I said that was incorrect?
Yeah.
And I'll stand by everything that I say.
Yeah.
So you go ahead and do what you're going to do on the court, and I'm going to go ahead and do what I do talking about it.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
But on that stage, that's pretty wild.
It was nuts. Shout out to Wendy for making that happen. Coming up next, we got to hit a break, but you're not going to want to go anywhere because the legend, Jack Cooley, is in the building. Can't wait to talk with Jack. We'll talk with him about the NBA Finals and what he's got going on in his life. I don't know. It'll be fun. Stick around on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Got us a guest for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Our guy? Oh, yeah. Oh, there he is.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Jack?
How's it going, dude? Oh, you know. Vibing?
He can hear you now.
Yeah, no, he can hear me. So I just have to put this in what's called PFL.
Okay.
And it's so I can hear him. It shuts off the commercials in my ears.
Oh, got it.
I used to not be able to hear guests when they came on during a break. And by the way, you're live on the YouTube right now, so the chatty house and everybody can see you.
So don't say anything offensive, Jack.
Yes, classic me, offensive things.
What are you up to, man? I mean, we're gonna ask you all this on air, but I feel awkward just like sitting here.
No,
Yeah.
Just hanging out. Just kicked the jet lag. My brother-in-law just got married.
Oh, nice.
It's been busy. Keeping busy. I got a new car.
Oh, what'd you get?
Hyundai Palisade. So.
Oh.
I'm looking at Hyundais right now.
Yeah, so very nice, very nice. It's the first car I've gotten with a lot of bells and whistles in it, so I'm pretty excited to drive
When
that
you
around.
when you were here in Sac, who had the best car?
Oh gosh, that's a great question. I like Costa's car, the GTR.
I was going to say,
yeah,
Costa's got the cars.
yeah, and he treated it the coolest too. He was just like, "It's a car, Jack. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about dinging it. Just put your suitcase in the back." I was like, "What a gangster! This guy's awesome."
He is an awesome dude.
Mm-hmm. He's
Yeah.
he's in London now.
He was playing in London. Is he still?
Oh, he's playing there?
He was playing.
Yeah,
Oh.
with Sam Decker.
Oh, yeah. With Sam Decker. Yeah.
Yeah,
He was offered a couple of assistant jobs and said, I'm not done yet.
because the EuroLeague's trying to extend to Great Britain, I believe, and then they were trying to make kind of like a really good team, and they were putting him on it and Sam Decker on it, and they obviously won the British League. But I don't know how all that expansion went down, but those are things that I knew was going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Your league there in Japan's growing quite a bit, yeah?
Yeah, no, it's getting really big, and they're turning into the Super League in 2 years. Not the next year, not the year after that, but the year after that. So I guess in 3 years.
Is that like combining other leagues?
It'll be shortening this league and like making a lot of requirements, like only big stadiums, then they're putting in a salary cap, and they're doing all these other things. So none of it's set in stone yet, though. So they got to figure all that out. But yeah, it's growing. No, it's good.
Sick.
How long are you, do you want to play?
Until this leg falls off, and then I'm going to hop on this one for another season. And then, then I'll hang it.
That's awesome.
So as long as possible. I'm thinking maybe I don't know. I don't know. I feel great. So I keep expecting to hit a wall with age, and I keep feeling okay. So
that's awesome.
What is we got about a minute here, by the way.
That's fine.
How long are you home? Do you spend the entire off season there, or do you go back to give yourself time to adjust?
No, I'll be back. I'll be here until late August. I mean, we've made the finals 3 years in a row, so I'm mentally just like, so we need this year we'll need a lot of time at home to revamp. I'll go visit friends and stuff, but other than that, I'll be here working out.
Hell yeah.
Very cool.
Dynamite, man. It's cool as hell that Notre Dame gives you an alumni address.
Oh, they tried to take it away, and I cannot tell you the amount of probably powerful alumni that just were like, that's not happening. So it was like a week. They were like, hey, just a heads up, they're taking this away. And then like 2 days later, it was like, never mind, we're keeping it.
Oh, man.
That's crazy.
It's like Joe Montana and
I mean, I'm sure
Ben
there's
Hansbrough.
hedge fund billionaires that were like, listen, man.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and that is Jack Cooley joining us from an undisclosed location. Played basketball at Notre Dame, played for the Kings, played for the Suns, played for the Jazz as well. And now the Ryukyu Golden Kings out in Japan. How much are you enjoying Japan? And B, is that where you plan on being for the rest of your career?
Yeah. I mean, first, I'm happy to be here. I know we were chatting, but yeah, I'm happy to be here. And yeah, Japan is unbelievable. I love it there. The fan base is incredible. The support there, that the culture is just so kind and so nice, and everyone's so accepting, and it's the place. And to latch on to the second question, yeah, it's where I want to finish up my career. I mean, I've always said, even with this team, I don't want to leave the Kings, and I'm going to do everything in my power to get the finish with them. And yeah, I'm having a good time here, and I'm really enjoying it. I mean, I'm in paradise. It's Okinawa, it's just this tropical island. I live near the beach, and I play basketball, so I'm not, I would love to end my time there.
Jack, we're watching the NBA Finals play out, but really it started like the whole second half of the season. When you're watching the way that the officiating has changed here and how it's being officiated, not only in the finals, but in that last like 25, 30 games, like, number one, how much do you want to play in a league where that's the way it's officiated?
Yeah.
But also, like, how surprised are you that the league has made this dramatic shift and how it's played out here?
Yeah, I mean, I just think, and it's kind of going to stem into what's going in the finals. I think that free throws are boring, and it's just like, I don't think that they want these games lasting forever, and I just think that and the complaints to the officiating has just gotten. I mean, there's one player in particular, we all know who, and it's just outrageous how it impacts the game.
Right
Yeah, in the finals right now.
PJ Washington, I knew it.
Yeah, and it's classic PJ. And, it's just it's good to see, because I also think current players are like, man, everybody calls this current time soft, and we're just all babies, and we wouldn't last back in the day, And I think the game is a physical game. It is. It involves some physicality, and I like the way it's being officiated. And when you're playing overseas, you look at NBA players complaining about the quality of NBA officials, and you're like, if only you knew the dumpster fire we have going on over here and the elite refs that you actually have in the NBA. It's unique to see. It really is.
Is that the biggest difference playing overseas? Because you also played in Greece, correct? Italy. So you also played in Italy. So is that the kind of the biggest difference outside of talent that you notice playing in those leagues?
Yeah, the officiating level. I mean, it's just because the NBA refs have such a defined like growth pattern. Like, it's just like you have these different steps you go through, and you grow, and then you eventually get promoted to the NBA, and you have to pass these checks to get there. Whereas overseas, those checks, those lines are a little more blurred. And, some of the officiating is a little lackluster. So that, and obviously the talent level are two of the bigger things. So I think the change though in the officiating is good for the game. I really do. I think it'll help the NBA. I think it'll improve some of the grifting that a lot of people are really, really don't like watching.
It was so bad last night.
We are very much anti-grifting in general, but
Just really-
anti-foul grifting.
This is a no grifting show.
It is a
We're
no
out on
grifting, like
grifting.
in general, no grifting, but certainly no foul grifting.
Unless you want to advertise on the show, in which case I will grift all of
We
it.
will grift if that's the case. Jack, when you're watching the level of play that we're watching from the Celtics, this is one of those just magic moments where a couple of guys figure it out. That's what it feels like. It feels like they're just coming of age at the right time together as a team, but also their two stars are sort of old enough and mature enough to accept what it is to be in the finals and how difficult it is to be there and how difficult it is to win. Is that something you're seeing, and how cool is it to see sort of the progression of players like this, like Jason Tatum, like Jaylen Brown?
I think it's incredible, really. And like you said, I think they learned quite a bit the last time they were there and they lost. I think they were able to kick those jitters. And now they kind of feel a lot more confident. But also, even in game 3, there was a little stretch where Tatum was settling for some terrible threes. And his team is just so well built and so smart. He's got Holiday and even Hauser. They did such a good job of exposing Luka on defense to kind of offset some of Tatum's I mean, they're not, it's Jason Tatum, they're not, I'm not going to say that these pull-ups are terrible shots, but I think that the whole team as a unit did a very good job of picking him up, and that gives them confidence to build off of, where they're like, oh, I had 2 bad shots, but we're still in this game, everything's okay. And then they can still settle down a little more and keep getting people involved. And that's just another sign of growth, where they don't try to dominate these games at the end and do too much, forgetting that they have really good pieces around them. And again, I think the Celtics organization, that team is so well built, and just it really is. It's really done well. And again, it goes along with the timeline, and they're improving each and every game. So
it kind of feels like this is, and we're talking with Jack Cooley here, former Sacramento King. It feels like this is just kind of where this entire season's been heading. Yeah. We needed to see Boston prove it in the finals, right? "Quote unquote," prove it in the finals. But now that they have, they're just kind of imposing their will the same way they have since October. Right?
Yeah, it felt like
just so much better than everybody.
Julian inevitability. I mean, it kind of felt maybe if the Nuggets got there, they could do something. I think if the Timberwolves would have gotten through, I think that their just overall swagger might have really tested the Celtics. But I don't know. They're just so confident going into this and just cutting the head of the snakes off. And I mean, even Kyrie played well last night. So it's an inevitable, but this team is so good. It's so good. And barring injury, they were going to make the finals. We all knew that. And it was depending on what team came out of the West and how healthy they were. And again, this is just kind of, it's some years they're just the team that's steamrolling, just steamrolls. And that's just how it is.
When you're looking at the Mavericks, I mean, I'm not sure that they have a way out of this situation. I mean, down 0-3, it's pretty much over. But I also like going back through your history. You played with at least one of these players. You played with Dante Exum and his rookie season during your time in Utah. You also played with Rudy Gobert as a young player who almost made it to the finals here. Do you still pull for guys that you played with? Is that part of like the experience when you're watching the finals or Western Conference finals?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm so happy for Dante. He was in such a tough situation in Utah, and he's such a gifted player. And then I think he went to Cleveland after that, and it was still that wasn't a team where it was easy to develop and have success. And then he went overseas, and then people were like, "Oh yeah, Dante's really good at basketball, and he's just dominating the EuroLeague." And then he comes back and he's shooting so well, which is always his big draw, because defensively and his movements, he's so gifted. So I always pull for him. Obviously, I mean, I know a lot about his game, and I pull for him. And Rudy, I'm always a fan of Rudy. Rudy was so nice to me when I first got to Utah, and we'd go over to his house all the time. We'd play video games and we'd go to dinner and stuff. So those guys, I do always pull for them most of the time. My favorite player in the league is still Foxy. But I pull for all the guys I've played with.
So I have a 2-part question here. I know you watch the Kings still quite a bit. When you
Yes.
jump on League Pass or whatever you have to watch games, is that are the Kings a team you tap into most?
Yeah, by far the most. I have a. You know what? I'm not going to say what I use because we don't want to expose our secret methods to watch NBA games and get it destroyed. So we're gonna I watch the games. Yes, I tap in.
How as a professional basketball player, I've always thought this is kind of interesting because obviously your perspective is quite a bit different than me, who has not played professional basketball, FYI. And I've always wondered, when you're watching, are you just watching as a fan, or are you kind of breaking things down in your head of like, this is what should have happened, or this is what they're trying to do? How do you go about watching a game as a person that's so deep into the sport?
With It's crazy you say that because with the Kings it's different. I analyze how it works and I kind of break down some of the plays and how things should work. But with other teams, I'm just watching. I'm just like, sometimes I'll describe a play or not. But the Kings, I get very upset by some of the decisions they've made. Sometimes with plays, most notably was last season when Harrison Barnes set a ball screen to switch Draymond Green to switch. It was I still remember that when De'Aaron had the ball going downhill. What was it, game 3? And then Harrison Barnes hit that ball screen and then pick and popped and missed the 3.
That's game 4.
Yeah.
Game 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still think about that all the time. Why wouldn't you let the fastest player in the NBA just go downhill from half court? But it's just there's some plays that I just think about a lot and break down. And sometimes I like being a fan though. All the other teams I don't really care. So but
So what do you take from your year here in Sacramento? Like, I loved covering you. Like, you and I had plenty of discussions in the locker room. You're a good dude. But you also played with a good group of guys. It wasn't like a highly successful team, but you had Dave Yeager, you had Zebo, you had some vets, you had Vince Carter there. But what was sort of your favorite takeaway from your time here in Sacramento?
Just the mindset of the fans, really. I mean, because it's a fan base that's just gotten, hasn't had a lot of success and has gone through some very tough times, but still the level of just positivity that they give to the players, even during downtimes. And that was really what I loved. I mean, it was just how welcoming they were and how kind. And like, listen, we didn't win a lot of games, and my DMs weren't full of people just being like, you stink. This whole team stinks. Everybody stinks. Like, I want you to tell so-and-so they're bad. Like, I've been on other teams where, I mean, when I was in Utah, people weren't always that kind. They were kind, but they weren't like Sacramento Kings kind. And, it's just, that was kind of what I liked a lot. And there's so many fans that I still talk to. And like, again, when Kyle was like, you got to come to the show, I was like, I will drop. I was almost going to do this in the zoo yesterday.
Yeah.
It was good time today. So, it's just
I'm going to be at the zoo, but I will walk away from everything.
I will tell the elephants to wait so I can go do this if
That's
you
right.
need me.
How was the zoo?
Oh, it was great. I don't know if you've heard of the cicada infestation we're having out here, but it was. Other than that, it was really good. Athena had time of her life. She was very happy.
That's your
Oh my
baby.
God. Yeah.
What is your favorite animal or exhibit to see at the zoo?
Oh gosh, that's a great question. I'm a big fan of the bears. We got there luckily during feeding time for the polar bears, and I watched a polar bear just eat a watermelon. It was the most eye-opening thing I've ever seen in my life. Whereas, there's like, oh, what animal could you take? No one can take a bear. No one can. The way this watermelon just evaporated in this thing's hands, no.
The PR, talking with Jack Cooley here, former Sacramento King, the PR that Coca-Cola has done for the polar bear is just insane. Yes. They will murder almost anything.
Oh,
yes.
Without hesitation.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Goodness.
and that's coming from a very large man like Jack. If you don't think you can take on a bear, then I don't think Kyle or I could take on a bear.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm anti-fighting bear for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
I know that you're still a relatively young guy, so it's not like the end is near for you. But have you of your basketball career? I mean, have you considered what you want to do after basketball?
There are a couple things. I've had a few of members of different front offices poke at me and ask, "What are you doing when you're done?" And Would you want to come do this? And, that's an interesting angle, and I'm not ever going to take anything off the table. But I really kind of wanted to get into the media and broadcasting, that kind of aspect. I love basketball. I love talking about basketball, and I love being around the game. I know if I went cold turkey away from basketball, I would go insane. So I'm trying to think of something that I can do in that regard. And, just something down that alley is really it. But again, I'm such a future Jack will deal with this thing to a fault at times that, but at the time this is the first summer where I'm like, man, maybe I should go to some of these classes the NBA puts on and start getting into it.
No, that's a good idea. You had a front row seat to watch Vince Carter put on fireside chats with Vince Carter after every game, talking to the media. And we're all just sitting there like, oh, this is cool. Vince Carter's talking to us. But it was also like, well, look at this guy honing his skill. That's what he's doing. He's honing his skill the whole time. So, yeah, I think you would actually work out really well. You've got a big personality that doesn't always come out. But when it does, I think you would be great with media stuff.
And you can get reps here anytime you want.
Just come and hang out with us. We're totally cool.
Thanks. Anytime you don't need a segment filled, just text me and I will tell the elephants they need to wait, and I will come as running if you guys need me. So
there we go.
What was your finals pick before the series?
To win between the Celtics and the Mavericks?
Yeah.
I thought it would be Celtics in 6. Is what I thought. I thought they would get one. I thought they'd get the second one in Boston and everybody get all excited, and they get the first one in Dallas. And then I thought that there'd be the Celtics would just steamroll them after that. It's kind of the train of thought that I had. And it's just been, man, I did not. I mean, obviously this could have happened, but man, this is something.
Just methodical.
It is. They're just so much better.
Yeah.
I mean, that's at the end of the day. We keep discussing it and trying to think of different ways to package it. But at the end of the day, one team is just complete from top to bottom. Their top 7, their top 8, their top 9 are just way better than everyone else's top 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the league, let alone better than the Dallas Mavericks. It's really wild to see.
But the thing is, it's the Celtics. So you don't know how they're gonna, they could lose to Miami Celtics or fall apart against the Al Horford doesn't move up above the free throw line against the Warriors Celtics. It depends on what Celtics team shows up. So you're like, maybe Luka comes out swaggering and blitzes them and they don't know what to do. And the way that they've come together as a unit, just as you said, methodically just dismantled them. And just everything you love to do, you can't do it anymore. Has just been like, man, that execution has been hats off to Mazzulla, because this is the way he's orchestrated this dismemberment is incredible.
Talking with Jack Cooley, formerly of the Sacramento Kings. Yuta Watanabe, I believe, is going to play for the Chiba Jets in the league that you play in. Did that move the needle for you at all?
Is that confirmed?
I don't know if it's been confirmed. I saw the report that it's happening, but I have not seen an official announcement or anything.
Wow, that it does see some. I mean, Chiba's our sworn. We butt heads with them every single year.
You put them in the playoffs this year, right?
Yeah. And I don't know if anyone. They didn't make the finals, and we did. So that's how that series went. And the Yuta Watanabe going to Chiba, that's something, man. I mean, good for there. Chiba's getting a new stadium. It's gonna be interesting, but we match up well with everybody. It's gonna be, but man, that is something. That is really something.
It's not been there's no official announcement yet, but reports are that that's happening.
Yeah, there's so many moving pieces behind the scenes of if so and so goes here, so and so's leaving, and if this and that, and because people don't like each other, crazy. It's just it's wild behind the scenes. It really. I sent him a DM on Instagram, didn't ever see it. So I did my best to get it to my team. Didn't see it.
The recruitment effort didn't work out.
Yeah. So I'm over 2. I shot a shot at the Nebraska guard too, and just didn't see it either. So
the Japanese Steph Curry.
Yeah, he didn't.
That's awesome.
K-Say didn't even read it. So
boo.
Haters. haters.
Amazing.
Haters out here.
Your stats over there are pretty incredible. But it feels like, winning is like all that matters, right? So like how have you done over there? What has been sort of your highlights?
So we made the finals the last 3 years in a row, and there's this mid-season tournament that we've also made the championship 2 out of the last 3 years. So out of the 6 possible last championships, we've been in 5 of them. Unfortunately, only won 1, but we have been there, and it's just the success, that culture that we're trying to build in this team is a level of just sustained success, and we don't want to be happy with going to the finals and losing. That's just not what we do, and I'm just trying to build this culture up again, because this team is relatively young. I believe it's about 10 to 13 years old, and to get to where we are now is just incredible. So I just want to keep
It is really cool seeing on Instagram and stuff. You post all the time, either photos with your teammates or highlights of your teammates making plays, really trying to gas those guys up. That's a really cool thing. I feel like we need to see more of that in the US.
Yeah, no, it's a lot more team oriented over here in a lot of ways. So yeah, I love my teammates. I lost a couple of the ones that have been with me all 5 years are leaving this year, so a little bit sad. My younger brother basically on the team is he's grown up now. He's going his own way, so I wish him the best of luck. So it's there's a lot of camaraderie going on over there.
How have you done with the language barrier and sort of learning and on the fly and figuring it all out while you're there?
I know a bunch of Japanese, but I haven't really learned as much as I want to, and it's a little disappointing. This year, I actually hired a tutor for this next year, so I'm going to you know what? I will go 5 years without learning the language, but I will be danged if I'm not going 6. I will. That is where I put my foot down, and I will
the line.
go on. So I live in Okinawa, and there's a huge American influence with the military, so almost everyone there knows English. So it's kind of made it where I don't need to learn it. But I mean, again, I'm always like, Japanese people are so polite that they'll be like, "I'm sorry, I don't speak English," and I'll be like, "I'm in your country. Do not apologize that I don't speak your language. Like, please, this is my fault."
They're like, "I'm sorry for now, but if you get to year 6 without knowing, we'll not
We're
be as
done
nice.
with you.
We will not be as nice." Hey, what's it like? I have two more kind of quick questions here. What's it like the first time you're at the mall and you just see this massive poster of yourself?
Pretty. It's just surreal. I mean, it's just a giant, just double me size poster of me, and I was like, wow, this is something. You're going up the elevators, like the signed autograph things are on the escalators, and like, I don't know. It's just the way this team is just, the fans are so nuts. We can't go to the mall. Like, after we won the championship last year, the team had to make a statement where they're like, "Hey, if you see them in public, just wave, but please," like, so many of you are running up and taking pictures and asking for autographs, which they're so nice, and I'll always do it. I don't care. I don't. But a lot of my Japanese teammates are a little more private with their private life. So, but me, I don't care. Come on, I'll sign everything. So
Awesome.
That's really cool. I have a request from our chatty house here, and this is a question we ask basically any guest who's a first timer on the show. What is your favorite cereal?
My favorite cereal, I'll say Lucky Charms. I'll go a little basic. Yeah, it changes. Cinnamon Toast and Lucky Charms are one too. They alternate based on availability.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch is delicious.
Yeah,
I love it.
Very good.
Okay.
But during the year, I don't eat sugar, or I limit sugar intake a lot. So it's difficult.
That makes sense.
Got to keep that body
Fine
oiled machine.
Well, that was my problem in Sacramento, was I just gained so much weight because it was just there was a kind teammate that paid for my room service because they were a very nice person, and I took full advantage of that. And,
Did they know they did that?
Bill?
Yes, they did know that they did that. I did not tell the front desk to put it on their room. So yeah, I gained a lot of weight, and But now I'm slimmed down a lot this year, so I'm just trying to keep it down. As I get older, you got to stay in shape more. It's better for injury prevention.
No doubt.
Yep.
That is Jack Cooley, former Sacramento King, a friend of the program, and man, throws a hell of a wedding as well. Jack,
Yeah.
we'll do this again soon. All right.
Yes, and Kyle was a peak member of that wedding, so thank you guys for having me. I
We
appreciate
were
it.
flying around. All right, buddy. Take care.
Good to see you,
Talk to you
Jack.
soon. All right, there he goes. That's Jack Cooley, former Sacramento King, currently of the Ryukyu, I believe, Ryukyu Golden Kings. I'm sorry if I'm
Okay.
butchering that pronunciation, but yeah, man, a legend out there in Okinawa and a legend here in Sacramento. Thrilled to have him on the radio program. All right, we'll shift gears. We'll go back to the finals and a quick little update in the Woj Shams Cold War that we have been keeping you apprised on. That's all coming up next in the second hour right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he's gone. He's such a good dude.
What a guy.
Oh,
It was jarring. I think I've said this before.
Oh,
So
he got in the chat.
Huh?
The private chat.
Oh, I didn't see.
Sweet.
I was gonna pull him back on at the break.
Come on, bro.
You'll be back.
You will be back.
No, it was so funny because Jack is a solid like 6'10", 6'9", 6'10".
Oh yeah, he's a big guy.
He's a hoss, and he was like the shortest member of his groomsmen
Oh really?
because it was all fellow basketball players.
Oh
Wow.
wow.
Dukan,
Oh yeah.
Sacramento King,
Yep.
former King, was there. Yeah, and then a couple other, I think his college teammates.
He's another very very nice guy.
Yeah. Oh, he was
Yeah.
great, just superb.
Yeah. That situation, like having him on the team was just kind of strange. I did he play that year?
If he did, it wasn't a lot.
I don't even have him in Dukan. He played the 2016 season, so I wonder if he was like part of the team the year before. Where did he play college ball? Wisconsin. Yeah, he like friend of Lottie Divac. I think it's funny. It always felt like too that Jack played way more, that he played longer, and that he he played more games. He only played 7 games for the Kings. That dude can flat out rebound though. Oh, he played with Papagiannis and Bruno Caboclo. That whole team, Jakar Sampson. The fact that team won 27 games is shocking. John Poles. When is Vezenkov getting traded?
He's
Come on.
Bruno Caboclo.
2 years away from 2 years away.
He is right there.
Love that interview.
Thanks, man.
Love that interview.
Jack's the best. Jack's the best. Okay.
Charlie.
Also the best.
Bruno Caboclo has been 2 years away from 2 years away for the last 12
Is
years.
he even 30 yet?
He's 28.
Brazilian Kevin Durant.
Hey,
Right, he's right there. He fits the
is.
Kings timeline.
he is fully vested in the NBA Players Union. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's made appearances in the NBA in 7 seasons. And he hasn't since 2001. That's wild. Absolutely wild. Bruno. I don't remember talking to Bruno
Here we go.
Caboclo.
Here we go. We're coming back. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. James Ham of the Kings Beat. Subscribe today at thekingsbeat.com. Subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get your podcasts. And I do Candlestick Chronicles. You can subscribe to that podcast wherever you get your podcasts. It's not about the Kings. That's about the 49ers. That'd be weird to have a Kings podcast called Candlestick Chronicles.
It would.
Arco Chronicles.
That would be
would
weird.
be the equivalent, I guess.
It would be the equivalent, I would think.
It's still weird driving down 5 and Arco being gone. It's still a weird vibe for me.
It's weird, especially if you go out there, like, I went out to the practice facility to drop somebody off. And because the G League still plays at the practice facility, right? And they're headquartered there. Like, literally all the staircases are there that would go up to the arena. And then it's just dirt.
Yeah, it's so odd.
It's very strange. Especially, I started covering the team in 2010. They didn't move into the new arena until I think 2016. I don't know.
15, 16, 16, 17? Whatever it was.
Yeah. So, like, for 5 years, 6 years, like, going to work there all the time. Even going to the practice facility all the time. And that practice facility was cool because it had a media room built in and one-way mirrors that looked onto the court, and the players couldn't look back.
Oh, cool.
So we could actually watch some of the action, although most coaches they had a screen that would come down and block it. On occasion, a coach would lift it and let us watch a bunch of practice from there. It was a cool practice
really
facility. Cool. Yeah, the one at the new building is really, really nice. It just isn't as media friendly.
Naturally.
Yeah, that not.
I feel like media friendly practice facilities are not typically a thing, though.
Maybe not.
Like no team is building their practice facility like, hey, how can we make this media friendly?
I remember like
every coach would rather not have media ever see anything at practice.
No, totally. Like going to the Houston Rockets practice facility, because they don't let you into most practice facilities because most teams don't allow the opposing team to come into their practice facility. Like, every once in a while, they'll let them go in the main gym and go, play at Golden One on the court.
Yeah.
But they don't let them into their practice facility. And Houston, I remember they let us in, and it was very strange to be inside someone's gym. That's where Buddy made me and Jason Jones take 3-point shots.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, cash money.
Buckets.
Cash money.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's incredible. When we were talking about post-high school athletic feats, that's the thing you should have brought up.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
I talked about holding out from like 190 with a 9-iron at Harding. You should have brought up that, because that's
the one. Yeah,
that's incredible.
It's the only time I've ever taken a shot in front of the players.
Yep.
It was
and
clean.
Buckets.
Nothing but net.
Incredible.
And then I talked trash to Buddy.
As you just,
so did Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes talked a bunch of trash to Buddy. Yeah. Hey, Jason Jones, he drew iron. It was close.
Good for her. That's better than I would probably do.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta tell you. We have new Lakers coaching stuff. I feel bad for Woj. Although he's still being very petty about this. And I don't know if I feel bad, because Woj hasn't gotten anything necessarily wrong. But the vigor behind the Dan Hurley thing and how out of nowhere it was, only to have Dan Hurley turn down a 6-year, $70 million offer, was kind of weird.
It was.
And Shams saying that JJ Redick was the front runner, and then Woj saying that, no, it's been Dan Hurley the whole time. Here's Woj's latest report on the Lakers coaching situation. JJ Redick will, this is via ESPN sources. JJ Redick will formally interview for the Los Angeles Lakers coaching job this weekend. This is the kicker. And a strong performance is expected to move him to the forefront of the franchise's search.
Wow.
Doing everything he can to be like, hey, he hasn't been at the forefront. He's not been the leader in the clubhouse. He's not been the guy that they want this whole time. He's been back there. He actually needs that not only interview, but have a strong performance in that interview to then possibly be the front runner, like Shams tried to tell you he was weeks ago, which was wrong. He might be the front runner now.
This whole thing is is crazy.
And the weirder it is, the better it gets.
It just keeps going. There's so many layers to it. And I didn't know that it would come to a head over this job. Like these two, like literally just going at it. And you know what this is building up to? It's building up to free agency where these two are going to bloody each other.
It's going to be incredible.
It is going to be incredible. It's going to be like a wild race where like they'll literally have like 6 devices loaded and ready with a different tweet ready to go.
Yes.
Like as soon as they get confirmation, a thumbs up, they'll hit send. That's what this is going to be like. And these guys, I mean, they really, really are competitive.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I think all of us in the business, when you're trying to like get these stories out, you are competitive with it. But at the same time, like this is playing out in a weird way, like in front of everybody, because everyone has a notification on their phone. You're like, well, that's a weird one.
Right.
Like,
But Woj has this signing is happening, but then Shams 30 seconds later has that the signing is happening with the numbers. So it's like, hey, who really, you know, quote unquote, won that one?
Yep.
Hey, I really can't wait. With the Lakers specifically, though, the best part about this, if you're a person observing from afar who may or may not want to see the Lakers crash and burn at every possible turn, this is great. Because no matter who they hire, it's not going to be like, wow, good hire for the Lakers. And maybe it will be. Maybe whoever they hire wins them a title. But for now, for what we have to talk about in mid to late June or early July, whenever this happens, you figure they'd want to have a coach by the draft.
mm-hmm.
It's crazy they don't have one right now, but it's fine. The longer this goes on, the more and more, like we thought the Kings thing was a mess, right? We came on air and did a whole show and a half or 2 shows about how the Kings needed to just extend Mike Brown. And the fact that it got to the media was crazy and this and that. The Lakers have been doing that, but without a coach for like 2 weeks now.
Oh, at least.
It's been, there's no hire they're going to make where people are going to be like, wow, really good job by the Lakers. They did a thorough search. And no, they're going to get like their 3rd or 4th guy because James Borrego, who's been front and center in this, is the front runner to be the Cavs head coach.
It's wild. It's gone on so long that Darvin Ham already has another job.
Darvin Ham got fired and hired
while this is happening. Kyle, I don't know what to say. Like this, but
you're the Lakers, dude. How do you not have this lined up? You know, going into the playoffs and certainly during your series against the Nuggets, you know, like, hey, this isn't it. Let's start getting agents on the horn. Let's start getting coaches on the horn and let's start lining up a short list. And now it's June 11th and they appear to just now be like, oh, hey, we should have a list of guys.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm telling you this, it really, I know you forget some of that. Like I make movie references. This feels like when Adam Sandler and The Wedding Singer is melting down and the entire league is sitting behind the curtain like John Lovitz going like, reaping all the benefits. Like everyone is sitting there like, oh, this is awesome. Keep playing out negatively. This is amazing.
Not a single person shedding a tear for the Lakers right now.
No. And while that's happening, like their like franchise rival is rolling somebody in the finals. It's just push down on their head.
Really tough.
Yeah.
Really, really tough.
Tough look.
Hate to see it, but at the same time,
no, I don't.
You love to see it.
I love to see it.
Yeah, I want this to keep going. I want this to keep going through the draft. And I want it kind of feels like the Lakers are trying to drag it out as far as the finals get dragged out.
Mm-hmm.
They want to try and overshadow whatever. Like that, I don't think that's actually what's going on. I think they're just kind of incompetent. But it is funny that every time something good happens for the Celtics, there's a new report about the Lakers coaching search. Oh, you get it. Oh, Boston went up 3-0. Oh, get it out there. They were interviewing JJ Redick, which speaking of which, real quick, JJ Redick's been getting, you think LeBron's podcast with JJ, there hasn't been conversations behind the scenes during those pods?
Oh, yeah.
Or after the pods? Maybe even during the pods.
Oh, yeah.
There have been conversations about like, hey, like what you said about this, let's do this and that, blah, blah, blah. Like LeBron has been on the phone with Jeannie Buss or whoever trying to get JJ a job. Like for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So this has been happening. They've just reached a point where James Borrego is no longer on the table. Dan Hurley is no longer on the table. And they're kind of like, well,
is there another podcaster we can check in with?
Is Luke Walton doing anything? No, we don't want to bring him back. Okay.
Kurt Rambis. Kurt Rambis.
JV
is still there.
Bickerstaff?
Oh,
Just the breaking case of
Oh.
emergency coach?
okay. Well, you at least bring him in as your lead assistant so he can take over, because that's what he's done throughout his career.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for JB,
Yeah.
always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
Have JV Bickerstaff at the front of the bench with JJ Redick as the head coach, and you got a really good fallback option.
That's right. If all things go south, you're right there.
What a mess. What a mess. We'll continue following that, though. Woj now having to report that JJ Redick isn't yet the front runner, and anybody who said he was the front runner is definitely wrong. But if he has a strong interview this weekend, he could possibly be the front runner.
It's a wild report.
It's amazing. I love everything that's going down here between Shams and Woj, and we will keep you apprised of any new breaking news that happens on that front. Good idea or bad ideas coming up next. We'll also get some more NBA final stuff in here as well on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube, as we take you up to noon on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. This is such an odd, because like I have to reach these buttons, but where the board sits, I can't. So I have to like.
Oh, yeah. I probably should have stood up earlier. Oh, stuck. Yeah, you're pretty convinced that Damon Stoudemire.
What happened? The guru in here?
Lakers are no, it's not Guru. Zach. I don't know if Wedding Singer is his best, but it's close. Like,
Is Adam Sandler's best movie?
yeah. I don't know. What's your favorite Adam Sandler movie?
I guess, you know what? I shouldn't, because this is different for everybody, right?
Yeah.
Like Adam Sandler is definitely he's not making Oscar winners.
No.
For me, and Billy Madison's really good.
So is Happy though.
I'm sorry, Happy Gilmore is what I meant. Billy Madison also good. Happy Gilmore is, I think Happy Gilmore might be it for me. Waterboy's up there for sure.
Mr. Deeds.
Mr. Deeds really good.
Very, very stinky, sir.
Mr. Deeds. See, the thing is with like Waterboy and Mr. Deeds, to a lesser extent, Longest Yard, all kind of came out when I finally started to get movies and like get the jokes in Adam Sandler movies.
Oh, got it.
Like I was too young for Happy Gilmore.
Oh, okay.
So I have seen that retroactively, and I enjoyed it. It holds up quite a bit.
I have a buddy who was
I
an
think Happy
extra
Gilmore.
in The Longest Yard.
That's really cool.
Yeah. Also, Cradle to the Grave. He was an extra.
Sure.
The Jet Li DMX film. Yeah.
R.I.P. DMX.
Yeah. I actually have in my bar 2 still shots from Happy Gilmore. It's the fight scene between Bob Barker and Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
Both autographed.
That's so sick.
Punch Drunk Love was good.
I never saw that one.
Most of his stuff now is like the contract he signed with Netflix was just so detrimental. Very detrimental to his career.
That's right. We lost Bob Barker last year.
Yeah. Made it to right at 100, right?
No, just shy. A few months shy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, born December of 23, died August of 23. First Take has a how much blame should Luka Doncic get for the loss? And Wendy is on the panel today.
Oh,
it's like, you know what Wendy's saying? All of it.
All of it. Wow. The Jules one. Which one is that?
Oh,
Uncut
Gems.
Uncut Gems.
I've not seen Uncut Gems. Apparently, it's really good.
I didn't like it.
Okay.
I thought like you felt anxiety the entire movie.
Isn't that the vibe though? Isn't that kind of what it's going for?
Yeah, but I mean, it captures it like fully. Like the whole time, it's anxiety.
Okay.
You're feeling his anxiety. I'm not someone who has anxiety. You're
Sure.
feeling his
Okay.
anxiety. You're like, this is weird.
I had to stop watching because of that sensation you're talking about. I had to stop watching Breaking Bad during college. Like
Oh.
during the school year, I couldn't watch it
Okay.
because my anxiety was already really bad because of school and work and stuff. And then that show, I'm like, it's too much.
Yeah, there are moments in that show where you're just, I cannot believe that just happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Yeah, Breaking Bad is one of those shows that, like during college, because we were talking about at the break, we were talking about Adam Sandler movies and how you were saying Uncut Gems, you feel the anxiety of the movie. It just weighs on you through the whole movie.
Yeah.
That feeling was why I could not watch Breaking Bad during college. Like I watched it in college, but during the school year, I would have to be on spring break and like catch up on Breaking Bad because it was so wrought with anxiety and, oh my God, he's going to get caught. And oh my God, this guy's going to die and this and that. And I just couldn't do it. I punted.
I love that series. So
Incredible show.
Yeah. It just has so many moments where you're just like, you're like put in it. You feel like you're in the situation, you know, even like when the first time he blows up the office, with like, he comes in with some sort of chemical reaction and blows everything up and like walks out with his hat.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like the whole thing. Yeah. Like some intense moments.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about specifics of the show in case if you've not watched Breaking Bad yet, give it a roll. Give it a rip.
Yeah.
It's right up there with The Wire for me was incredible television. I've not gotten to The Sopranos yet.
Oh, see, I love
The
Sopranos.
That's gonna be my next big kind of HBO catch up watch. Game of Thrones obviously was very good. Game of Thrones had a moment in it. Were you a Thrones guy?
Oh yeah, I've seen it all.
Okay, I'm gonna do a Game of Thrones spoiler here. So if anybody wants to turn the radio down briefly. Don't go away though. We'll spoiler will be over quickly. Okay, turn it down at 3, 2, 1. So when Arya kills the Night King and he catches her by the throat and then she drops it, I jumped off my couch like it was the Super Bowl. I have never had a reaction to a TV show like that.
Yeah.
Ever. And I know that the last couple seasons of the show sucked and this and that and everybody wanted that. I'm with you. But in that moment, in that specific, because again, that like anxiety of, oh my God, everybody's about to die.
Yeah.
And then Arya does it. I was off my couch. I yelled an expletive, like, let's go. Like it was like watching sports. It was crazy. I got goosebumps just now thinking about it. What a moment. What an incredible moment. I'm sad that show fell apart the way it did, but
I caught up with the new one, the new
House of the Dragon.
Yeah, the prequel. And then
starts Sunday.
Yeah, it's coming out. Did it start Sunday or did it start? Oh yeah, Sunday. Yeah. I'm here for it. Like I'll watch it. I don't know. It's good stuff.
Spencer said, I don't need a medieval soap opera. See, that's a swing and a miss because it's not medieval. It does not take place in this universe.
Oh, yeah.
And it's so much more. Oh my God. That just I've heard Ozark is really good. I've not watched Ozark.
That's stunning too.
Ozark, I got a thumbs up from Jesse. Vibes are good in Studio One today. Vibes are really high in Studio One today.
The opening.
I can't get your mic on.
Is so good. Yeah, the opening of Ozarks is so good.
Is it?
Yeah, the first episode. It's kind of like the first episode of Breaking Bad where it draws you in so quickly.
Oh, perfect. Okay, that's what I need.
Yeah.
That's how. Did you do Peaky Blinders?
Yeah.
Peaky Blinders was excellent TV too, and same thing. I watched the first 2 episodes and was like, I need to watch every episode of the show that has ever existed.
I think I still have like the last 6 episodes to watch. Yeah. Outside of that, I've seen it.
There's a movie coming.
Yeah, there's a movie
coming.
Gotta get on it.
Yeah. Okay. Good idea or bad idea? Good idea or bad idea? Peaky Blinders movie. No. Good idea or bad idea? 3 things happening in the world will tell you if it's a good idea or a bad idea. Brian Windhorst lit up Luka Doncic last night post game. Just laid into him. We actually it turned into a diss track. We played it for you earlier. Is it a good idea or bad idea for a reporter to fry the maybe biggest star in the series on the court immediately after the game?
I don't have any problems with what he said because it's things that we have said here on this radio program that I've been saying for the last couple of years with Luka. Like, the talent is undeniable. Everything about him is undeniable. But his insistence on berating officials and blaming everybody else, it just goes so over the top. I don't know that was the right setting to do it. I don't know that like it could be a talking point today, but for him to fry him like that was like, it was jarring. It was like,
when the thing that really got me was like, I'm here next to the Mavs tunnel. That's where Luka Doncic is. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are.
This is a loser tunnel. That is
like,
for
oh
winners.
My God.
This is for losers. That is where the winners are.
But that's kind of what Windhorst has become. Like, he doesn't break news anymore.
Okay.
He doesn't, he's the guy that's now on First Take. They wanted to know how much blame Luka Doncic got. I'm sure he was there to let everybody know that it was all his fault.
Yeah, if there's 110%, he gets all of it.
My thing is with that, he didn't, we talked about this earlier. I'm fine with it because he didn't say anything wrong. He didn't say anything inflammatory. If he had been like, this damages Luka's legacy forever, I think the Mavs should trade Luka tomorrow, then yeah, that's inappropriate. That's like, bro, save that for a podcast.
Yeah.
But I didn't think he said anything wrong. It's just,
it was tough.
He's doing his job.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, that is critiquing somebody in the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
and it's not, if he had just played poorly, I think I might have felt differently about, like, dude, like, come on, you had a tough game. But it was the way he acted throughout the game. And then the fact that he fouled out on dumb fouls too. Like, why are you trying to draw a charge? You have 5 fouls. Why are you trying to draw a charge from Jaylen Brown, who is 1 infinity times more athletic than you?
And how many times have you just olayed that and just moved right out of the way and given him a free pass? Because Brown would have taken it.
Right.
Because that's what he thought was going to happen.
Yeah. And if you want to be able to take a foul in that spot or try and take a foul in that spot, don't do your dumb, frustrated touch fouls elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You just, I love that Brian Windhorst did that.
Okay.
I think it was great.
I enjoyed
facts.
it. It even sounded great on a diss track.
Yeah, for sure. Number 2, speaking of Luka, took the podium after the game. And what did he do, James?
Pointed fingers at the officials.
Right at the refs.
You did this to me.
Like, well, did I go 1 of 7 from 3? Yes, but my head was not there because, man, those refs. Tough look for Luka.
4 fouls in the fourth quarter. 4. That's the crazy thing.
And not even like, dude, this whistle on Luka is brutal. Like, very obvious fouls.
Yes.
Bad idea for Luka. Yeah, you should be wanting to get in the good graces of any official you can.
Yeah, distance yourself a little bit.
And now he's gonna get swept and get fined. It's gonna cost him money to get swept. That's tough. It's a tough way to go.
All right.
Number 3, the Atlanta Falcons. They were fined $250,000 as a team. Their GM, Jerry Fontenot, was fined $50,000, and they lost a 2025 fifth-round draft pick for their training staff speaking directly to Kirk Cousins during the negotiation window. During the legal negotiating window, they had similar conversations with Bears wide receiver Darnell Mooney and 49ers tight end Charlie Werner, or former, I believe, I guess I should say Bears wide receiver and 49ers tight end, had just impermissible contact with the players about that could mean flights after they've agreed to terms on a deal. That you mentioned Kirk Cousins talking with their training staff directly. That is not allowed during the legal negotiating window. That is allowed once contracts are signed and you're ready to go. But until the 2-day negotiating window is over, those players are under contract for their current team.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a no-no. Is that a good idea though, to break NFL rules? If you know what? We want Kirk Cousins to talk to our training staff because we want to make sure he's going to be good to go. We want Darnell Mooney and Charlie Werner to lock up their flights to make sure they're going to be here. Yeah, we'll get fined. Yeah, we'll lose a pick, but we want to make sure we're not losing these guys in free agency.
I think when it comes to Mooney and Warner, like follow the rules. Don't be dumb. When it comes to signing a quarterback who's got a popped Achilles to a 4-year, $180 million deal, probably going to want my medical staff to have a conversation.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And I know they can have a conversation directly with his agent about that injury, but I want to know. I want to have a conversation like, where are we? I might even want to have him come in and hang out and like go through a full medical, even if that's not permissible.
Yeah.
That's a tough loss right there. That's
Yeah.
a lot of money that you're putting out there. I'll take the 250 because the back end is 180 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's a good idea, Kyle.
Where is it in the chatty house? King of Mactown said the Kings better be tampering with Monk right now. It's only a second round pick, right? It's a great point. Tamper away. If it's only going to cost you a second, and you think it's going to help, good idea by the Kings.
But it's just there's only so much you can offer him. So
No, I know.
yeah, that's fine.
Don, I see you on the line. We will get to you next. Hang in there through the break. We will get right to you. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320 if you want to join the conversation. We will have more on Luka and the NBA Finals and maybe sprinkle in some Kings as well in the final segment. And the handoff. I believe Damian Barling is going to be with us today on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
What's going on, everybody?
I got to go talk to Jesse real quick. Entertain the people.
I will entertain the people. Hello, people. Spencer, don't get bullied. Don't get bullied. What's going on? Johnny G. It's basic. It's all around trivia. So we had some sports questions. This is what I'm answering. We have sports questions. We've got geography. We've got some medical questions. We've got all kinds of pop culture stuff. I do really well with television shows and movies. What's up, Katrina? So yeah, and we had a group last. I think there were like 7 of us. 2, 4, 6, 7, and then my youngest showed up for a little while and was hanging out, but he wasn't part of what was happening. And Bryce asked earlier, they do not allow smartphones at all. Katrina asked, what's my email counts up to? I'm up to 72,735 unread emails. Where is it? Right there. There you go. A lot. There are within your group, you got to have no infighting because somebody has to make a decision and push a button. Within the room, there's a whole bunch of people that are all fighting. Like there's trash talking going on. I don't know. This older gentleman yells "booyah" every time they get an answer right. It gets really old really fast. Oh yeah, there's history questions. I'm usually okay with the history questions, even though I have a degree in history. It's not like some of the questions are just random and like very difficult.
I learned that, and I should have known this, but I never really thought about it. I just thought if you were a history person, you just knew history, right?
Yeah.
But I've decided that the U.S. education system falls woefully short in teaching us U.S. history.
Of course.
And so I've taken it upon myself to just kind of learn I'm doing my own research, as it were. But I'm basically just doing it through biographies of people.
Okay.
And then somebody will come up in biography of George Washington. Okay, I want to read about John Adams next.
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
Yeah. And then
chase the thread.
And then events within there.
Yeah.
I'll jump online and read something up on it, or if there's a whole book on it. Like I think the War of 1812 is something that's really undercovered.
Yeah.
And so I want to do more reading on that. But anyways, I hit up Twitter and I was like, hey, do I know any historians or English teachers or history teachers who I can chat with about book recommendations? And this guy hits me up and he's like, well, what era of history are you talking about? And he just starts listing off all these. And I was like, I guess I didn't consider that everybody specializes kind of in one little subsection of history.
Yeah. I mean, I took a history course on the French Revolution at Davis.
Incredible.
I probably have 20 books on that. There's all kinds of different avenues.
Yeah, just the French Revolution, just that one thing happening in that small time period.
Yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Final segment, got the handoff of Damian Barling coming up shortly. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. They will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento's sports leader. You got Don on the line. We'll get to Don here in a second. Yeah, I guess I just never, as a person who is reteaching themselves U.S. history, it is just crazy how much I feel like I've been at this for 2 years now, and I have not even gotten out of the U.S. Revolution.
Okay.
Like I feel like I'm so deep into the history thing, and I am at like, I have spanned these 9 years. Oh my God.
That's the crazy thing. If you get lost in it, like I always, like when I'm explaining it, it's usually like the little Google Maps, the little plus and minus.
Yeah.
Like when I'm learning about something in history,
Sure.
there's, let's say the Civil War. Someone will catch my imagination, some sort of character that's happening, whether it's a general on one side or the other. And you want to zoom in and then go get lost in that, whatever that person is and what happened in their life and how they ended and all that stuff. And then you zoom back out and you go on to the next. I mean, there's so many things to like learn about, like
insane.
Whether it's like military history or like the innovations that happened during wartime, or all of these things, like how many people died because they used to like put food in jars, I mean in glass bottles, and they would get botulism from the food going bad, and like, so like as many people were shot and killed in a war, like 10,000-15,000 would die of just disease from
Insane.
The way that they didn't have a way to like keep their food sealed.
And that entire, like, you could do, there's U.S. history and then Civil War and then Civil War nutrition. And that could just be a whole thing. It's nuts.
Philosophy, how the philosophies lead to wars. And there's so much to it. Yeah.
So much going on. Anyways, a lot going on in the NBA right now. Game 3 of the finals wrapped up last night, 106-99. The Celtics take a 3-0 lead in that series. But before we get back to that, we've got Don. Don, what's going on?
What up, Kyle? What up, James? I just wanted to get back in and refer to something from Good Idea, Bad Idea from yesterday.
Please.
With the whole Paul Skeens thing, I've been to multiple games like that where I've seen a pitching performance from the opposite team. Case in point, I went to the Giants game last 4th of July when Logan Gilbert pitched a complete game shutout against the Giants. While I knew what he did, I'm not cheering for him. Or the other game from last year I can reference, there's no way on God's green earth I'm cheering for a Yankee, especially when Domingo Germán threw the perfect game against the A's. Not going to happen.
Yes.
Not going to happen.
I'm with you.
Even if it's a great performance, I'm not cheering for it.
Yeah.
It's happened against my team.
It's antithetical to being a sports fan.
I totally agree.
No.
All right.
Thanks, Don. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
That's Ramsey.
So I once saw 4 Baltimore Oriole pitchers combined for a no-hitter against the A's.
Real quick.
Yep.
We're referring to Paul Skeens, the Pirates starting pitcher, rookie starting pitcher.
Oh, yeah.
Going 6 1/3, striking out
8,
and giving up 5 hits and no runs against the Cardinals. And when he was taken out of the game, Cardinals fans gave him this standing ovation.
And over the top.
Ridiculous. Anyways, go on. Orioles threw a combined no-hitter.
Yeah, so that's one game that it was miserable to sit through. Like, nobody wants to watch a no-hitter.
No.
Like, you might want to watch it, but not a combined no-hitter that doesn't really count. And, like, the starting pitcher got injured in, like, the 4th. And so they had to, like, cycle through one pitcher after another. And then the first Giants game I went to at Candlestick, Rick Russell threw a 2-hitter against, like, the great Mets teams of the late 80s.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Wally Backman hit 2 balls up the middle, one that hit Rick Russell, the other was a dribbler that went between his legs. Those were the only 2 hits in the game.
Wow.
It was not fun to watch because it was like, you're not watching, like, maybe you're watching greatness, but at the same time, like, can something happen here? Okay, it's not super fun to sit there and watch when there's nothing going on.
Well, you can. It's just look. This is again. We talked about this a lot yesterday, but I'm with Ramsey. It was just on the phone.
Yeah,
That's antithetical to being a sports fan. Like, you're going there to watch your team win. You want to see your favorite team win. And you can respect another team having a great game or another player having a great game. But giving them a standing O for it, it's just really over the top.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I went to a Rangers A's game in Texas. Delightful time, by the way. The food availability at the ballpark in Arlington. I guess it's Globe Life Field now, or Globe Life Park. They have a new one. This is at the old ballpark in Arlington. Great food, and the fans after the game, the A's won 1-0, I believe. And after the game was over, as we're walking out there, like, man, hey, heck of a game. It's like, that's respect between fans. Like, yeah, you're right. That was a good baseball game. But they're not sitting here standing and applauding like, wow, go A's. What a game. No. Ugh. It's gross.
Stuff.
Anyways, would never, ever cheer, unless the one instance was the one you brought up yesterday. Where if it's a legend retiring and they're walking off the field at Oracle Park for the final time, or at the Coliseum for the whatever it is, or walking off the court at Golden One, and they get a standing O. That's like, yeah, hey, salute. You had a great career. Excited to see you no longer in the league because you probably killed our team.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. And that's different, though. That's different.
I totally agree.
Anyways. Shout out to the Cardinals. Best fans in baseball. I kind of think the Celtics, the more we watch this series and the more that they have exercised whatever demons were holding them back from reaching this level of greatness that they should have been reaching. I don't know what anybody's going to do about the Celtics. Like, maybe there's some team that gets constructed this offseason that just matches up great with them. But when you look around and you look at their lineup, I just don't know how a team is going to build a roster that's going to beat them 4 out of 7 times.
I think every season is so different that we don't know like what they look like next year. For some reason, their roster could change. I think almost all of their guys are locked up.
Yeah.
At least next season, and most of them the year after that. But I kind of feel that they're going to be a force, whether it's a finals winner or a finals participant or an Eastern Conference Finals team for like the next 5 years.
I agree.
I don't think that there's a way around that.
Yeah.
And I think the rest of the league is going to have to, like, once they get their first title, what that's going to do for their confidence and what that's going to do for their program is crazy. And so everybody else is chasing them at this point. I'll also say, like, this is who we thought was going to be in the finals in the Eastern Conference from the beginning of the season.
From day one.
Day one. This is who everybody thought was going to be in the final, and everyone thought in the West it would be Denver. Denver fell short, but
I will say there were some Milwaukee Bucks people at the start of the year. Okay. Because the Dame Giannis pick and roll, and then it turns out that they couldn't play enough defense, and then Giannis got hurt, and that was a mess for them.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it was the Celtics are that team.
I totally think that's the way we all looked at the Celtics, as like a finals team.
And I'll say this too. I had a similar feeling about Denver last year.
Okay.
Denver coming out of last year is like, man, they're gonna have the same team, and God, Jokic and Murray in that 2-man game, and Aaron Gordon. Like, I don't know who's gonna knock this team off.
Yeah.
And then sure enough, they don't even make the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, so the one thing about the Celtics, though, is because of the way the Western Conference played out and how we've talked about matchups the whole time, I kind of feel like we might just be missing something. That there is a team out there that just would be a bad matchup for Boston. And I don't know which team that is, but it feels like if every team in the Western Conference has, like, there's a team that has kryptonite for them, which is what we learned in the playoffs, then there might be a team that's just oddly constructed that the Celtics can't stop.
So Denver beat them twice this year.
Okay.
Once in January, once in March. So fairly late in the year, they beat them twice. I'm not going to go through box scores to see who played and who didn't. Did any other Western Conference? I'm checking to see if any other Western Conference team swept them. Split with Minnesota, split with the Lakers, split with the Clippers.
Yeah.
Split with the Thunder. Yeah, man, they're just God. They took 3 out of 4 from the Sixers, swept the Suns, Blazers, Kings, Spurs, Raptors, Jazz, and Wizards. They swept all of those teams. I don't know. Here, let's do this. Let's play this game. What team would you construct a realistic roster? Like, what's a bad matchup for the Celtics look like?
I don't think we know.
Is it just a guy like Jokic who's just a hoss and they don't really have anybody that can hang with him and he just collapses their defense and they get a bunch of open shots and that's what it is?
Maybe. It could also be a team like Minnesota that has some of the length and athleticism at the wings that make things interesting.
Sure.
It could be that, especially next year. I mean, it could be OKC just with another year of seasoning where, again, the defense of a guy like Chet Holmgren can change things. And
Lou Dort.
It's whether or not you can slow down Shea. If you can't slow down Shea, are they beatable?
Sure.
I'm not sure. I just think that we need to let next season start to play out because I think one of these teams in the West, maybe two, will take a monumental leap again. There will probably be a 61 or 2 like teams that are approaching 60 wins next year in the West. I don't know which teams those are, like whether Minnesota is able to hold it together or whether OKC takes another leap in their productivity or whether they go out and make a major move with all their draft picks and just add that missing ingredient. But I still think that more than any time, I don't remember any season that came down to just purely matchups.
Yeah.
In the finals, I mean, in the playoffs. And so it just lends me to believe that there's another team that might just match up really, really tough against the Celtics. And we just don't know which one of those teams are and whether they can make it through the gauntlet that is the West and be the one that represents the West and then shows you that, hey, look, we do have something that they can't stop.
Yeah.
So I think it's interesting.
That's what I'm going to watch all next year. How does this team match up with Boston? That's all I'm going to care about. Because Boston's answered any question I have.
Yeah.
Can this team hang with Boston? Yes or no? That's all I'm going to care about.
Well,
next year.
The Kings barely lost to them late in the season, but they benched most of their players in the third or fourth quarter.
A bizarre game that was.
Yeah, that was a bizarre game. But that's still what we're talking about. There's going to be a team out there that for some reason has something that the Celtics can't stop.
Yeah. We'll see, man.
It's just not the Dallas Mavericks.
No, it's definitely not.
We know that now.
Yeah. Mavericks are going to be good, though. Mavericks are going to be around. If I give you 1.5 championships for this version of the Celtics, over or under?
I take the over. I think they'll get at least one more.
I agree. What about 2.5?
That's tough. Maybe
three titles a lot.
3, yeah,
and
3 over like 5 years or something. That's tough.
Yeah, and it starts to get to the point where, like we're talking about, teams start to angle toward, hey, how do we beat Boston? Forget the 82 game season. If we're going to run into Boston, how do we beat them? And yeah, maybe the Nuggets make another run, and that's the team that is their kryptonite or whatever. But yeah, I would take the over 1.5. I might even, depending on the juice, I might take the over on 2.5. They're just.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm so impressed with how they've looked in the finals this year. They look like a team like with Golden State. Even up until this past year, it was, well, Golden State, they're my pick to win the title because Steph and Clay and Draymond and this and that. Once you have that reputation, you're just going to kind of be in the mix. And I think that's what we're seeing from Boston right now is that leap into a not only talented team, but talented team that is going to withstand whatever curveball gets thrown at them in a series. Lose game 1 at home, that's fine. Go down 2-1, that's fine. Oh, key player gets hurt, that's fine.
I think that their window, though, like I'm not sure what their window is because their 2 stars like certainly can play with a bunch of other players, right? And could continue this like amazing run, right? But Jrue Holiday, 34 years old, Horford 37, 38 years old.
Mhm.
Porzingis, like 29 years old, almost 30. What we talked about, Derek White, 30. Porzingis probably, I mean, we're seeing Porzingis break down. We've seen him break down over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
There's a good chance that he's not a player that's super impactful at age 32, right?
Yeah.
And so Horford will be gone. Jrue Holiday will be gone at some point. Maybe he's still playing at 37 years old and still like really good, but he's not going to be the same level that he is right now.
It's time for the handoff. Damian Barling, D'Lo, and KC coming up at noon.
This studio constantly smelling like vanilla hazelnut lattes is
yeah.
spectacular.
Okay.
Is it actually? I think it's a great smell.
Oh, it is.
It's how my morning, like how I know my morning officially starts is when James shows up. He gets his coffee, sets it down on the table that we prep at. It's like bam.
Mhm.
It's like there it is.
Yeah, no, that's how my morning starts.
I'm a
I
creature of
open the studio door and it's bam, vanilla hazelnut.
Mm.
Is that what it is? I'm guessing. I have no idea.
Actually, today, that's such a finely refined nose that you have. I started with hazelnut, but I had the final hazelnut, and then I had about this much left in my cup. Switched to the vanilla.
Come on, man.
You got
Come
them
on, man. Come on, man. Don't play with me. Don't play
Nailed
with
it.
me. That's what
Nailed
I'm
it.
here for.
We're talking about how the Celtics are going to win the next 6 or 7 titles. They might never lose another game
Ever.
I could see it.
But the thing is and James, I want to pick up on your point where you're talking about what does Kristaps Porzingis look like over the next couple of years when Jrue Holiday goes out. When the roster starts to turn over some, because we saw just the Bruce Brown, Jeff Green exits from Denver dramatically changed what that team was.
Yeah, what do they look like with Bruce Brown defending Anthony Edwards in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think it would help them a lot, and just giving them another shot creator off the bench. But that's where I think Brad Stevens becomes a factor. I think Brad Stevens is really good at this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think no matter what, hey, you're going to lose Jrue Holiday. Okay, there's going to be some move that they get whatever the next version of Jrue Holiday is.
But are they going to lose Jrue Holiday?
Well, we're talking in the next
He's
4 or
34.
5 years where
okay.
not this offseason.
Okay, so Tatum and Brown are still young. Those
Yes.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Jason Tatum, 19 years old.
Well,
crazy.
What's funny is like we look at this Celtics team. I think we look at young teams and think, man, this is, and they're in the midst, and this is how I think this is probably how we all feel about the Celtics. They're probably, in the midst right now of what's going to be a really long run for them. Obviously, they've been flirting with championships now for a handful of years, but
6 years, 7 years.
You're hitting, which is amazing because in my mind, you're hitting this point here now where you're a championship team. You're winning a championship, but everything changes after you win a championship. Like it's not, the truly, truly special teams can get back there and do it year after year. And I'm talking about to the NBA Finals. And when we talk about runs, sustained runs, in my mind, we're really talking like 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's to me in basketball, that's an eternity.
Yeah.
You're talking about, in 3 or 4 years, Jrue Holiday might not be here. In 3 or 4 years, they could have 3 or 4 titles. Like
exactly.
there's and how does the team evolve? You look at this team versus the team that played the Warriors a handful of years ago. This is a different basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
Brown and Tatum are the constants for sure, but this is a different basketball team. But it's just amazing. Like when you talk about runs, we're really talking like 3 to 4 years. That is a really, really long run for a championship contender. The Warriors did it. The LeBron version of the Cavs did it. The Heat did it.
The LeBron version of the Heat.
It's a true story. Yeah, it's a true story.
I think it's interesting though, because when I look at
the LeBron guy seems to be pretty good.
Yeah, he
he's
does.
decent.
He just kind of keeps going.
Can't hire a coach to save his life, but it's fine.
Yeah, there you go. I think.
What do you mean? JJ Redick is you didn't hear?
He's right there.
If he has a
Woj finally reporting about it, so
and reported it as they're interviewing him, and if he has a good interview, then he might possibly move into the forefront of the coaching search.
Yeah, they're interviewing him for the first time.
For the first time.
There we go. If there's a team I'm going to compare the Celtics to right now, it might be the Warriors, not because they don't have LeBron, right? And you could even make the case that Tatum and Brown, for as good as they are, they're not as good as Steph. So they're going to have to build their team more like the way the Warriors were built, where they've got, Steph is an NBA legend, but he again isn't LeBron. He isn't this undeniable force at every turn that
Right.
every team is game planning everything. I mean, they did it with like a really, really good core, but I don't know who their Draymond is. I don't know who their third guy is. And then like they might at some point have to make the Kevin Durant move, the move that is so over the top that could continue their run. But as it is, I still look at Tatum and Brown as like a tick below like some of the superstars that were.
I think you're wrong, and
leading
here's
teams.
why. You could speak to this better than I can, Kyle. Steph had a phenomenal 15. He was the MVP that year. They won a championship this year. That year. In my mind, everything changed for Steph after that. Steph became the one after that. Like the MVP year, the next year is one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen. 73 wins, whatever. Individual seasons by Steph Curry is one of the most incredible things we've ever seen. To me, we talk about once you win a championship, things change. Tatum and or Jaylen Brown, they could be completely different players next year. The guys that you're talking about, they could hit that level after winning a championship this year. That the proverbial monkey off of your back, right? The narrative's dying. Your boy, there are a few people I can't stand more in basketball media than James's very good friend Tim Bontemps. The first thing I read this morning at 4:30 this morning was a Tim Bontemps. Boy, it's 3-0. I don't know the last time the Celtics lost a game. Man, the Celtics, boy, they just can't escape some of those demons.
Did you see that comeback in the third quarter?
All right, Tim. Like, goddamn. Like, we're doing everything we can to diminish what the Boston Celtics are doing this year. I think they're let those two get through this year. And that player that you're talking about, and I agree with you, maybe they're not that.
I want to see it
right now.
They're going to have to show me that one of them takes that leap, though.
I think they can.
Okay.
And I'm not certain both of them can.
It's possible they both can, but as of right now, they haven't. I haven't been able to believe that that's who they're going to be.
I got you. I understand.
The Celtics are going to win a title, and Get Up is going to be like, what do the Celtics have left to prove? We'll tell you next. And Jesse's going to blow up Studio One.
Oh, no, Jesse's going to be living the high life. He don't care what Mike Greenberg says. He doesn't care what Tim Bontemps says.
I'm so excited for him.
I could pose a question like that. Jesse wouldn't care. Jesse is, and I just hate that it's going to happen on a Friday night. Like, I'm not going to get to see my man for 3 days after they win the title.
Well, you know how Jesse's going to be like, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, by Monday he'll just be like, yeah, no, it's fine, boy. Not bad for a bunch of scrubs who, got no attention all year. And yeah, no, I know he has a phone full of receipts he's ready to.
Can't wait
to unleash.
I can't wait. What do you guys got?
And seeing a comp on, I was not watching for the record. I was getting my hair cut this morning. First take was on the TV. It does look expected. My guy is an artist. They somehow did a 30-minute conversation on the Mavericks and the Cowboys. They were talking about the Mavericks, but yet the graphic on the screen was Mike McCarthy. I was like, this network is committed to the bit. It's incredible.
I kind of respect it.
It's incredible. How can we work Dak Prescott into this conversation? I got it. They're both in Dallas. Let's go.
More of that D-Lo and KC coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We'll be back with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, everybody drink water and be nice to people. Later, gang. Appreciate you guys.
See you, friends.
How you feeling? Look at this.
Who,
this
me?
motherfucker smile. Look at
who,
him.
me?
Look at him.
What? Something
Look at
happened?
him.
You know what time it is?
Something happened?
Look at my man.
You know what time it is?
Kyle left this work email open. I should send a bunch of messages to HR. Send a complaint message about James to HR.
You know, I got some concerning things going on.
That damn hazelnut vanilla coffee he drinks every morning.
Big time. Me and Kenny been waiting a long time for the Celtics to pull this out.
Well, let's
Appreciate
settle
Davis.
down. Let's settle down with all that. Let's settle down with all that.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, one time for the end of the NBA season. One time for our boy Jesse Tapia. Come on, man. He's on top of the world.
Yes, sir.
Smiling ear to ear, knowing Friday night's going to be nothing more
Life
than a
is good.
celebration for him.
Final game of the NBA season is on the horizon.
Indeed it is, man. Indeed it is. Welcome in here to the Thursday, June 13th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we in here. Matt George will be with us the final hour of the show. We'll talk some Kings basketball with him. I don't think Matt and Kevin invited us in for a 30-minute show on ABC 10
Well,
following Game 7.
yeah, I told. See you guys next year.
Don't think that's going to happen. We told them that they had the whole plan. We're gonna run this back. It's going to be funny. I'm like, sure you are.
We ain't gonna be here.
Whatever you say, Kevin. I'm sure that's going to happen.
Nah, I need. You know, this is a not to go all 95-7 the game and get the chat disabled or anything, but I need to talk to the people in the chat.
Oh my!
In the Matthews Mattress Chatty House, because after Game 1, when I said, Jesse said as well, this thing is over.
Talk about overreaction, huh?
Yeah, Game 1
overreaction.
Wow, look at this Game 1 overreaction by these rookies. Stop, bro. The only question was whether or not Dallas was going to be able to win a game.
Welcome to
I
the club.
still gave them respect and said it was going to be Boston.
This is
in
one
5.
thing I love about the show. From now on, start on all the things you screw up.
I say all the time when I mess up.
Come in here. Boy, I really botched that.
I say all the time when I mess. Don't do that. Do not do that. Because I say all the time when I mess up. I say all the time about how I thought Dallas was no good. I thought they were no good.
So can we
during the season?
Forget
and they didn't change. They didn't prove me wrong.
Forget Game 1. Can we acknowledge the stupidity that has surrounded the Boston Celtics the entire season? The whole season.
Hey, guys, I don't know if the Celtics can be able to get it done because of what they did with Rob Williams and those guys back then.
82 games, we acted like this team wasn't running away from the Milwaukee Bucks, the New York Knicks, the Philadelphia 76ers, whatever new hotness you wanted to create in the Eastern Conference. We acted like it wasn't happening because of something that happened, as Jesse said, with Rob Williams or Grant Williams or any other Williams Serena Williams, Venus Williams.
Don't speak on Serena. Better not speak on Serena. From Avalon to Central.
Well, we'll get to this, but it's our man Sean Cunningham, so we got to read this out loud. Why Sasha Vezenkov remains frustrated with his lack of playing time in his first NBA season with the Sacramento Kings. I'm told by several sources that there is no truth to the report of his desire to leave the NBA. One source close to Vezenkov called the report off base and that he will honor his contract. I've also been told the Kings want to keep him, but there's also a market for him. Sacramento, or perhaps another team that offers a larger rotational role, remains to be seen. So just a slight little update on Sasha Vezenkov. There's a lot of words there from Sean Cunningham. There's a lot of words, but off base doesn't mean wrong.
No.
Just think about that. Off base doesn't mean wrong.
No.
There's also there's a lot in there. We'll dissect that. I wanted to read that because it's Kings related, and it was a big part of a discussion earlier this week. But it appears there's this is the first, by the way, report with a source from a local reporter. Although the other stuff was overseas, James had kind of poked around and found out like a few things that he shared with us here on the show. But off base is what Sean Cunningham says.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that come to mind when I hear that, and I think it's perfectly fine for everybody to feel how they feel, right? Like Sasha, may be off base, but I can understand him feeling frustrated with how that first year went and playing time in his role and stuff like that. That may not mean he wants to just leave, but being frustrated, I can absolutely understand that. Absolutely. If that's what's really going on.
We'll talk more about that. We'll break down Sean Cunningham's tweet a lot more than he probably intends any human being to break down. But there's a lot of words in there from Sean Cunningham regarding Sasha Vezenkov. We'll talk about that. But an interesting piece as the Kings offseason moves forward. And as we joked yesterday, the Kings offseason can officially begin Friday night if things go Jesse's way. And the Boston Celtics are celebrating popping champagne, as I'm sure the Tapias will be as well. The Kings can begin their offseason officially with Malik Monk.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about that throughout the day, as we mentioned, Matt George coming up. But we're all in agreement that it feels like Dallas may have thrown their best punch. It's just I told James this because this is boy. First thing I read this morning was from Tim Bontemps. It was an ESPN article that had Windhorst, Bontemps, different guys. Boy, Boston just can't escape some of those demons, can they?
They're so miserable.
They literally.
All right, bro.
They literally won the game.
Bro, they had when
3-0.
When was the last time they lost?
They haven't lost in 34 days.
When was the last time they lost?
34 days.
What are you guys talking about? It's incredible to me that this team has been the conversations around Boston all season are some of the dumbest in NBA history. You got two superstars on this team, and all you want them to do is fight each other. Every other team, you want LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Can they add a third superstar? You got two stars on this team that you're desperately trying to pit against each other.
So let me ask you a question. Why do you think this is all happening? It's not a small market. It's not a historic franchise. It's not the East Coast, that they're not on the East Coast. Like, why do you think this happens?
Two kind of white meat babyface superstars. Two guys who don't make a lot of noise. Two guys who aren't overly demonstrative. Two guys that aren't over the top. They don't give amazing sound bites. They're not, prime clickbait material. Maybe that's part of it. Failures of the past are a part of it as well. It's just bizarre to me that even today, does anybody on the planet think that they're losing the series?
I don't know. I can't say. I don't know anybody who does.
Like it's just incredible to me that even after last night, most teams, you sustain a 22-2 punch on the road and gut out a win. Normally you're praised for that. Hey, that's championship material. The Celtics, they just can't help themselves.
What do you think it has to do with just the new era of like you can't be wrong in this age?
Well, but to Kenny's question, why is everybody so desperately wrong about the Boston Celtics?
I don't know. I would yesterday's situation. I don't know if they should be praised for it for holding on to win that game. It just is what it is. Like they held on to win, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if they're praised or vilified or you say they hung on or they gutted it out. They're up 3-0. They won it. They won the game in the NBA Finals. It's the only thing. But it's not. It wasn't championship resolve as to why it's them winning that game. They held on to that game last night. They held on. That 22-2 run was crazy to see. Crazy. I had tweeted out when they went up 21, I think maybe 23. I said, well, final game of the NBA season is going to be on Friday. And immediately that just almost got wiped away. And it was just a game. They made enough stops. They made enough buckets to make sure disaster didn't strike.
So
that's great. They had 3-0.
You're right. It's a game. Like runs happen all of the time. The run that put the Celtics up 21 happens. The one that cuts the lead to 1. Those happen. But these dudes are talking like out of their neck. Oh, Boston can't escape those demons. Coming up next, is this the greatest backcourt of all time with Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving? Yo, what is it? Did they get kicked? Did they get kicked by the greatest backcourt of all time and have to fight on the road to get the win and go up 3-0? Or do they suck and they're just falling into an NBA championship?
I mean, it's the extremes of everything.
That's what
it's the extremes of everything in the media. Like to me personally, they hung on to win last night. And that's fine. They hung
how
on
you win at this point, truth be told, how you win at any point doesn't matter.
No.
How you win at this point really, really doesn't matter.
Hell no.
It's 3-0 and this thing is ending on Friday. And I think Luka is falling apart right before our eyes. And I'm not talking about physically.
Luka's getting exposed.
Luka's
getting exposed, and he's got to
bring some questions.
He's got some things he's got to work on that I don't know if it's ever going to change.
I think is going to face his greatest criticism this offseason when this series is over. Regardless of whether it's Friday or Sunday or somewhere down the line. When this series is over, I think Luka will face.
Windhorst went crazy last night. He was spot on.
You think they're going to hold this against him, where like he's not going to be able to win like MVP or anything like that until he kind of proves himself?
That's dumb to me. Like
it's dumb, but it's what they do.
Is it? Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But what you mean by prove himself though? Like you don't have to
more so like that, like we're not gonna give Luka MVP or just like give him his credit until he starts playing defense now, or he just kind of stops whining, like stuff like that. Like kind of how they like hold it against Tatum for not winning, like just the whole thing's against these star players or whatever.
Yes and no. They didn't do that to James Harden. They didn't do that to James Harden. He got an MVP, but his numbers had to be so astronomical, which Luka can do. That it was
James Harden worse than Luka on defense?
No, Luka is.
And
one
to
of
be
the
clear,
worst defenders I've ever seen in my life.
To be very, very clear, James Harden was not good.
No, Luka's one of the worst defenders I've ever seen in my life.
We'll come back. I think there's a really fascinating conversation to have with Luka Doncic. And I was told by a variety of individuals that yesterday was the biggest game of Kyrie Irving's career. That is wild.
Come on now.
Brody scored 35. So I wonder what they're going to say going into game 4. We'll come back. There's a lot to talk about, both short-term and long-term, with this 2 teams, with this series, and with the association. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours. It's Dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I didn't even think Windhorst went that crazy, but I sure as hell thought he was honest.
He's spot on. I've never heard anybody in the media, national media, speak about Luka that way. Jay Toy, I don't know if we're gonna do a joint show. It's 2 different time slots, but those are our guys. Like we always link up with them. At some point during the basketball season. That's our brothers for real.
I don't know if it'll happen. That's why I don't mind saying it on the. I had no idea that the Big Three was here.
I didn't know that.
They're in Oakland on Saturday.
This Saturday?
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, there's nothing we could do, but we're trying to get Cube on.
Oh, okay.
Tomorrow. Yeah. We can get Connor on tomorrow.
Coach JT, what up, though? What up?
I think I have Connor's number. Connor. Connor's email. Hey, can you respond to Charlie when you get a second? Just say, yeah, let's get something set up for tomorrow. I can't even find the email he sent. What am I talking about? Charlie's probably listening. Charlie, let's get the Connor stuff. But I don't have Connor's phone number though. I just have his email. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Man, we get a lot of frustrating emails every day.
Uncle Looney, I mean, these other guys, the Derrick Joneses and the PJ Washingtons, they're not having the same series that they had against OKC or Minnesota. That's for sure. But one thing that Boston's doing that these other teams didn't do for whatever reason is they're taking advantage of Luka on the other side of the ball. So the combination of the two, in my opinion, lends itself to being down 3-0. First of all, there is no lake show for your boy. That's not the case. Second of all, I hate the Celtics, but love my boy JT, man. So I'm happy for him. I'm happy for Mr. Tapia. That's the only good thing to come out of this. And I'm happy for Tatum and Brown. Those are my boys. CC, what up, man? What up, dog?
All right, let's start on these phones, man, and then we'll dive into this conversation a little bit. 916-909-1320. What's up, Lazy?
Yo, D-Lo, Casey, and Jesse. What's popping, guys?
What's going on, man?
HAL, what up, man?
What up? Hey, guys, I had a quick question, but first things first, congratulations, Jesse and the Celtics. I can guarantee you that series is over.
Oh, okay, Mr. Halliburton. I see you.
That's right. My question it's related to the Celtics and the Kings. So obviously the Celtics, they made the move for Porzingis, and at the time, it was kind of an okay move because, Porzingis has injury history and now it's popping up. But, all season they were the 1 seed, so who cares? And they're about to win the championship. My thing is, do you think that could kind of relate to Brandon Ingram? Everyone's nervous about his injury history, but if he gets the Kings to the finals and all that, it'd be worth it. So that was kind of my question.
Yeah, I see where you're going a little bit with this. Really, in my opinion, what it would really hinge on is Fox and Sabonis having the type of seasons that Tatum and Brown are having. You know what I'm saying? Like these are two of the best players in the league, two All NBA players. Even though I don't think Jalen made it this year. Did Jalen make the All NBA this year?
He missed it.
He missed it this year,
right?
Yeah.
That was a big conversation after those teams were announced because I think he had a crazy game after that.
Yeah.
But he missed it this year.
But he was in the running, and Fox and Sabonis have been in the running, even though they didn't make it this year. They were, fringe contenders for All NBA and stuff like that. So
Sabonis did.
So Sabonis did. I'm thinking of Fox who didn't make it. You're right. So I think bringing in a Brandon Ingram, and if he came in and averaged 18 to 20 points per game, the way Porzingis did, he could have the same type of effect. But you need those other two guys to be at that All NBA level for it to have the same effect. And then that's before we even talk about who's going to be Derek White, who's going to be Jrue Holiday, with what the Kings have on their roster.
Yeah, it's. I think there's probably a lot of different ways you can go in conversations like that. Is there someone who's really different and that helps the team, or is it someone that's really similar that kind of fits in with the team? In my mind, the Celtics got both. Jrue fits. He's a really good offensive player when they need him to be. He's a great defender. He's probably going to be one of the smartest players on the floor. Talking all 10 guys when he's out there on the court. Porzingis does something different, right? So they got the best of both worlds in these two different trades. It's really difficult to find one guy to do both. And in Leezy's example, I don't think Ingram is that guy. Ingram isn't a guy who does both of those things. He's I don't know, man. I feel like I'm out on Ingram. I don't know. But honestly, I think it's more of the contract. If Ingram was in a situation, even money wise, closer to Zach LaVine, I'd feel different. But I think the market would also be really different because Ingram has so much control. This is, we'll say this until it doesn't apply anymore. He's in the Siakam situation. Siakam didn't have a no trade clause, but he kind of could dictate where he wanted to go. OG Anunoby didn't have a no trade clause, but he could really help influence where he wanted to go. And that's essentially where Brandon Ingram is. LaVine and those guys, they're in other spots. If Ingram, I'll phrase this as a question because I was going to say it as a statement. I'm afraid to pose it to you as a question. If Brandon Ingram was in the contract spot that Dame Lillard was in, 4 years left, massive money, but 4 years left, are teams crawling? Are they fighting to get Brandon Ingram on their roster?
I think so. I
think
so. I think he'd have a lot of suitors.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just feel like he wouldn't. Now he wouldn't be untradeable. I don't mean anything along those lines. And I don't know how big, the Dame Lillard thing was kind of weird for a variety of different reasons. But like I think I'd have Ingram at like 2 or 3 teams. Because there's a lot of things at play too, and I might be cheating a little. The money is at play. Like, is everybody fully comfortable with that money? And are you going to acquire Brandon Ingram thinking we could build around him? Or are you going to acquire Brandon Ingram thinking like this is what we need to get a title? This is who we need to get a championship. And I don't know that Dame Lillard and the Bucks changes like the way general managers think about this type of stuff. But to me, Jrue Holiday is the difference between it doesn't mean that the Celtics couldn't win a title without Jrue Holiday, but the Celtics felt different to me because of Jrue Holiday. And that was all a byproduct of the Bucks feeling like they needed to go get Dame Lillard.
So a couple things there. To be fair, were there a lot of people knocking down the door for Dame Lillard.
Well, that's why I said I felt like it was different because Dame was so vocal. In a roundabout way, what Dame wanted was very vocal. He wanted to go to the Heat, and that was it. And that was being conveyed publicly. That was being conveyed. If it had just been, hey, Dame Lillard wants to get traded, or hey, Dame Lillard wants out of Portland, and that was it, there were no conversations about the Heat or any specific team, I don't know how different. I don't know if it would have been different or not. But the cost for landing a player like that is so high that if your expectation is to win a championship, you basically have to have a Giannis. You have to have his.
So that but just off top, that eliminates more than half the league from because Chicago isn't going to be trying to trade for Dame Lillard, making that money, and they're not even close to. They wouldn't even be close to contending with a Dame Lillard at that point of his career. So we're looking at 5 teams that in that scenario would realistically think about, all right, man, let's see if we can get Dame Lillard in here and see what we could do. And then you talking about trading, talking about what you're willing to give up too, because
what's your team look like that when it like when it's over.
Yeah. So I think the better conversation is if Brandon Ingram was on Kyle Kuzma's deal, how many teams would be lined up to trade for him?
Oh, everyone. I feel like everyone would be.
Yeah. And that's so my thought is it's the contract situation plays a little bit more of a role as opposed to the player, the player. So he doesn't have to be on a Dame Lillard deal or on like you got him for 3 or 4 years at reasonable. If you just had him for two years, I think that would change the market for him because you got an opportunity to, evaluate him with your organization, which you still have on there for more than a year. You got 2-3 years to kind of look at the situation.
Yeah.
And that's more enticing, I think, to other teams around the league.
And Jrue signed an extension, right? Like he's there
4
for a minute.
years, 130 something.
A big time extension.
Yeah, this team is comfortable. This Celtics team is comfortable for a while.
Probably try to lock up Derek White this offseason or next year.
Do you think I'll ask both of you guys, do you think the Bucks are better if they kept Jrue Holiday? Like, you think their fortunes change? Because I don't.
I don't think so either. I think they hit their ceiling with that team. I think Dame's kind of it's all hindsight now. I think Dame, you had to make that move no matter what. Because the way Giannis was talking at the time and all that.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a different question. Is Dame does Dame impact winning a championship?
He gets you closer than that with that Milwaukee team. He gets you closer to it than Jrue Holiday being there. Because that team didn't have enough. Didn't they win a championship? Yeah, but Middleton was a different player at that point. Middleton was a different player. Middleton was a legit second scorer. He can't. His knees gone.
They need better role players around him because the way they tried to replace Jrue Holiday was with Pat Bev, and that's just not going to work.
So, right. So I'm glad you said that. So my answer is no.
No way.
The team's not better with Dame Lillard than Jrue Holiday. They had to trade Jrue Holiday to get Dame Lillard. They should have tried to trade Chris Middleton to get something else.
They weren't gonna get.
They would have. Okay, I guess I'm probably not being clear. They would have been in the same exact spot with Jrue Holiday that they were this year. At worst, they would have been in the same exact spot.
I mean,
They're not closer.
Disagree with that.
They're not closer to a championship.
I think they got a
with
better
Dame Lillard.
chance. They got a better chance.
I
with Dame
disagree.
Lillard.
I disagree.
I think you make the Dame Lillard move just because of the Giannis situation at the time. Like you do that to make him happy, and you kind of figure it out after with whatever moves you have to make. But I think that's fine. They had to make.
But that's fine. But it's not gonna. But the case having to make the move for Giannis, fine. I feel like that's a different question.
I'd say either way they're in the same spot. I think
that's what I think
your
feel
ceiling. And it doesn't necessarily matter, but I think your ceiling is higher with Dame Lillard. Will you reach the ceiling? Probably not. Maybe not. But that was all healthy. That was to me a second round team max with the way
So
it
what's
was
this?
constructed.
What's this version of
They
the
could have
Bucks?
got to the conference finals, and I wouldn't have picked them to beat Boston, but
So,
they.
you said second, so that's one step further.
Yeah, that matters a lot. I mean, people in Philly would love to go one step further than the second
No,
round.
I think when
in
you're talking about
Conference
when you're talking
Finals.
about Giannis, the Bucks, Philadelphia, Joel Embiid, you're talking about winning a championship.
I thought you had a chance to win a championship. I thought you had, whether it was 5% chance or whatever the case may be, because I didn't think they were better than Boston. But you had no chance with you had a zero.
That's
chance.
not true. That's not true. Don't do that. They're not they weren't the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, they might have
Well, you
been
gave
like
no
the-
chance.
They
Zero
might have been
chance.
like the New York Knicks or something like that. Like a good team, a really good team that couldn't compete with Boston.
Yeah, to me, that's
Denver,
what the Dame
all those
Lillard version was. I don't know. I don't see that team being any better, I guess is the point. The Dame Lillard version versus the Jrue Holiday version. I just feel like you can find guys that score. You're not going to find guys who can score the way Dame Lillard can. You can find scorers. I don't know that Jrue Holiday, like I feel like I've been really consistent with this. Jrue to me he's a winning basketball player.
Mhm.
Like he impacts winning with the things that he does on the floor. And I think part of that is he has an incredible ability to recognize exactly what his team needs.
Mhm.
Not only in the long term of an 82 game season, but in the short term of a 7-game series and in the shorter term of a 48-minute game.
Mhm.
I think that's a unique component that a handful of really special NBA players have. And I think Drew's one of those. I think that's tough. My point is, that's tough to replace.
I think it is tougher to replace, but Jrue is much like almost all role players. They need enough talent around them to be able to fully maximize their superpowers as a role player. So what I mean by that is if Jrue goes to Boston with no Derek White and no Porzingis, I don't think they're a championship team. I don't think they're winning a championship.
Derek White feels really, really important to what Boston does, and I don't mean to. I'm not trying to diminish Porzingis. I think if you were to remove Kristaps Porzingis from the Celtics team, I think they're still here.
Maybe so.
I don't know that. I don't think that's true for. I don't think
playoffs.
that's true for Derek.
They went
White,
the whole playoffs basically without Porzingis.
Well, there's a lot of learning to play during the 82-game season, and that's how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at Kristaps Porzingis was never in the Celtics uniform.
Mhm.
I think they're still here.
But
I don't think I feel that way about Derek White.
My whole thing though, but with like Derek White is a top 100, maybe a top 50 player in this league. Milwaukee
that was a great week-long discussion, by the way.
It was, and they were. I think that was JJ who mentioned it. He was proven right in that situation. But like that's what I'm talking about. If he's on Milwaukee, he's got 2, maybe 1.5 at that point, because we don't know. Middleton couldn't even play this year for most of the season. Got 2 top 50 guys with them. It wouldn't. I don't think it'd be enough. As much as what Jrue brings to the table, and I agree with you in everything that you're saying with him bringing a winning basketball player and a championship basketball player. There are certain things that if you ask him to do too much, like if he's doing everything that he's doing on defense and orchestrating, and we're like, Jrue, we need like 22 from you too. Like now you're kind of pushing the envelope because something's gonna fall off. Like he's either not gonna be able to get to the 22 a night, or he's not going to be able to play the same type of defense the way he has all throughout this season, because he is just a high level role player. He's not one of those franchise guys. And he becomes a franchise guy if you got like 2 or 3 other franchise guys with him, which is what Boston is looking at, which is why they paid him.
I really want to argue with you. I don't know exactly what point I want to argue, but I'm like this close to trashing Dame Lillard, and I don't mean to. So I think I just want to fall back.
Radio show.
I'm not sure how to do. I'm not sure how to do this, but like,
well, look, even at this point, Dame Lillard. The reason why, like, the percentages of me thinking that they could win a championship weren't higher is because they didn't have enough. Like Dame,
you're talking about the Bucks.
Yeah, the Dame is still great.
Let me try this.
But with Middleton on one leg, it's really Dame and Giannis, and then like Connaughton, and that's.
Let me try
more
this.
than that.
And everyone's welcome to participate, and please, everybody participate. You can have one
Mhm.
with our roster because we're on the team.
Mhm.
The Sacramento Kings roster. You can have one. Dame or Jrue. Who do you want?
I'd probably take. Oh, that one's a little tough. My first thought is Jrue because you got a guy that can score 27 a night. You got a guy that scored 20 a night in Sabonis, and then maybe Jrue unlocks Keegan, and he could get to like 18, maybe 19 a night. So you're good on the offense. So my first thought would be Jrue, but there's still some question marks. Like you still
but not to me though. I feel like what you said is
the
that's
Celtics.
it.
The Celtics got 4 guys that can go for 25
You just named
all together. But I don't know if
you just
Keegan
named
can go
3.
for 25 all the
Oh,
time.
don't do that.
I don't know if Sabonis
all the time.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
know if Sabonis
But
can
you
go
don't. But you don't.
every single night. Every single night you walk out there, it is 100% realistic that Derek White, Tatum, Brown, Porzingis could all go for 20 plus. That's not like, well, if he's shooting enough or not. This is kind of what they do. That's not necessarily the case with the Kings.
No, you're
There's
right.
one
Well,
guy
there's
that you
one.
know is going to
Yeah.
give you 20 plus.
And then the
Sabonis
whole
is-
fan base gets mad at you when you ask Sabonis to, shoot 2 more times a game.
Right. So that's the only thing that gives me pause. With Dame, you would add that component of you're going into battle with at least 3 guys that are going to give you 20 plus. Maybe Keegan might cook or whatever. But to your original question, my first thought is go with Jrue because I feel like the Kings have enough, have enough to let Jrue do all the other things he does really well.
I think I go Jrue Holiday too.
Okay. It looks like everyone's going Jrue. I don't think it really does look like everyone. I'm gonna need Chris Haynes to text Dame Lillard in at this point. Like no one said Dame. But I don't think this is a prisoner of the moment thing. I think it's when you talk about the right fit, and that was the thing I chuckled at watching the Milwaukee Bucks in the playoffs. Was like, it feels like they're a Jrue Holiday away from being a championship team. Now, the idea is they're a Jrue Holiday, Dame Lillard, Giannis Antetokounmpo away from being a championship team, right? That wasn't feasible. So now I'm trying to fantasy book this thing as Jrue and Giannis, and then another. I don't think you could just go find a 25 point per game score, but can you find a 18 to 20 point per game score that's not Dame Lillard? Does that make you a championship contender? And the truth is, maybe it doesn't. But I think it speaks to the importance of Jrue Holiday to the Celtics team, and it speaks to how truly of a special player is. You don't have to call him a superstar if you don't want to, but if we're taking victory laps about things that D'Lo and KC were right about, we told you a year ago, Jrue Holiday is going to be on this Olympic team. He might not be as sexy as some of the, he might not be as sexy as some of these other names, but they want Jrue Holiday on this team. And we are watching, and we have for 90 some odd games, why USA Basketball wanted Jrue Holiday on this team.
Right, 100%. Now, that kind of goes back to my original point. They want Jrue Holiday on the team because they have the others that can do the
scores,
the heavy lifting. So now you need a Jrue Holiday. You need somebody that's just going to be like, I don't really care if I get 4 shot attempts. I'm going to come in here and do my job at a high level.
I feel like
Draymond Green. I think that's the reason why Draymond got on the teams a lot. One of the reasons why Draymond got on there a lot of the times too.
Yeah, you're right. I think you're right.
So, also to be fair to the Bucks, I don't think
tenacious leadership ability, I believe, is another
tenacious leadership. To be fair to the Bucks, while I wouldn't have picked them to beat Boston or anything else like that. They did lose their best player, and that's why that's
100%.
one of the reasons why they couldn't advance. They lost the second best player halfway through that series as well. So I think healthy, they at least they definitely get to the second round. I think they're a conference finals.
I don't even remember
team.
who eliminated them. Was it Indiana?
Yeah. I think they get to the second round. I think I probably would have picked them to beat the Knicks in a 7-game series. So it would have been a conference finals team, and they probably would have lost to Boston.
Are they a conference? They're all healthy, as is. Are they a conference finals team next year?
The Bucks?
Yeah.
I mean, all these teams like they right how they are right now.
Yeah,
I
nothing
think
dramatic. We'll say
I'll-
Pascal's back, OG's back in their
I'll
current
still
spots.
say the Bucks as is. And the only reason I ask that is because I think the Knicks might be
They
able
have-
to get a
yeah,
player in the
absolutely.
offseason to elevate them
Absolutely.
a little bit. Philly, if they get Paul George, maybe they might, push past
Philly
Milwaukee
getting
as
there
well.
now would be amazing because it'd be like two guys. It'd be like Joel and
They playing a 3-on-3 tournament.
Joe. Somebody, do you see Joe was tweeting last night?
Mm-mm.
I don't even think they got three, do they? They're playing the 3. They're playing. It's a handicap match. Joe tweeted, what was it? Did the Bucks hand the Celtics the title?
Basically, yeah.
Is it? I think that was something along those lines.
Mm.
Which I thought was interesting
Mhm.
when I saw the tweet, because you saying you couldn't have beat them? Everybody all healthy? You can't go out there and win because like that. But part of Philly was Joe was I think he was down to a nub at that point. Like he had no lower extremities left. Like my man was just gutting it out.
Yeah.
I thought that was a weird thing for Joel to tweet, but I don't know. He fanning just like the rest of us, I guess.
Yeah, just watching the game. I'm thinking about
how can I disparage the Celtics today?
I'm thinking about these other teams. Next year, I think Indiana might be catching up to Milwaukee.
My 2 seed.
It's your 2 seed. Orlando might be catching up to
Not there
Milwaukee.
yet, but I got you.
But I'm also thinking about like they got room to make a move, right? So if Orlando gets Paul George, or hell, even if Orlando gets Clay.
But if Orlando makes a move and New York makes a move, who's better?
New York.
I think so too.
But they both might be better than Milwaukee.
I got you.
Yeah,
I got you. Yeah.
So
I think New York is the team to watch for next season.
So
I think they're kind of just primed to make that move.
So Giannis trade watch starts
after next season.
That's fair.
Sorry, Giannis trade request starts. Okay.
After next year's first round exit.
I'm sorry, Giannis and Thanos trades starts.
Thanasis.
Yeah.
Thanasis might be out for the season.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, poor Thanasis.
Oh man.
That's
tough. Where did he get hurt again?
Tore his Achilles, I think.
No,
I think he was just working out.
No, he was just working out, right?
Yeah, he was just working out. That sucks.
Makes it easier to trade them together.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's happening anyway.
Well,
if he had 2 good Achilles, he's in the deal. He's in the deal. What if that was the deal break? What if somebody didn't have enough cap room for Thanasis? Couldn't make the deal.
We don't have $0.5 million left to bring him.
Deal's off.
Sorry, pal. Nothing you can do.
Oh man. No, don't even do that, David Lopez and the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. Giannis to the Warriors. I'd be pissed. I'd be pissed.
Let me. So we said after next season, would that matter? Steph got to be what 30? This is 37.
Steph is still shooting 40 plus from 3. I think it does.
God.
Yeah,
I'm of the belief he will be.
I don't know if it matters for a championship. It just still makes them kind of good, though.
Oh yeah, no, they're good. Yeah, they're good.
Because what are they're looking at?
Is Giannis even? Giannis is 30, right?
He might just be 30. Might be about to be turning 31.
Because Joe is 30.
By the way, offseason is here, which means everybody in Fresno, heads up. Giannis will be hanging out.
Well, so whatever.
At some point over
Stay
the summer.
tuned at your local Target.
Yeah, he doesn't turn 30 till December.
He's not 30 yet?
Yeah, he's 29.
Wow.
He's 29.
Wow. Ramsey says Thanasis has a podcast. What? I've never heard it.
Can y'all see what the Yahoo? Can y'all see that? Can y'all see what the Yahoo did?
That is not Giannis.
Why'd they put what's his name?
Giannis.
Beach and Camp or something like that? Why they put him as Giannis?
They identified him as Giannis Antetokounmpo, Milwaukee Bucks, power forward.
Come on.
We'll come back. Stilo and KC. We got to talk about Luka Doncic. We talk about perceptions of players. Boy, the perception of that one might be changing.
Luka fans ain't gonna be happy with me.
Oh boy. When have they ever been?
That's a good point.
It's ESPN 1320.
Also, it's clear as day. Woj is just chasing his tail right now.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's tough.
Because yesterday he
It's
tweets like,
tough.
"Oh yeah, like they're not expecting, like they're still expecting him to play," and then, oh, he's out. Now
So-
he's not going to play the rest of the series. And then Shams comes out. Yeah, he might play Game 4.
So no, so I heard Woj and Shams both say today, he really wants to play.
Joe Mazzulla
Like,
said today, so he's feeling better.
They're not going to just shut him down for the sake of shutting him down. He really, really wants to play. And I heard both of them say that this morning. I was thinking of you when I saw that, when Shams, because I heard Shams say it on Pat McAfee. And like, wow, look at that.
That reminds me too. Pat McAfee's not staying at ESPN for after that contract.
A daily spot on Pat McAfee.
Well, you heard
now.
Pat, right? He's like, Shams is our NBA guy. Like, there's other NBA guys that work here, but Shams has been with us for half a decade. That's our guy. Like, he said that.
Oh man.
Hey,
once that deal is up, he's out of there.
Do your thing.
Shout out Pat though for sticking to himself.
Man, shout
Sticking to
out
who he is.
Shout out Zay, who's just finding these. He found the earthquake video and made a reel out of it.
Shout out Zay.
Just real quick. This won't take long. Alex, I'm really happy you're here. I can't spend the next 4 hours trying to figure out who you're talking to or what you're talking about. If you're participating in a conversation with the rest of the chatty house, cool. Sometimes it feels like you're talking to yourself. Please don't flood the chat with like random messages, because Ramsey and Katrina will get you, and they got the green light to just chill. Just have a conversation. Let Drew Down respond. Let people respond. I look up and I see 4 messages from Alex. I'm like, what the fuck is Alex talking about? Can't make my way through it. Like, what? I think Alex is a big Valkyries fan too. Well, that's a good call, Germs. I like Alex. That's true. I do like Alex. My 50-cent points. Thank you. Well, that's pretty weak. They got to be better than that. They should know. Talked to Danny in San Francisco yesterday.
What's that guy been up to?
Man, it was cute. He was picking up his baby from daycare. It was very funny to hear Danny. Hi, baby. I was like, Danny, we really blew up since you left. I told him we were top 5. He damn near he couldn't believe it. He was like, oh my God. But yeah, we were talking about podcasting and the WNBA and stuff like that.
Shout out Danny in San Francisco.
That's our guy. That is our guy. That dude works his ass off.
He does. Hey, I gotta salute to you, because I'm pretty sure you put me on to this podcast and I didn't finish it, but I heard like the first 2 episodes. That Fight Night podcast about the robbery in Atlanta.
Yeah,
you see they're making the movie for it.
Yeah,
I think that's gonna be dope.
Yeah.
Like I said, I heard the first 2 episodes of that podcast,
Mhm.
and I don't know why I didn't go back. I don't know why, because it was good, and I was like, oh man, it's about to be crazy. But yeah, when I saw they was making a movie about it, I was like, oh, it's gonna be a good look.
Yeah, that was a really good podcast.
That was a crazy story too.
Yeah, nuts.
Man.
I had never heard before. I think I heard
never heard it either.
I think I heard a commercial for the podcast on a podcast. That made me think, never heard this story before. Pull it up, listen to it. Yeah, it's pretty spectacular. Pretty spectacular. You want to talk about Luka?
Well, where do I start? Let's start with what Windhorst had to say. Windhorst.
I feel like that's how Luka feels about defense.
No,
Where do I start?
No, I'm not gonna start. That's what Luka says. So Windhorst gets on SVP.
He's still on page 1 of the defensive book, like LeBron is on the Malcolm X book, or all of the books.
He hasn't opened the defensive, and I'll start there. That's probably my biggest issue with Luka Doncic and how he approaches the game of basketball in that respect. And it's obvious, it's clear. There's a difference between not being able to do something and not caring. And when you talk about defense, I'll use Kevin Huerter as an example. Maybe it's an unfair example, but I'll use Kevin Huerter as an example. Kevin Huerter's not a good defensive player. He's just not. There are physical limitations that he has that keeps him from being able to keep up with Ja Morant, right? He's not good at it. That's not his foray. But do you think, we've watched Kevin Huerter for 2 years, do you think Kevin Huerter's out there not trying to play defense? You think he doesn't care that Ja can go by him or something like that? Like, maybe he doesn't get it. Maybe he doesn't have a knack for it or something like that. But he's trying. He's busting his ass out there to try to make a difference on the defensive end as much as he possibly can. Luka, if you look at not only these, it's really magnified because this is the biggest stage the NBA has. And you see a bunch of breakdowns. But this is him every game in real life. He just looks like he doesn't care. He has no interest in playing defense. He doesn't care if somebody's blowing by him. He doesn't care if he's leaving his other teammates to have to help and clean up his mess. He doesn't care. And that's the problem. If he just wasn't good at defense if he just wasn't good at defense and he was out there busting it and, man, he just ain't got it. His foot speed ain't there, or whatever the case may be. I could live with that. I can say, hey, man, you do so much on the offensive end. I see your effort. I see you trying. I just said the other day, and when I was talking about him in game 2, I said in the first half, it was embarrassing. In the second half, you could see him putting the effort, in my opinion, to be at least some type of resistance on the defensive end. And you could see it. It helped Dallas. It might have took away from his game on the offensive end, but it helped Dallas on the defensive end.
I want to make sure we revisit that point.
Yeah. But too many times, he just looks like he doesn't care. And that's unacceptable. That's absolutely unacceptable. And that's before we get into his lack of caring on the defensive end. And if he makes a foul, he's cursing at the team, that the bench to challenge.
Ooh, yeah,
clear foul.
That was a tough look last night. That was inexcusable. Like, you can't do that. You want to hear Windhorst clip? You want to play that? Sure. Jesse pulled this up on the socials. Let's run with this. This is Brian Windhorst last night on SVP following the Celtics 106-99 win last night in Game 3.
Yeah, I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, you better bleeping challenge it, as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable, and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer, somebody will get to him, because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
There's two things. I thought the officiating yesterday was a little sketchy. I don't think the officiating surrounding Luka Doncic was bad.
No, they were even sad that they had. Was I the only one that noticed Mark Davis was like, I don't know if he was scared or sad when he had to.
Dude was distraught.
I thought it was just me, but
Luka was not in legal guarding position.
He took forever to like muster up the courage to say it. He's like,
well,
It's a sixth foul.
We confirmed that was a foul. Yeah, and that's his sixth foul, and he's fouled out.
Well, to stall him out a little bit, I know everyone loves Mark Davis. I think everyone loves guys named Mark Davis. One, it was in Dallas.
He's scared.
Two, did you see that idiot that approached Charles Barkley?
Oh, that jackass.
Every once in a while, there should be, you should be able to get slapped.
Mm-hmm.
And that was Charles Barkley. Yeah, would have. I think the true lesson to be taught in situations like that is Charles slaps the guy, and then the guy gets arrested. No, you're being arrested. You're arrested for being a jackass.
We saw the whole thing.
Yeah, all of it, the whole thing. But he's probably. I wouldn't be surprised if Mark Davis was thinking about that.
Mark Davis wasn't thinking about that when he yelled at us during that Suns game when he said, "The ball was out on Devin Booker. It's King's ball. I don't want to hear about it.
Oh,
their ball."
He'd been to Tiger before. He wasn't worried. He knew he was going to cut up at Tiger. He was fine. He knew the Sawyer was going to be popping no matter what. You said something a second ago that I really think we should not gloss over. You referenced the praise that you gave him in game 2. And there was a stat in game 2 that stood out. Of course, they're 0-3, the Dallas Mavericks are in these games, but you talk about the way that he was playing on the defensive end. And, does that take away from what he's doing on the offensive end, blah, blah, blah. He was 12 of 21 in that game. That's a good clip for me. He was 12 of 21. It's 57%. He 32 points in that game. Last night, he scored 27 on 27. He was at a 40% clip yesterday. And so I wonder, in the case of Luka Doncic, what comes first? The ability, like the understanding of I can put forth effort on this defensive end and still connect on my shot, still do the things that I do that make me special, or being frustrated that you can't get shots to fall and you're just waiting, essentially, because sometimes it feels like Luka's just waiting for the next offensive possession. Like, what happens first? We talk about, and I think that's a psychological component, because we always focus on the physical component, because it's difficult to dig into the psyche of each individual athlete. But I think there is a certain mental component to what makes Luka special is what he does on the offensive end. And when he's off, like he was yesterday, he's not going to, I don't think he looks at it like, well, I've got to make up for it somewhere. It's no, I got to get my shot to fall. And that's all he's thinking about on the defensive end while guys are running past him. And you look at these two shooting percentages in the two games that you're referencing, game 3 yesterday, which might be the game that changes the conversation around Luka Doncic. And we'll get back to that. And then game 2, where you were praising not even how good is it, just moving, activity,
giving a damn,
effort.
Yeah.
He shot well in that game. So to me, it leads me to believe that if he's off on the offensive end, that's all he's thinking about. And what's going on the defensive end is not the greatest concern of his.
So
that's where he gets in. And it would be fascinating to look at stats. Sorry. It would be fascinating to look at his stats and figure out, where does he jar with the officials the most? Is it the games that he's shooting poorly? Because he might need one of them mind coaches like Billions has. They need one of them little doctors where you go in the room and you just talk to him. He might need one of them.
It might be inconclusive.
He need to watch guys getting choked out like Jesse's boy does, like Joe Mazzola does. They said, did you see that tweet?
No, I heard somebody. I didn't see
they
that
said
tweet.
He was,
I saw a tweet somebody talking about.
They said he shows videos of UFC fighters getting choked out to show them how calm they are in those moments, and to not tighten up and not go flailing, because you're just going to pass out quicker if you do that. If you stay calm, you can find your way out of it. Eventually, you're going to go to sleep if you don't find your way out of it.
Or get your arm broken.
But no, just chokeholds. He's not talking about arm bars. He's talking about chokehold. He's just talking about a choke. If you stay calm and relaxed, you have your wits about you, you could escape it. If you start flailing and doing all this other stuff, you're just going to fall asleep quicker and the fight's over. Joe's a weird dude.
He is, but he just the message. If you pay attention to what he's trying to teach you, it works.
But the translation, dude, that is flawless. Someone need to show Luka.
Well, I don't know if Luka could be saved. Real quick on Joe Mazzulla, shout out to him. It didn't work. He should have got the timeout. Did you see him in front of Dallas's bench calling the timeout?
I think I did see. Like, I thought he was signaling for someone to call timeout, but
trying to call it.
Yeah,
it was towards the end when something. I think it was Jaylen Brown got like bumped. They were trying to keep the ball, got bumped, and he went out of bounds or something like that. And Joe Mazzulla passes Jason Kidd and is almost like where Daryl Armstrong is, trying to call a timeout, and they didn't give it to him. He had been trying to call a timeout the whole time, runs past a ref who just, whatever reason, just doesn't see Mazzulla. Just, oh, here's a guy running on the sideline. No timeout. Mazzulla jets past him.
When in the game is this?
It was late in the fourth. I think.
Oh, wow.
I think I could pull it.
Yeah, I missed that. I need to see that.
Might not help on the because I'm not connected to the thing, but I'll find it. But he's in front of Dallas's bench trying to call a timeout. That's a poor guy. He's trying to save the game. But so Luka, I don't know. There's a big part of me that feels like Luka just kind of is when Horford foul ball. That's who it was. He just kind of is who he is. You know what I mean? And I don't know if somebody asked in the chat earlier, is this Luka's ceiling? And it might be like, this is
what does
they're
that
in the
mean?
finals. They're in the final. I don't even want to say I don't think they can win a finals or win a championship with him like this. I don't think that, because maybe they face somebody in the finals who isn't as good as Boston, and
you need to probably
and maybe they can win. But
I don't know if this is a smart ass question or a real question. Would Jrue Holiday on the Mavericks help?
I don't know.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt.
No,
but we're
it
talking
wouldn't
about
hurt.
we're talking about winning a championship.
But what it will require is for Luka to like not worry about his offense as much. Like I think I think that's the crux of like who he is. Like he just worries about his offense. And I don't know. I don't know if he does it like because he wants to win so bad, or he's like a stat chaser. There's something that like I think is a fair question that we asked about Tyrese Halliburton. I think it needs to be asked about Luka Doncic. Is he a front runner? When to what you laid out, when the offense is going and when the offense is going, he's giving effort on the defense and he's out there, being great. When the offense isn't going or when the team is losing, he's cursing out his teammates, he's cursing out the coaching staff, and he don't play no defense.
To be fair, he kind of does that when he is scoring. He doesn't play defense at all either way.
Yeah, I don't. I was gonna say I don't see that as a front runner. I just see that as a one-dimensional player.
I think the way you fix Luka, or you kind of work around it, is you need 4 other defenders so you can hide him a bit. I mean, because PJ Washington, Derek Jones aren't these guys like, all right, step up on Tatum. Kyrie's not either.
Yeah,
it's easy to find Luka. It's easy to get past Luka and all that. They have nowhere to hide him on defense.
Yeah.
And he's not. I don't think he's gonna like become this decent defender or anything like that either. I think that's the way you fix that, is just by making everyone else or getting players who are solid defensively around him.
Which may take away from the offense. Like if you go get Jared Vanderbilt, which everybody always loves, like the guy can't shoot to save his attack. No, I'm sorry to the radio audience, but here's Joe Mazzulla. Look at Joe Mazzulla run by Jason Kidd, trying to call it.
That's pretty funny. I completely missed that. I was watching the bodies go flying out of bounds.
That's another thing. I swear, if Al Horford takes the ball down the court again, I'm going to throw a fit. Enough. I tweeted yesterday, next time he has the ball, stop, scream for help, and give it to someone else.
Will you relax?
No, that was too much. That was terrifying.
You're one game away from banner 18.
Exactly. We need to fix it so that way we don't have any issues for game 4.
Sounding like Simmons.
Hey,
complaining, sounding like O'Connell.
I love Al, Hall of Famer Al Horford after this ring he gets. All right.
Can we just acknowledge that Casey knows how Bill Simmons and Kevin O'Conman are talking right now?
Well,
Kevin
that's how they always
O'Conman's
talk.
talking all nice on Twitter now.
Oh, he's nice now.
Yeah, he's talking all nice.
Oh,
Who is?
Kevin O'Conman.
Get out of here.
Okay.
He picked Mavs in 6, by the way.
Stop it.
He did.
He did
He
not.
did. There was some streamer or whatever. He's like, oh, yeah, I got Mavs in 6. And then Kevin O'Connor tweets him like a fan. Oh, I got Mavs in 6 too, LOL.
Oh, this guy. Get out of here. Get this guy.
I saw it, Kevin.
And I take it he didn't explain why.
No, he's just now he's tweeting, oh, Boston's playing well. This
I love when guys do that. So that way, if somehow inexplicably the Mavericks were able to win in 6, he could formulate how he thought they were going to win in 6 along the way. Meanwhile, when they lose in 4, he doesn't even have to acknowledge he made that prediction.
Another way the haters have done it well as well is like, well, Boston's this is that. I picked them to win still, so I don't know what you guys want from me.
Steeling with KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well. Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. You can take part in the conversation in the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com and find the location nearest you. There's 10 of them.
Just want to show again, sorry for the radio audience, but for the streaming audience, there's the other angle of Joe Mazzulla running. Look.
No, we got it.
Look at Joe. Look at running past. There's a ref back there. Yeah. Joe Mazzulla running to the Mavs bench to call a timeout.
And to be clear, that is illegal.
I think it is illegal.
Well, yeah, because I think Mike Brown, I'm pretty sure it was Mike Brown got called for a technical foul, and someone ratted on him. I think it might have been, was it Nick? I don't remember who it was, but I remember Mike calls the timeout. He's running to call the timeout, and whoever the coach was is like, hey, the hell is this guy doing here? And he got the technical. And Mike laughed about it. But yeah, I don't remember who the coach was, but I swear it was Mike Brown. And the coach ratted, hey, what's he doing here? Jason Kidd should have ratted on him. It was a close game at that point. That was a 3-point game, 4-point game.
Yeah, they should have. Although, what is the ref looking at? The ref.
Oh, well, that's it. Well, that's the other.
Did you see the one where Jason Tatum goes up for the dunk? PJ Washington hits him on the hand. The ref was going to call. He's like, nope, just kidding.
Mark Davis.
Yeah,
it was Mark Davis.
I'm beginning to think Mark might have had some. We need to check.
Oh, I got
FanDuel account.
I'm gonna have to pull it up because I found where Mark was antsy about.
Oh, you might have.
Yeah, that'll be.
You
on
might
the
have
stream.
to get that on the
that'll
stream.
Be on the stream. Where Mark was a little.
Eric Lewis, we need you back.
He was sad. But back to
Eric Lewis.
Celtics like 29-2 when he wrapped their game.
Celtics legend. Send that man a ring. I hope Marcus gets a ring. They just don't tell anyone. I hope Marcus gets a ring. Just we love you, dog.
I wouldn't accept.
Well, because it's like someone tweeted a picture of Jrue Holiday post game talking to I forgot Lisa Salters, whoever he was talking to after the game. It's like, can you imagine Marcus Smart just at home watching? Like that should have been me.
Oh, that's so tough.
Didn't Grant Williams talk about like it should have been him?
Grant Williams talking about he was expecting a tribute video.
No, Grant.
Relax, pal.
No, Grant.
Relax. You're lucky we didn't put I'm gonna make them both clip up there.
Oh man.
Polo says Eric Lewis gonna be at the parade.
Gonna be on the first duck boat.
But so I was just gonna ask you with Luka, do you think like once again somebody said it was a ceiling, like he's a great player. He's an all-time offensive player. I don't see him being a better defender. More importantly, I don't see him changing his mentality to how he approaches defense. I don't think he cares. I think he looks at it as it's everybody else's responsibility. And so my job is I can do what I want because I'm putting up 38 and 8.
One thing that I think maybe Doris and JJ were talking about last night, or some, maybe it was SVP. I'm not sure, but Luka's 25. He still has the ability to grow as a player and all this stuff. Because I don't know why Luka's defense was so glaring to people last night.
Well,
it was just typically bad.
It was typically bad.
Maybe it's because it's the finals.
It's to find the platform. But what was the stat they had about game 2 where his 13 blow-bys were the most in like playoff history or something? Like somebody came up with that stat. So
it might have been a career low for Luka.
he said, "Why are people mad?
Why
I'm
people,
improving."
What do you mean? What's the problem? But they kept talking about like, oh, he's 25. He's 25. Like Luka's been a professional basketball player for like 10 years.
Well, he's not
like, let's not think his first professional basketball game was in a Dallas Mavericks uniform. Like, dude has been a pro player for a minute. I'm not going to go so far as to say, hey, this is who he is. Damn, man, it's pretty freaking close.
I don't know.
He's pretty close. Like, I don't see him getting exceptionally better on that end of the floor, Jesse.
I don't know if this ties in with effort. It's the same thing, but like he's not focused either. Like if the play's going on, he's kind of just not paying attention. Like there's one where the ball's on his side of the court defensively or whatever, and he's pointing to the other side for some reason, not paying attention to Jaylen Brown, who's right next to them. Give the ball to Jaylen Brown. He just gets past him. Luka's like, wait, what just happened? Like he's not focused. He's not paying attention.
I saw that clip.
And it's like, what are you pointing at? It's on your side.
It is bizarre. That focus aspect, that's a good point, because I don't.
It's not just him staying in front of guys. He's just not paying attention either.
It always comes back.
He's thinking about the shot he just missed.
Really, for real. Like that's what he thinks. There was a clip of him yesterday where he does a flop for a three. He took a three. I think it was in the first half because they were on that side of the court. He takes a three. He tries to flop and get a foul call from Al Horford.
Might have been the end of the second half, what you're talking about.
Yeah, maybe so. Like, kind of walks back on defense. His guy gets a wide open, like another terrible defensive possession. He gets the ball back and tries to do the same thing again on Tatum's contest and falling down. It always comes back to me with him. He just doesn't care. He doesn't care. That's what I see when I see from him on the defensive end. He doesn't care. I feel like he just wants to accumulate as many offensive numbers as he can.
You think this is why Rick Carlisle left?
I don't know if it's why he left. Maybe though. That's a good question.
Like I
think
can't
that's why
get anywhere with this. Like
I think he was frustrated.
I can't coach him. I can't make him better.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can't make him better, I can't do my job.
Mm-hmm.
And like if Tyrese gets better, even marginally on the defensive end, he will have been able to do more with Tyrese Halliburton on the defensive end than he did with Luka Doncic.
Sure.
But you have to want to be taught.
And even with Tyrese, like at least Tyrese will play a passing lane. Luka's just standing, like he's just standing around, pointing.
And we brought up James Harden earlier and how bad he used to be. Like James Harden at times, like there would be effort and all that. Like James Harden would try and maybe get a stop or two. It's just Luka just doesn't have that at all.
Well,
there's no switch at
James, all. I never thought. I don't think James at any point was as bad as Luka is.
He has some rough clips.
Oh, he has some. He had
really
like those ones where you're talking about. He's pointing and he's, you talking about Jesse Luka's, not even paying attention. We had what was it? I think we had a De'Aaron Fox 20-minute dribbling reel or something like that. Boy, you could probably find a 60-minute James Harden on the defensive end reel where he's
standing around,
looking at the baddies in the front row or something like that and just not paying attention. Like those exist, but it never, even at the peak of James Harden's offensive powers, it never felt like he was this bad on the defensive end.
And this is what we talked about. It feels like Luka's kind of getting exposed. He's a great basketball player. He's a great offensive talent, but there's a lot that you have to do around Luka for the team to be successful.
And that's the question I've been wanting to get to all morning. Is the perception around Luka Doncic now going to change? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about some Kings basketball as well. I just got word Matt George can't join us today. So we're kicking it. Get in on these phone lines if you'd like. 916-909-1320. Steeler 1 KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right, everybody. Here's somber Mark Davis. Let's see.
This huge comeback here in the NBA Finals.
Look at Mark. He's looking a little sad right now.
They're minus 12.
Oh, he's not.
Oh no.
Replay has determined that Doncic does not establish a legal guarding position in the path of Brown. Evidence of changing, call
Oh, you oversold it. Leave Mark Davis alone.
Nah, he gives a little head nod at the beginning. Like, I know what I have to do.
Oh, you
Mark
guys.
was sad. Mark
Leave
was
that
sad.
man
Mark
alone.
Earl Hebner Davis.
Watch how he, if I could get to this, watch how he get.
Did
bro,
he hit him with the "I'm sorry, I love you"?
Look at him now. He's like, oh no, it really wasn't a foul. Watch him. Look at him. Oh no. Oh. Look. Oh. Whew. All right.
Oh, leave
Oof.
that.
All right. Now watch him when he takes the headset off and how he walks over there. He looks despondent. Look at him. Look.
Oh, that nigga lives. I can't believe I have to do this.
Look at that one, right? And then Mark. Look at that.
Leave him alone. That's not fair.
Man. I wish I could find when he yelled at the Phoenix crowd for comparison.
When he takes the headphones off, that is pretty funny. No, the Phoenix one is all time. The Phoenix one is all time. He hit him with the "I'm not here for your shit" voice. Yeah, that was epic.
It would have been funny. It's like, yeah, Luka Doncic was not in clear guarding position. They start booing. He's like, I know, guys, I know.
It's not me. It's the caucus. It's out of my control.
No, that's what you tell LeBron.
What was LeBron saying? He's like, they let him see the screen. It wasn't when he stepped
The three.
on the line. Yeah,
the three.
And then the guy, no.
Well, he forgot. I think it was Tony Brothers. He forgot to turn the screen around. And so the screen with LeBron with the foot paused where LeBron's in that picture. It's like LeBron, he's behind the line in this. You freeze it at the wrong spot. And he gave us the classic. That was epic. Still the only player in history to be able to approach the officials while there.
He watched the replay.
He's sitting next to Tony. What are they saying, Tony? Huh?
Damn, never put the headset on.
Sorry, I didn't see it, but I believe you, Luka. That's a good call right there. That's a good call, Soren.
That is a classic right there.
I believe you, Michael.
Machine, I got Tank. I'm pretty higher on Tank than most. I think he's one of the 3 best boxers in the world right now.
I think Frank Martin, he's gonna have a little something for him. I don't think he's gonna win. I'm taking Tank for sure. But
Look at
Frank
Sean
Martin's
Payton
good.
out there looking like Luka Doncic, just screaming at people.
Bo Nix.
Adam Schefter and Adrian Wojnarowski versus Shams Charania and Ian Rappaport in a Hell in a Cell. WrestleMania 41 in Vegas.
Pat McAfee, guest referee.
There you go. Oh, whose side is he on?
We're going with the Shawn Michaels Undertaker Triple H angle.
There you go.
I was so mad. I fell asleep on Who Killed WCW last night. I gotta watch
First episode or second?
No, first episode.
I think I'm gonna watch that too. I feel like that story's been repeated, but I feel like I've seen it enough where people like it.
That Hell in a Cell has one of my favorite spots. The one where Sean super kicks
And then Triple H has some of the pedigree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Sean is just distraught after he realizes he almost cost the Undertaker.
I still
the
watch
streak.
that back thinking it's over.
That is such a epic storytelling spot.
That's one of the more underrated WrestleManias too, I think.
They have.
Is that Austin? Is that Cena Rock?
Yeah, Cena Rock for the first time.
First time. So Miami.
Yeah, Miami.
Miami. Yeah.
They have the clip circulating from Who Killed WCW of when Goldberg messes up and like throws Scott Hall into the ropes in the front.
Mm-hmm.
And, not that. So we were talking about Who Kills WCW, and there's a clip of Goldberg messing up a spot, throwing Scott Hall into the ropes when he shouldn't. Scott Hall goes chest first into the ropes, falls back, and he says he goes on the ground, and Scott Hall is yelling at him like, "What the blank are you doing?" And Goldberg says, "I don't know."
I saw that clip too.
I can't express enough how much I think Goldberg sucks.
I'm kind of coming around to that too, like because Kevin Nash and those guys, I think, they just hate on the guy so bad. But like you hear the stories, and even Goldberg kind of like not approves, but like just gives him credence. Or like, yeah, just wasn't great.
He is so terribly overrated.
He's with the Ultimate Warrior
Yes, that's
Yeah,
100% who he is.
as far as like hype, but like actually what they actually were.
That's a good call. But he's also
I see the clip right here. I don't think we can play it because I'm pretty
I
sure it's
think he
Vice and he
cursed,
says
yeah.
is the F word. So I'm looking at the clip. He throws Scott. Oh God, what a mess! And then he just grabs him by the throat. No, that's good. That's a good way to do this. No, you don't have to. You don't have to hear this to appreciate what's going on. This is spectacular. I don't remember. Is it? This must have been. Oh, was
It
this
looked like a nitro or something.
Oh, what this? So here's the move. He throws him against the rope. Here, I'll rewind it a little bit. He throws him against the rope. No, reverse. What? He goes down. What do you? And watch. He just grabs him by the throat. Just grabs him by the
And
throat.
then they stand around and he's like, so Goldberg does say at that time, he's like, I was scared to death. Like, I was like, oh man, I really messed some things up. And he's like, I didn't know what I was doing. We're on live TV.
He's literally, hey, buddy, do you know how to wrestle? Do you have a clue what you're doing?
Well, look what he does.
Oh,
He
there's
does
Kevin Nash. I'm sure he's
He does
telling
a
the
little
truth.
more. Like, he almost hurt Scott again. Like, what's this? That's awful. But look at this. Look, come on.
Well, that's
Almost
goodness
towards ACL.
gracious.
But he got
Yeah,
the
that's not good. That is not good.
There is a part of Goldberg that I don't want to say sympathetic towards him, but like, he's not a wrestler. I don't think he ever tried to be a wrestler. Somebody looked at him and was like, look, I think you'd be good for this. Why don't you try it out? Make some money. Like, all right, try it
You
out.
got to put some effort in at some point because then, like,
Yo,
you
what
can
we
hurt
just
someone.
watched
Now you
was
got
Luka
hurt.
Doncic
But
on
he-
defense. Like, come on, man.
I think in that clip he said after that, he was like, okay, like, I got to do better. Or
I'd be curious when that was. Like, when that was. Because man, I can't remember. You guys will be able to refresh my memory. The night he wrestled Hogan for the title.
98, I think.
Didn't he have to wrestle Scott Hall earlier that night?
Oh yeah, for the U.S. title or something like that, the TV title or something
So
like that.
it was
yeah.
like you've got to pass the test, brother. Was that match?
I don't know if it was
because that looked like it was the
It
Georgia
looked like the
Dome.
the
Yeah.
Georgia Dome crowd, right?
Yeah, it might have been. That's crazy.
How do you feel if you're Hulk Hogan and you're in the back and you're wrestling this guy later and you've got this happening?
That's either the Georgia Dome or the Astrodome. I think it's the Georgia Dome.
I don't know if they did the Astrodome.
Definitely looks like it definitely don't look.
It
like
doesn't
an
look
arena.
like an arena. That's for sure.
Well, black guys in the front. I think it is the Georgia Dome.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, that's the Georgia Dome.
poor Scott Hall.
Scott Hall said, what are you doing?
Hey yo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
I do
He's
think we're on to something by equating Goldberg to Luka Doncic's defense, though. You just got to care at some point.
I think Luka's worse. I can't express. This is
Luka
look,
Doncic the ultimate warrior?
No, because like the Ultimate Warrior just couldn't do anything. Like Luka Doncic could play some,
But he was
offense at
over.
least.
But he was over. He could gorilla press slam you and do the splash.
That's one less,
and then
move than
shake
Hogan.
the ropes.
Well, now we got three. Hogan only had 3 moves.
Well, no. If we're gonna count shake the ropes, we got to count
Okay,
Hogan
so
posing.
Hogan 4 to 3.
So like
Damn, how long did they wrestle? And
30 minutes.
Oh,
It went like 30 minutes.
So it wasn't like 10 of it just them staring each other down.
Well, there's the awkward test of strength that you could easily find on Twitter, where you do the lock hands,
yeah.
and the warrior drops. He drops to his knees.
Oh,
and the camera angle
Oh,
is very, very suspicious. Like, you can find it on Twitter right now.
Oh,
I think there are
man.
memes of it. It's rather iconic.
Yeah,
it's out there.
We're not doing that spot. If
they ran back Ultimate Warrior versus Hogan at WCW too, right?
Halloween Havoc.
Yeah.
And it was awful.
Mm.
It was bad. The Warrior, they paid the Warrior a ton of money to come in and do the program with Hogan, and then the program was so bad, they were just like, bro, forget it. You could keep the money. We'll see you later, pal.
So check this out. So we talking about Luka and all this other stuff. You see Steve in the Matthews mattress. Chatty House says, you guys hating on Luka, but he's in the finals and Fox isn't. Luka's a phenomenal offensive talent. He's not this is the problem that I have. He's not above reproach. Like his defense, I'm not exaggerating when I said it. It's the worst I've ever seen. I've never seen anybody play this bad of defense because number one, well, I'm equating him to the rest of the stars. Name another star that has played this bad of defense. And then if you're not a star, you can't be in the league without playing defense. So we're not even going to talk about the Josh Greens of the world. Like clearly they give effort on defense. Look, this is the work. Can anybody in the chatty house, call in, whatever the case may be, either two of you guys, name a worse defender that you've ever seen in your life? I can't. James is close.
Isaiah Thomas.
No,
James has some
bad.
moments.
You talking about in the finals or just in general?
General.
Well, okay. Tyrese is pretty bad. I don't think he's as bad as Luka. Trae Young is awful.
I was thinking about this.
Trae Young is
that's a good
terrible.
one right there.
Trae
He's
Young is
terrible.
bad. He ain't worse than Luka.
Has there ever been a player of Luka's stature that has been hunted on defense as much as anyone else has? Like, because the Celtics are like, go at the Mavericks #1 player. Like that is their point of attack. That is their thing.
That's the difference. Like Trae Young, very, very good ball player. Tyrese, very, very good ball player. All NBA guys, that whole thing. Luka is he's in the penthouse when you're talking about NBA players. And I can't ever, to answer to Jesse's question is emphatically no.
Because it'd be like if like the Celtics, like say, the Wolves were getting here and they were going to Anthony Edwards. That was their game plan the whole time. Just going at Ant-Man the whole time and all that. Like that's basically what I'm thinking. Like they're just attacking the #1 guy right now.
The GIF, by the way, is in your phone if you'd like to see it from the Ultimate Challenge. If you guys would like to, if you guys would like to,
come on, man. Hey,
No.
I don't think I've seen it.
I can't believe.
Come on, man. I can't. I didn't.
I think that's why they
No,
called
because
it
it's Ultimate Warrior than Hogan's face too.
I think that's why they called it the Ultimate Challenge.
That's way worse than I thought.
Come on. Oh man.
If I'm Ultimate Warrior, like I gotta fight Hogan after that, like in backstage or something.
That's Warrior's fault though.
That is wild. Oh man.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen that before, but I didn't remember it. And I was thinking like a different angle. I didn't see that coming.
Imagine being a kid watching WrestleMania 6 and oh, that's tough. That's tough.
Woo.
In any event.
That's crazy right there. I didn't expect that one.
Yeah, that's tough.
I just thought it was gonna be like one camera angle, like split second, like nah.
No.
But I didn't expect the Warrior, his head movement. That was crazy.
This
Oh man, didn't see it coming.
This WWE OnlyFans content. And the funny thing, watching this GIF, I feel like our friend created it. Like this isn't the one you find on Twitter. Like I feel like he created this. But Luka getting hunted on the defensive end is like when you're talking like there's no go back to Sports Sunday. There's no question who the best player on the Dallas Mavericks is. There's no question. Like this was the top 3 MVP candidate. Like I feel like I could make the argument that he should have won the MVP.
Absolutely, you can make that argument for sure.
Not going to do that today. Obviously, that'd be silly. But that's the guy they're going at. Like there's no rallying around him on that side of the floor. It's like, hey, how can we get through this with him? Which is crazy.
Yeah.
And that goes to the thing I've been kind of teasing all show long is the perception and the conversation around Luka Doncic going to change because of this playoff series.
I feel like it might.
You know what I think is going to happen Friday? What we saw from Luka yesterday times 10. Not talking about the defensive end, but the barking at officials, the cussing. Like, I don't think Luka reacts well to stuff like this. And if that is the collective's last memory of the season of Luka Doncic, oh, yeah. Yeah, I think the conversation shifts. And to Jesse's question earlier about winning MVPs, I don't think it's outrageous to think it becomes more difficult for him to get MVP votes. Again, that's not fair, and that's not what the award is for. But knowing what we know about how that award is voted on, yeah, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult for him to get votes.
And that's a great point. That's a great point. And I think what you're talking about right now is also like is like the issue, right? Like why the perception might change, because there's nothing about Luka that, you know, he gets to the podium and talks about, man, I got to step up, or they're doing a really good job, and, you know, we got to make adjustments, or whatever the case may be. His first notion is always to complain and blame others. And that don't sit well. Like I said, I can deal with you giving your all and just not being able to do it, whether it's on the offensive and defense, or whatever the case may be. I can respect that. I can say, hey, we're gonna figure this out together. But it's the bench needs to do this. That's not what he said, but just him yelling at the bench to challenge and stuff like that. The bench needs to do that. The referees, I've never seen anything like that. Like how they're going 6 fouls in the finals game. Bro, you fouled. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And I think, to your original point, the fact that he doesn't take any accountability in some of this is what's going to change a lot of people's perception of him. And even when I say that, look, he's a phenomenal offensive talent, one of the great offensive talents we've ever seen in this league. But that doesn't mean that you change, you ignore, once again, his lack of not caring on the other side of the ball. And there's people, like I said, that say all those people that you named, the Dames, the Trae Youngs, the Tyrese Halliburtons, on ball, nobody's getting blown by like that. There's a reason those clips were out. Nobody is getting blown by every single time somebody is one-on-one with them. Every time. Like those guys aren't good defenders by any means. I've never seen anything like that in a I'll just cut it down to a postseason thing. Trae Young been in the postseason. I ain't never seen that happen to him in the postseason. Dame Lillard been in the postseason. I ain't never seen that happen to him in the postseason. Tyrese, never seen that happen to him repeatedly over the course of 3 straight games. It's crazy. It's crazy.
I found a headline over at The Athletic, and I was trying to find the context for it. Here it is. The headline is, should Luka Doncic have fouled out? It's amazing. Again, the headline in the article written by little barista and Shams Charania. Should Luka Doncic have fouled out late? That's the debate. Doncic couldn't believe it, but he typically can't believe any foul called on him.
Are they acting like that maybe it was a questionable call or something?
As you can see in the GIF, Doncic is not exactly squared up, but Brown does throw his right arm up for a bit of a push-off. You could actually make the call either way after Jason Kidd challenged the call. Mark Davis reluctantly and very sadly gave his ruling into the broadcast.
They said that.
No. And for those that didn't see it, Casey's completely overselling it.
No,
I mean,
you saw the same thing. You saw the same.
Dude, Mark takes his headphones off like this. He's like,
okay, now that part was a little funny. Okay, he didn't do that.
guys, I have bad news. It's a foul.
He didn't do that.
He hit him with the.
He did have it. Was kind of that. I think he paused because the crowd started booing him.
Oh man.
We should want the stars on the floor to decide the game. But it was a smart attack by Brown. Ultimately, it's a foul, so call was upheld. Yeah, they don't. It's a weird headline to put in the article, but they don't. They don't fight against it. Doncic's defense has been a focus of the Celtics in this finals, and it once again hurt Dallas in key moments. That should be the conversation, not if it's a foul or if it's not a foul. It should be the position that Luka Doncic put that team in by his poor decision making. That's the conversation. And, for a guy who last series said, I got to be better at not addressing officials. Bro, that did not last long.
It's like
at all.
It's like he held it all in for a few games and then just everything he was holding in just all.
Yeah. It's exactly what happened.
A lot of times in these situations, you just revert back to who you are.
And that goes to your original point. This is who Luka Doncic is. And like, I don't, unless he and the Dallas Mavericks organization sit down and come up with a way to fix this, and Luka is open to fix it, not just what he does on the defensive end. That's completely up to Luka and no one else. But his behavior, this is Luka.
This is who it is. This is who he is, and he's talented enough on the offensive end where you can overlook it and you work around that, because like I continue to say, he is one of the great offensive players this game has ever seen. So you try to find a way to work around that. It was good enough to get them to the finals this year. Well, maybe you can win a championship. You put the right people around them. You put the right people to hide them and make these things not as prevalent. Then maybe you can win a championship. But there's a lot of work that goes into trying to win with Luka Doncic. There's a lot of work that goes into it. It doesn't mean it's impossible, but there's just a lot of work that goes into it.
Yeah, I'm just kind of scrolling through different websites, and like I'm looking at Ramona Shelburne's article this morning. The back-breaking strategy that has driven Luka Doncic and the Dallas Mavericks to the brink. And she starts the article by, this image is not flattering from any angle. And then she lays out Luka Doncic's lying on the floor screaming at anyone to challenge the call. And then goes on to point out how bad this has been defensively for him. So we've been on two websites, and the two lead articles about the NBA Finals are about Luka Doncic on the defensive end. This isn't something I think that's going to be glossed over, and I don't think it's going to be fixed with a 40-point performance in Game 4, because it'll be now, hey, it's a scarlet letter of sorts. Right. Man, Luka he is so special on the defensive end. But as the Boston Celtics showed, ... There is another point that I think should be mentioned when discussing at least Luka Doncic in this series. The Celtics are the best team in professional basketball, and they have been all year. The Indiana Pacers, wouldn't be, they might attempt to execute this strategy against Luka Doncic and the Dallas Mavericks, but they probably wouldn't be as successful. Philadelphia, Milwaukee, New York, run through any Eastern Conference team that you want to. It's not like Boston was like, guys, you won't believe this. I don't think Luka can play defense. Like, they're not the first ones to realize this, but they're better at executing it than anyone else. That's a credit to the way this roster is built, first and foremost. It's a credit to Joe Mazzola for making sure this is our strategy, but it's not something everybody can execute. If for whatever reason Dallas was playing Indiana could have the same exact strategy. It's not going to work the same exact way. So this could be much ado about nothing. But it is magnifying his shortcomings on the defensive end to where if we question Jason Tatum's killer instinct or Jaylen Brown's killer instinct or whatever stupid scenarios you create for the Boston Celtics losing, with the Dallas Mavericks moving forward, the question needs to be, is Luka's defense ever going to be good enough for this team to win an NBA championship? And the only thing, as Tatum and Brown and Joe Mazzola are about to learn, the only thing that erases that is doing it, is winning.
And what you're saying is 100% correct as far as like the Celtics are able to exploit that better than anybody else.
And I love when you do that because it always precedes you telling me why I'm wrong.
Because you're not wrong. But I think there are more teams that could do it.
That's why I stopped saying thank you. Because I was like, he's about to kill me.
You're right. But I think let's just take the Kings, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings got the same. I think they could implement the same strategy on Luka. Outside of Luka guarding Sabonis, like,
so why doesn't everybody do it then?
I don't know.
Oh,
I've been saying like go at him all game, every game that I've seen in the postseason and leading up to it. I don't know. I don't know why
we just needed to win one against Dallas out of 2 and we couldn't.
I don't know why. I honestly don't know why. This is something that
Mike Brown is not watching this series going, damn, Luka can't play defense. Who? Doug? Why didn't anybody tell me this?
I'd like to know why. I'd like to talk to Mike Brown or a coach to be like, why don't you do what Joe Mazzulla's doing all the time? And it can't, like, I know they got Brown and
maybe
Tatum,
it's harder to implement in a one-off. I don't know. I don't know.
I know they got Brown, Tatum, Derek White, but like you look at, let's just say the Kings or whatever. Keegan, you see Luka's guarding you. Like, because he gives no resistance. So you don't have to be God, sham God with the handle. Like, all you got to do is be able to dribble twice and you'll be by him.
Oh, shout out Luke Walton.
Just dribble by him. So, Keegan, if Luka gets switched off to you, go to the basket. I don't know why that doesn't happen.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to give credit to the Celtics. And I guess we'll find out next year. Luka could be in for the most miserable season of his career unless he works to get better. And here's the other thing. I know poking fun at Luka's physique is often popular and his conditioning. And, you know, there was a time, I think it was this year, Luka's going to enter the season in better condition. Luka's going to enter the season in better condition. And it appeared that he was. And it actually looked like it looked like he got more out of shape, strangely enough, as the season went on. And I think there are a lot of reasons why things like that could happen. But that's discipline. That's not a skill set. It's the discipline to train a certain way and eat a certain way. Obviously, this guy is one of the great basketball players in the world. It's not like he sits on the couch at home, but there's a different element to that. We saw Nikola Jokic take his career to an entirely different level when he did it. The pandemic might have been the greatest thing to ever happen to Nikola Jokic. He came back and he was skinny Jokic, and then his entire career trajectory changed after that. Now he found a balance between the guy he was before the shutdown and the guy he was in the bubble. He found that balance, and you see what it amounts to. But he has never exhibited anything in his career that makes me think he has any semblance of discipline. He is a phenomenal shot maker. But when it comes to defense, conditioning, or screaming and cussing at officials, or courtside fans who host radio shows in Sacramento.
That was uncalled for. Can't believe that happened.
He doesn't have discipline. And I don't think a loss to the Boston Celtics is going to cause him to go, you know, I need to be more disciplined. Just like I didn't think punching Yusuf Nurkic in the face was going to make Draymond Green more disciplined. Those guys are who they are. Draymond is who he is. He's never going to change. Luka Doncic is who he is, and that's not changing.
The only thing he has discipline is he uses that same word all the time.
He sure does. He sure does. And you know what? He was acting like what he called Kyle Madsen last night. At some point, if I'm a coach, I'm like, hey, talk to me like that again, dog. Like, stop cussing at me.
Yeah.
Like Luka, yeah.
But to your original point. Oh, my bad. I didn't see what time it was.
It's fine.
To your original point that you talked about Rick Carlisle, it almost and there was another guy who was there that had to leave. It doesn't matter, but it feels like if you step to him.
Yeah, it was the guy Nico replaced. Was it Donnie Nelson?
It was what's his name? Mannion. I think it was Mannion. That's why I'm always getting confused. Nico Mannion's dad. The player Nico Mannion, who used to be on the Warriors, his dad, I don't know if he was the general manager, but he had a job in the front office with Dallas. And yeah, there was the big expose. It wasn't just Rick Carlisle. It was Luka didn't get along with somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously they gone. So like Brian Windhorst said, like clearly nobody in Dallas can say anything to him.
It's Dallas's team. I mean, it's Dallas is Luka's team, right? In every sense of the word. And here's I've given Mark Cuban a lot of credit for the way he describes understanding Kyrie Irving. You better figure out how to do the same with Luka Doncic. And I don't know what your job is, but you've done them. You've like I've said this before. Kyrie looks, all of this dumbass talk about last night being the biggest game of Kyrie Irving's career.
That was crazy.
Okay, I didn't hear anyone talk about his 35 last night. Y'all spent 24 hours talking about Kyrie Irving. And man put 35 up last night. Was there every step of the way. Y'all didn't say anything about that today. So I guess that storyline is old for you. But Mark Cuban has done a good job with him. He better figure out a way to get through or talk to or hear or whatever Luka Doncic.
I'm interested to see like what that dynamic is with Luka. Because I've also said a number of different times that I've seen Luka, whether it's like an NBA entertainment production or there's a couple of people that I know that on their Instagram spend some time with Luka or something like that. I watch the way he speaks outside the lines and like when it's not when the game's not going on. He seems like a fine guy. Like he doesn't seem like a rude guy, a bad guy.
Who?
Luka.
He called Kyle Madsen out his name.
I said outside the line.
Oh, okay.
Something he turns into somebody else
I guess
in those situations.
Boy, you sound like the Draymond Green defenders right now.
But I haven't
He's just
seen,
a different guy when the game gets going.
I haven't seen anything that makes me think Luka's a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to know what that dynamic is. If somebody comes up and talks to him and says, "Yo, Luka, let's have a talk, man. Like, can I be real with you? I think like these things need to change." And like, I wonder what that's like. Does Luka, does he really like say, you know what, you're right, man. I hear you. I got to be better at that. And then it's like somehow just revert back to that. Or does he say, get out of my face? Or does he say, I'm Luka?
Do not talk to me about my behavior. I am Luka. I'm the king. Not of the kings, but of the Mavericks. Unhand me, you heathen.
Because I almost feel like that's like two different. I have responses to those things differently, right? Like if he's accepting of somebody that's coming up to him and trying to give him real talk, and he just like maybe can't control himself, I'm a little more sympathetic to that as opposed to somebody trying to, be real with him, and he just says, "Get the hell out of my face." Like I feel like there's no hope if something like that happens. If he can't control himself, maybe it is something he can grow out of, even though he's been playing professionally since he was like 13. But maybe it is something that he can grow out of with age or being a father or something like that. If that first scenario is the case, if he's like, nah, I hear you, man, I'm gonna work on it, and it just doesn't get done, I think there's hope. If he just says, "Hey, get Rick Carlisle out. I don't want to play for him no more because he's telling me to play defense." There's no hope. There's no hope with dope.
There's does that include caffeine pills?
Yeah, definitely caffeine. I mean, we need to make a whole episode around caffeine pills.
What if it's Pepsi? Is it only in pill form? Like, what if I was just drinking copious amounts of Pepsi?
Oh, that's okay. You can
Okay.
have that at the max.
Okay. Oh, that's true. Max, good spot there. What if he does man, you're right. And then you got to pull him aside 3 months later. Hey, Luka, remember the conversation we had about being more engaged on the defensive end? Oh, you're right. And then 3 months later, hey, Luka, remember those last 2 conversations we had about being engaged on the defense? Oh, yeah, you're right. Like, at what point, like, it's cool that he's receptive, but if he's not executing it, or he's not executing it for more than 2 days, which there's evidence of that in very recent memory with the barking at officials. If you just acknowledge it and then fall back into your ways, like what exactly are you getting accomplished? Like, I get the scenario you presented. The other one's way worse. I'm not doing that. Get this guy out of here. But at that point, if you're in my mind, if you were Mark Cuban or whoever runs that team now, I think Mark Cuban is still in charge of basketball. If you're Nico Harrison, there has to be a certain point where, and I don't think that's the scenario, by the way, at all, but there has to be a certain point where it's like, okay,
real quick, you don't think what's the scenario?
I don't think Luka wanted Rick Carlisle out of there. I don't think he made any sort of statement. He might have liked people more than others. He may have gravitated towards people more than others. He may have outright not liked people. I don't think Luka has ever forced anyone out of there, at least certainly not directly. And I think if there's something I think Luka's more open-minded, like in the second scenario you presented. I do believe there are things Luka wants to be better at, but it goes back to what discipline. Do you have the discipline to get better? And so far through his very illustrious career, he has shown that he doesn't. And there's no example that anyone could point to that go, hey, look at what Luka did here. I'll ask a kind of a weird question. Like, how much better has Luka gotten since his rookie year?
I think he's about the same player.
So, and please, no one misunderstand. Right, that's what I mean. Please,
is an MVP.
Please, no one misunderstand what we're talking about.
Right.
He was the one when he walked in the door. But you can go back and look. I use Jokic as an example. Giannis he's almost an entirely different example. You could use KD and what he did on the defensive end, probably to a certain degree, LeBron James as well. You see they're all ones. Those are all A1s. Those are all penthouse players. They all got better. Did Luka? And does Luka have the discipline to do the things that it takes to get better? Like,
you're hitting the nail on the head with the discipline thing. That's really what it comes down to, in my opinion. And I'll ask you, can you learn to be more disciplined? Can you gain that? I don't know if it's a skill of being disciplined, but can that improve? Can you, at 25 years old, really not have the discipline, and then at 30, wake up and be like, you know what, I'm going to make the change and be a more disciplined person or something like
that? Yes, I don't think there's an age limit to it. Jokic is 29. So Luka is essentially the age Jokic was when he said, I'm going to make some changes. So can you do it at 30? I don't know. I believe that you can. I believe you could do it at any age. I believe you could do it at 40 or 50 if you wanted to.
Right.
But that's the key. Do you want to? knowing you need to, knowing you should, and wanting to are different. Again, Luka is 25 years old right now, and you could talk about him being one of the greatest players we've ever seen. Right now, if it all ended today, Luka Doncic is one of the greatest players we ever saw. Depending on his thinking, that would dictate whether, hey, I need to be even better. Or it could be, hey, and this goes into something you were saying earlier that Ramona was writing about and people are writing about extensively today. Does he have the discipline to look at him and go, I need to be better? Or is he going to blame, man, PJ stuck this series. PJ and Daniel Gafford helped us get us here. Where have they been? Hell, Kyrie didn't show up till game 3. It feels like it's the officials. He blamed the officials last night in the press conference. It's this person's fault. It's that person's fault. It's never I did it. Even Jason Kidd last night was like, Luka's got to understand. I don't know I've ever seen a coach use this word, at least in public. He was like, Luka's got to understand. We'll protect him. He was asked about Luka on the deep. We'll help you if someone gets past you. But you've got to, there are things that you've got to do to allow us to help you. And using that word protect, I've never heard a coach use that line in a press conference before. And it just speaks to the neon lights that Luka's defense is in this NBA Finals.
And maybe using that word and using that terminology is maybe the problem, right? It's like
protect.
Yeah, like maybe the conversation should be like, you just got to be better. You worried about people protecting you and doing all this stuff, and we're kind of coddling the situation. Like I know.
Well, I understand Jason Kidd not doing that publicly.
Yeah, no, not publicly at all, not publicly. And I understand the terminology of what he's using, but in a real conversation, be like, look, man, we'll help you when we can. There's times when it's up to you. There's times when it's up to you. You're gonna have to get in a defensive stance, move your feet, and at least give some resistance. We've seen it. We've seen that you're capable of it. I've seen that you're capable of it. Are you out there looking like Tony Allen? No, but at least you're giving some resistance and giving yourself and giving the rest of your teammates an opportunity to play defense on that possession. That's what we're asking for, but you gotta step it up and do that.
Go back to your earlier analogy. He can't be Tony Allen, bro. Be Kevin Huerter.
Yes.
Kevin Huerter freaking tried.
Yes.
Let's get Big E in here. 916-909-1320. See what he thinks about this. Big E, what's up, baby?
Hey, how y'all doing today?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good, thank you. With the Luka talks here, the man's been playing professional ball since he was what, 14, 15?
Yep.
I just think he's always been the best player on his team, and he's just always gotten his way. And now I think with the bright lights on him, everybody's watching. I just think his immaturity is being shown right now, and he might even be worse in Game 4. I don't really know with this guy. What do you guys think?
Yeah, his maturity level's tough, and it's concerning because of the way he reacts to officials, teammates, coaches. Yeah, that's a problem.
And once
it's
again,
a major problem.
Like you mentioned, he's always reacted this way. This is a character trait. Like to a certain degree, when you say, when anybody says immaturity, feels like it's something that you can grow out of, right? Like you can learn and get better. This just seems like a character trait.
And that's the thing why he's 25, he's 25 loses me, because he's not the American 25-year-old who started playing basketball when he was 19 or 20. He's the overseas 20-year-old who was him he was LeBron at 15. He was the one. Like that's why the draft holds such disappointment. You know what I mean? Like Luka was the one. We'll come back. We'll continue to talk basketball. We'll talk some Kings basketball as well. We'll talk more overseas players. Sean Cunningham tweeted about Sasha Vezenkov earlier today. That's all on the way. It's Stealing with Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. So we'll just catch back up at 13. or whatever. I don't know. Matt can't be here today, so we'll do whatever. Yeah, we could do that. That's fine. That's fine. We can do that. Yeah. I think if we're oh no, it looks like we're fine. We're good. We're good.
Oh.
Oh man. Yeah, Uncle, and I'm with you, and that's why the argument of he's 25 misses me. Not really. You see, Steve, we don't have it up on the screen.
Hope Tiger makes the cut.
No, Tiger got his ass whooped today by that course.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
I didn't even see that.
I think it was plus. It was +4, maybe.
All right, I'll see you guys next year.
Well, that's kind of that's what I was kind of wondering. Elaborate. What you mean?
I think that means Luka's gonna come and get us one day.
I don't know. I'm just curious.
Shout out Six Flags. I'm gonna be there on Saturday.
Oh, there you go. Nice. Oh yeah, part of the celebration.
Yeah, we'll turn into that.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
I've been able to take Coco outside now. So he's got a lot of shots. Walks are a game changer now.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's
Good
a game
stuff.
changer. We're going on victory walks now. It's
there you
perfect.
go. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Ooh. Oh, Luka sat down with Malika and started lying. Did she do this morning? Of course. Come on, Malika. What's he gonna say? Nah, we probably would have lost. Come on.
Soren, he's got a year to do it too. If he plays summer league the next two seasons, I think maybe you can fit that in and then win another NBA title.
Yeah, you can get it done. It's still.
It's only 3 more though. We're still stuck. He's got to get married. Uncle Looney, you got it right there. We're set.
Got just real quick. I got a little news. It might concern the Kings a little bit. I only say that because of them having the 13th pick in the NBA draft. But Terrence Shannon Jr., guard out of Illinois, who I really, really like his game. I think he's super talented. He was on trial for the R word and aggravated sexual battery. And just about 20 minutes ago, he's found not guilty of all of it. So I think it's newsworthy because he's in that area. He's a projected top 20 type pick. Woj talks about how a lot of teams were monitoring the situation monitoring the case closely, obviously, to see how it played out. And he was just found not guilty 100% on all charges.
Okay.
Something to make note of. He's
good. You good making that pick?
I
don't know how much you know about the case.
I don't know a whole lot about the case at all. I just know there was a case. I remember hearing that before, this verdict and stuff like that. I didn't dive into the details. I know him as a ball player, and I was really impressed with him this past year at Illinois. And I like his game a lot. And if just basketball wise, without reading some of the stuff off the court, if the Kings were to draft him at 13, I'd be super intrigued. I'd be like, oh, I like this kid. He could play. So,
size, height, weight. What is he?
I want to say he's probably about 6'6", maybe anywhere between 6'5" and 6'7". Wing scorer. He played a little point guard for those guys too, so he can handle the rock. Lefty, 3-level scorer in college at least. He's a bucket. He was really impressive to me this past year at Illinois. Yeah, so he may be a future King.
Okay. Also Kings related. I'm really sad that Amon Shumpert and Tiana Taylor didn't make it. And their divorce is messy.
They got more stuff coming out?
No, there's child support requests. What I'm confused at, I think Amon Shumpert is demanding Tiana Taylor pay him child support. But I'm trying to follow this.
Does he have custody? I don't know how these things go. I thought that's how it goes. If you don't
Taylor is accusing Shumpert of leaving her holding the bag on $200,000 worth of home renovations. That's a fraction of what KC did last year.
What?
What's this guy talking about, man? No, I don't know who has custody of these kids, but it seemed like, oh, it's too bad it didn't make it, but okay. And then it just like started getting worse. No. Shout out Shump. Arguably the best Dancing with the Star in history.
Shump, no, I mean he was he with the Kings at the time?
Yes. Or just after?
Maybe so. I mean, shout out to him.
That Us dance was crazy.
No, shout out to I was just thinking about Floyd and Emmitt Smith. Weren't they pretty good? And Jerry Rice was good too, wasn't he?
All of the athletes have been great. I didn't know Floyd did it.
Yeah, Floyd did it. That was part of his.
I had no idea. I know.
It feels
Jerry
weird
did
that
it.
Floyd
Emmett
Mayweather did it.
Emmett did it. I had no idea.
That was
Floyd
around
did it.
WrestleMania. Floyd. It was.
My!
At that time.
In the shoot fight against the Big Show.
At that time, he had just left Top Rank and was starting to he was basically doing everything he could to brand himself at that point. So I think WrestleMania and Dancing with the Stars were part of that. This was a little before it became Money Mayweather. He had to get the money to become Money Mayweather.
Okay.
Yeah, but like you said, those athletes usually are really, really good. And Shump was no different. You're right. That the one dance he did do that I saw at least
crazy,
was really, really good.
Absolutely crazy.
Really
Hines Ward won Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, he was on Dancing with the Stars too.
He won it. Did Wow, I need to find a better way to do this. Donald Driver won it.
Shout out Donald Driver.
Wow. Yeah, I don't remember him.
Hines Ward also never not smiled on the football field. It was weird.
Alfonso Ribeiro won it. He's a legend.
Are they still doing Dancing with the Stars?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think so.
I was just trying to look to see how many athletes won. And it feels like it's like a ton of them. God, this show has been on a long time.
About 20 years. Huh?
Well, I don't know how many. It's been on 32 seasons.
Wow.
It obviously hasn't been on 32 years. When did it debut?
They may do like 2 a year, huh? I mean,
that would be my guess. One each season. Premiered on June 1st, 2005.
was just about to say that's probably like that's almost 19 seasons, but I was about to say or 19 years. That's about I was going to say 32. That's probably around 16, 17, 18 years.
So shows like that in American Idol, I'm assuming, are just doing monster numbers every year, right?
Yeah,
maybe not the same they did when they first started.
But it's like as far as like today and stuff like that, like just to keep them around for that long.
I mean, people love their reality shows, man. I was looking to see, normally with this type of stuff, they'll have like the numbers that they do. The premiere drew over 13 million. That was the very, very first episode
of Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah. And I was trying to figure out what like the final did, but they're making that much, much more difficult for me to find.
I don't know how good I'd be on that show. I can't really dance. I just bop.
Yeah, but see, I think you'd be very good because you're an athlete, and I think what athletes do, boy, this ties into the Luka Doncic conversation really well. What athletes do is, I think you guys have the ability to take information and retain it in a way that is above a lot of other people. I think it is one. It's not a universal skill set because some people have just a freakish level of talent, right? They're just born with talent. They're talented, and that's what gets them where they go. There are other people who can take information and process it and put it together at a quicker rate than other people can. There's obviously coordination that comes into play, maybe a certain level of athleticism. There's a certain, level of that stuff that I think comes into play. But one reason I think you constantly see athletes win this competition is because they get with a professional dancer, and that is essentially their coach. And they can go over with, hey, when I go here, you're going to go here. When I do this, you're going to do this. And this is how we're going to do it. I remember hearing, weird, but Chris Jericho did it. And he talked about, he did. And they trained, I remember him describing like they trained for like 6 to 7 hours a day. And it was, you treated it like a, you stretch, you do yoga, you lift, you do the on-court part, which is where you go through the different routines, and then you ice bath, and then you eat, like everything. It's a preparation, just like it would be for a season. I think you'd be great at it.
I was thinking about that, oddly enough, like something like that, routines and stuff like that, when I was watching Janet, and I was like, bro, and it's not just Janet, it's other dancers too, but like they remember a whole 2-hour routine set, every step of it. That just kind of blows my. I don't know if I had to, if I was getting paid to do it, I'd figure it out. But that seems like a lot of work.
But they practice it just like you practice horns, just like you practice. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's just different. They practice it as much as you guys practice that stuff. You could run those plays in your sleep. Luka needs to practice on the defensive end. That's been the whole point of the show.
Do we need to put Luka on Dancing with the Stars?
Bro,
do we think Luka gets past the second round of Dancing with the Stars?
Man, if
he wanted to.
If he did, if Luka got on Dancing with the Stars, that would and passed the second round, that would show he's capable of learning. Like he's disciplined enough to do what someone has to be telling him to do on the defensive end.
I think about Floyd on Dancing with the Stars. I don't know where he ended up. I don't know how far he got, but I can imagine his footwork was crazy. Like the boxing aspect of it. And essentially the dance they do in the ring.
Emmett Smith won season 3.
Yeah, I remember Emmett winning.
Helio Castroneves, was that a driver?
Yeah, it's a driver.
He won 5. Christina Yamaguchi, that was a skater.
That's almost cheating.
She won 6.
Floyd finished 9th.
Oh man, really?
Yes.
That damn Waltz got him.
Season 5.
Hines Ward won. Donald Driver won. Jennifer Gray won. I don't know why that's funny to me. It is.
What year was season
5? 2007.
Was that around WrestleMania? Do you remember which WrestleMania? I can't remember.
I don't remember. I don't. WrestleMania 2007.
Was that Miami?
WrestleMania 23 was in 2007. Oh, that was Battle of the Billionaires.
That was Detroit?
That was Umaga. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 20 years after WrestleMania 3. That was the big thing. Go to Ford Field 20 years. And I think Aretha Franklin. Miss Aretha Franklin sang America the Beautiful.
We'll talk about it.
No, we're going to keep going. We're going to 28. That's what
okay,
Jesse
got
said.
you.
No, I got you.
This is a podcast version of the radio
no, it's
show
fine.
today.
No, we here. Matt cancels on us in the show. The opening match of that WrestleMania was Ric Flair and Carlito versus Gregory Helms and Chavo Guerrero.
Shout out to the Hurricane.
Mr. Kennedy defeated CM Punk, Randy Orton, Finlay, Matt Hardy, King Booker, Jeff Hardy, and Edge in a Money in the Bank ladder match.
What year did he get kicked out?
Mr. Kennedy, it was probably right after this. Because he didn't cash in Money in the Bank. I think he lost it to John Cena on Raw or something.
I saw
because
that
he got
clip
hurt.
the other day, or like last night. Of
The Randy Orton clip.
Randy
That
was
was the
pissed.
one where they were in Staples Center, right?
Yeah, it was Lakers versus Nuggets jersey.
Yeah, but it's because Denver had
Oh, yeah,
thrown
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Denver,
Right.
they had got
That's
thrown
right.
out
Yeah,
of
yeah. Pepsi Center.
the Pepsi Center
That was
because of the playoffs.
2009.
That was 2009? Yeah. Kennedy, that doesn't check out. Kennedy was around that long?
Because that series happened when I first moved to LA. That series was happening as I was moving.
Okay.
Lakers Nuggets.
I know that pains you. It's a move from LA. Yeah, it looks
Mr.
like you're
Kennedy
right.
got
When
dumped
was
in
that?
2009.
April 15th. Wait, no,
Phenomenal.
that's wrong. Sorry, that's wrong. That's wrong.
May 15th or something.
He was released from. Okay, so it was the May 11th episode of Raw. Nope, that isn't it either. He was released from his contract on May 29th.
Damn.
But I don't know when. So the episode that he dropped Randy Orton
like
on
a
his shoulder
couple
was
weeks
between the
before that.
11th and 29th.
Yeah, that seems a little excessive. That he had to get fired because there's people mess up spots all the time.
Yeah, we aired a great example earlier.
Oh, Kennedy wouldn't go.
Well, at least he didn't hit him with the stupid.
Yeah, that's tough.
I'm still looking at winners of Dancing. Rashard Jennings won Dancing with the Stars.
Sergeant, where he play? Who he play for? Oh wait, was that the UFC fighter?
No, didn't
That's
he?
Rashad
play-
Evans, I think.
Rashad Evans.
I thought he played
Rashard
for.
Jennings.
Didn't he play for the Jaguars?
Sure.
Hold on, let me click.
AFC South. Who knows?
Yeah, that's
Who
probably
knows,
why-
bro?
That's
Who
why I don't
knows what happens
remember
in
him.
that
He
division?
played for the Raiders for a second.
So that's good knowledge by you. Because
You
It's
just
not
became-
good knowledge. I'm looking
Nah,
at
you
it.
just became our, our
when you
AFC
said
South
Jag-
insider right
when
now.
you said Jags, I was like, oh, well, whatever. You could have said
Sure, pal.
You could have said Floyd Mayweather played for the Jags. I wouldn't know.
Amon did win that year he was in,
Amon won it.
and that was 2020.
nice.
That was 2021.
Nice. Damn, that's how we got on here. I'm sick about him and Tiana still. And they both had good news in the news lately. I did my Casey's Corner today about Tiana
I heard
with the
that.
cover of Girl with a Tattoo. Amon's
heard
playing
that.
in the Drew League.
Mhm.
I thought everything was good, and then
It's
you dropped the bomb on me.
It's not.
Guys, please stop fighting. It's not worth it.
Come on, guys. Let's get through this together. Luka Doncic talked to Malika Andrews, I guess, today. And either he's aware or he's doing what they all do and lied. He kind of sheepishly grinned like the entire interview talking to Malika, but he said fouling out, regardless of how physical the game was unacceptable. He said he has to be better in that regard. He said all of the things you would want Luka Doncic to say in a sit-down interview with a baddie. He said. And so I'm not going to criticize him for it because, if you're asking him to be accountable, at least I would have preferred he said all of that stuff to, Michael Wilbon. Then I'd be a little bit more inclined to believe him if he was talking to Michael
Jalen
Wilbon.
Rose, you can talk to Jalen Rose.
Well, don't know. I don't want Jalen in that setting ever again. But he said all of the things that you hope he says. So, okay, how are you going to respond now? And that's again the The silly part about all of this is, okay, how are you going to respond? It might not matter. It might not matter because the Boston Celtics may feel like, hey, we got to respond after that fourth quarter, man. That was an ass. We can't do that. We're trying to be a championship team. We can't have lulls like that. We were on the verge of putting this team away and taking a victory lap in their arena. And again, hey, it's great we fought this out. It's great that we held on, as you said earlier, to get a win. But we can't put ourselves in that position. We've got to do better.
Did you think the Mavs were going to complete the comeback?
I didn't actually.
I
didn't.
did. And I kind of only thought that because of my tweet.
I was
like, watch them win this goddamn game.
I was actually annoyed because I was putting together like a piece of furniture, and I just had the TV on and was putting this together like an idiot because I don't know how to do this stuff. And so they're up 21, and I'm like, okay, I've seen I got the story, and then why is the crowd getting so loud? And I'm like, now I'm stopping and watching this. I'm like, wow, they're making everything. The Boston's turn, and now I'm watching the game, and now I'm annoyed. I want the Celtics to win, obviously, but I'm annoyed because I have to stop what I'm doing now and go back to locking in on this game. And as I watched it, there was a play they were down 2. Dallas was down 2. Luka had just fouled out. I can't remember who it was. I don't remember if it was Derek Jones. I don't remember who it was. Corner 3, wide. I mean, couldn't have possibly have been more open. Drew the play perfectly. Just clanked it off the rim twice. And I'm watching this like they're not going to be able to finish. Like they're not going to be able to finish, but 11 might, or Kyrie might. Right. Kyrie might be able to finish this. Yeah. And he took a tough shot with them down, I think 4, that he missed, and I was like, I don't think they have anything. Like Kyrie did what he could in the biggest game of his life, according to some, and Luka's out at that point. It's not gonna happen.
Mavs got it down to 3, and I'm sitting there like, dude, I already sent out my tweets.
The cold piece was the only thing that stopped me from sending a message to the group text was I messed something up on the piece of furniture I was putting together, got frustrated, had to fix it. But I was reaching for the phone to send the message, and it never got sent because by the time I fixed my stupid mistake, it was an 8-point game.
And I'm sitting there thinking of the number 1 defense, my ass tweet I sent out like, Jess, you did it again.
Boston started taking ill-advised threes.
Hey, that's the thing.
Jrue Holiday Jrue Holiday don't never take a bad shot. He took a bad 3.
They got back to that bubble offense where just ISO take threes, but like I think it was around the 4-minute mark, 4:30 or whatever. I think Brown drives in and kicks it out to Horford, and like Horford missed a 3, but I was like, okay, yeah, like now they're gonna get back to their offense. I was a little bit feeling better after that.
I did some of the same. Like it was 21. I had picked up Reese from baseball practice. We were listening to PJ on ESPN.
Fantastic.
And they got to 23. I was like, yes, let's go. Put these boys away. And came inside.
KC cheering on the Celtics.
I was, man. Come on, man. Put these Mavericks away. And then get inside and tell Reese, hey, Reese, hey. Put some hoop clothes on, man. We're about to work on the hoop game a little bit, man. We're going to go on the back,
you were going to let him use your gun?
Well,
wow. See what happens when the Celtics
win. Look at that.
For the family. We all were.
Oh.
I wasn't going
It's for the family.
Yeah, but it's for the family.
No, I just want to be clear because you realize when you got it, you said it wasn't for you at all. It was.
Ryan's going to use it at some point, too.
Oh. Who's used it the most?
Me, and that's not a good thing. I'm not happy with that. Not happy with that. He knows. But I was like, come on, man. We about to get some work here, baby. This one's done.
Mm-hmm.
And then the way like the backyard is set up, I can look into the house and see the TV.
Well, yeah, it's
all of a
big
sudden,
TV.
Well, it's nowhere near some type of what does my man have? He's got the movie theater. It's not that. Okay.
You did have the premiere of Space Jam at your house.
It wasn't
facts.
the
That's
premiere.
come on,
Like
man.
30K
No,
it wasn't the premiere.
You had to have
Space
the
Jam.
premiere.
It was the night
That's
Space Jam
insane.
came out.
You were like serving food and all
Was
that.
LeBron at your house?
No.
Oh. What about Michael B. Jordan? Was he
No,
at your
no,
house?
nobody was there. We
Oh.
didn't have a
Dang,
premiere.
that's-
Nobody
It
was there. No, everybody was there except me. I
That's
wasn't
not how they
invited.
do it. They provide like posters and stuff to give to the kids and all
Oh,
that.
yeah,
Yeah, like
yeah.
what do they call it? Swag,
Yeah.
merch, all that.
Everybody could watch Space Jam
For the
we
price of
just
$20
put it
at
into the
Kenny's.
backyard.
Mm.
That's all it was.
Mhm.
I might do that again too, not with the movie, but I need to put that up
10,000 kids hanging from the rafters
there.
watching.
Well, I don't need all the kids there. I'm just do that.
Kids on Kenny's roof trying to watch like it's
Mhm.
Wrigleyville or something.
Mhm. Yeah, there were
Kids,
kids. There were kids, and well, I saw in some of the IG videos because I wasn't invited. I saw like the neighbors that are, the neighbors that he's got like 2 acres away. The closest neighbor.
No,
You could see
right
them
there.
with binoculars trying to.
It's just a simple fence.
Of course, it was
regular
like a
neighborhood. Don't listen to these guys. man.
a
Don't listen to these
200-foot screen that was showing it.
Casey
but-
was out there with the flashlight, making sure no one had their phones and all that.
But you guys didn't get to get the work in because the
Well, yeah,
game
because
was.
I saw it got to 11. I said, Reese, come on, man, let's go inside and watch the end of this game. And then I think when I really said I put a kibosh on it, I was like, it's at 6. There's like 8 minutes to go. How did we get here? It's 6. It's a 6-point game with 8 minutes to go.
It really did escalate quickly. It was like,
It took
yo,
no time whatsoever off the
yo.
clock.
Yeah, I tweeted out. I was like, yeah, Mavs have had these runs all series. Celtics got to answer me. Wow, I'm like, Crystal, get like, what's going on? Like, they're going to lose.
It was like the Mavericks hit an 18-point shot.
Oh,
Like
man.
that's how quickly the game.
I'm not going to lie. I did get
shifted.
kind of nervous too when Luka fouled out because I was like, you're going to have to find someone else to attack now.
Can we just make
Yeah.
sure, because I don't want the moment to pass. Number one defense, my ass, is iconic in show history.
It is. And
Like,
it's,
that is-
it's one of my favorite moments.
No,
Like,
that
it turned out
is-
bad for me, but it was
No,
hilarious.
that is an epic.
I had
moment
people
in show
like,
history.
before I was even really talking much on the show, like people that didn't even follow me. Just, oh yeah, really? What happened? What happened? Like, who are you people?
The crazy part about that is I'm watching the game. I think I might have told Jesse or said, I was like, the offense is cool, man, but we defend over here. We defend. We put in work. First play of the game, I said, "Oh,
It was Trent
snap.
Sherfield too.
What?" I said, "What?" I said, "Maybe the speed is a little different."
No, I was at the
don't know.
game. I'm running up and down the aisles or whatever, screaming. At that point, we're going to the Super Bowl, and then Brock Purdy, just that legend
Brock
started there.
Purdy. Oh man.
Brock Purdy hit George Kittle, I think, on like a 3rd and 7, 3rd and 13 with Jalen Phillips right in his face. I was like, no, we're not winning this game.
The legend was born.
Iconic.
The what was I going to say about the Celtics? Oh, so other people kind of talked about that too. Like what Jesse said was like a lot of people felt like, all right, now the Mavs might win, not because Luka's like bad, but like now the defense will get stronger, and you still got a guy like Kyrie that could bring you all the way back. And some people felt like they might be able to pull it out without Luka.
And that's fine, but that's where the Celtics come into play.
They hit a big time. Was it a 3? Was it? I think it was a Derek White 3.
Yeah, Derek White, top of
Lively,
the.
Lively got the dunk to get it to 1. With like a minute and a half to go, and I was like, damn, they're like one stop away from getting this done. But then Derek White all net at the top of the game.
Shout out Jrue Holiday for that pass.
Oh, that left-handed pass was crazy.
Jalen is having an epic postseason at the rim.
Hey, is he a Finals MVP? I think he is right now. I think he is.
Tune in for our answers after the break.
Good call, Jesse. Good call. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Go grab my. What is going on? Oh, they got I think there's a concert tomorrow.
You see, we got an Odyssey truck now.
No.
Like it's got like rap, like Odyssey logos everywhere and all that. It's like a legit truck.
Oh, like a pickup.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. Look, man, I'm not trying to be disrespectful and minimize, but let's not Andre Iguodala this situation. All right, it's Tatum or Brown, and it's probably Brown.
Yeah, Jrue was a fun game to play after game 2, but game 3 I think kind of showed who it is.
Oh, hey, Stephen Brown, he's still dating her? Salute. Salute. Maybe the baddest grandmother in the game. That's a shoot. She's a grandma. She is. She's bad. Now, got a little work done. Sure she has. So do with that what you
Do what you got to do.
Yeah, but baddest grandmother in the game.
Miami going into December at with records like 9-3, 8-3, whatever, just flaming out in December has been really tough. It's a good question by Colin. So you getting the Tatum jersey after they clinch tomorrow?
No, Tatum is still he's a little down on the totem pole right
You
now.
got to get the Team USA Tatum one.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I could do that. That's a good point. But right now, it's Fox, Monk. I want it to be Debo, but Debo might go down on the totem pole just because I don't know.
Don't get the Devo jersey.
Yeah,
just get the whatever team he's playing on next year.
I might fool with a Brock, man. I might fool with a Brock. But Anthony Edwards has gone ahead of Jason Tatum on the totem pole. And it's probably Tatum. What am I, 5 at that point? It's probably Tatum at 5.
Being a Dolphins fan and all that, obviously watched through a million different quarterbacks. I have one quarterback jersey and it's just Ryan Tannehill's. I wore it for 3 games. They got blown out every game. Now it sits in my one of the coat closets at my dad's house. It's like the Annabelle doll or something.
Scooter, what are you talking about, bro? I got like 4 jerseys right now. What are you talking
It really bothers me that I get excited for Donut Friday.
about? When they have the right donuts there, it's magical.
I used to eat donuts like crazy.
Donuts that's breakfast, right? Feels like it shouldn't be.
It's breakfast / dessert. Yeah. I am fascinated by that. Like, who decided this was breakfast? Is Luka right to blame the officials? Luka vows to have fun.
Securing the monk, settle down. Just really settle down. That is, stop it.
Well, I'm
You were like, I think I need to get a Steph Curry jersey.
That never happened. Literally never.
You
happened.
realize
you
Zay
asked,
can
would I get a Steph Curry jersey? And I thought about it because it's my boy Steph, but I said at the end of the day, it's a Warriors jersey. So hell no. Stop.
I hate how he does that.
I'm not sure that's
like Casey does not tell the full story.
That's what happened.
I don't think so. We all remember it differently. Like literally all of us. All right.
Did you know today, 5 years ago, We the North became We the Champions?
Okay.
Raptors won the NBA championship. I was thinking about that when I saw like that tweet or whatever, and I was like, man, I'd be so happy if that was the Kings, obviously, right? But the Raptors, that might be it. That might be it. That 2019 may be
their only title.
Yeah.
Oh, got you.
And man,
they got one.
I'd do it.
The one is so much worth it. I'm still hanging on to 2008, bro.
How many franchises don't have one?
The Clippers don't have one.
Clippers, Grizzlies.
OKC doesn't have one.
No,
that counts as the Sonics.
Yeah, they give them the Sonics.
They get credited for that.
Oh, all right.
They give them the Sonics joint. I think there's probably like Atlanta. I think doesn't have one.
The Pelicans.
I think the Hornets. There's probably 7 or 8.
Yeah, Alton Drake, those in the Timberwolves, they don't either.
Yeah. Kings got one though. We have a gold tag on the jersey. It is what it is.
Yeah, like, are we proud of? Does that count?
Yeah, when I'm talking crazy to a Clippers fan, I can say at least we have a gold tag on our jersey.
The banner hangs, man.
I think you've used that line before on. You know what banner needs to go is that Sleep Train banner. That Sleep Train banner needs to go.
What's that? What does it say?
There's a Sleep Train banner at the arena.
It just says Sleep Train?
For the arena. At the Golden One Center. There is the Sleep Train banner in the rafters.
Sleep Train has a Golden One banner?
Yes.
Why?
Thank you.
That's like leaving Oakland, going to San Francisco, and wearing Oakland jerseys for a year.
Okay. Well, that was a shot.
What?
That was a shot. He's not wrong.
Well, he's
he
not.
didn't have to say
Something to compare it to.
That needs to not be up. It looks dumb.
See if I can find it. I don't know if I can find it. But
I think the Kings need to retire.
Are you looking for the banner?
Yeah, I want to see it.
I don't know that I found myself staring at it the other night. I was like, is that a Sleep Train? I was like, and I'm sure I remember, like, I just kept looking at it. Why is that there?
Come on, who did this? This is not funny. Oh no, this isn't even a joke. I thought this was somebody had made a joke about the play-in win and put a banner up. This was the actual Pacific Division banner. They got one that has a banner and it's next to the World Championship one, and it says Buddy Hield 3-point champion 2020. That was
what are you looking at right now?
I just imaged like
what are you looking at? Chatty House banners? What are you looking at?
He's looking at memes that other teams' fans use.
What are you doing?
I googled banners in the Golden One Center. That was Buddy Hield.
And of course, a bunch of sarcastic ones pop up.
It's the one that NBC Sports uses.
Yeah, I was hoping to see it.
That's funny. I can't see it. That's very funny.
They got to take down the Sleep Train banner.
Yeah, that needs to go.
Does Chris Webber have his jersey retired here?
He does.
Yeah, he's got his banner up there.
He does.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Get some retired numbers up there. And
they need to put if absolutely nothing else, they need to put Tisha's jersey up there. Like Yo's a Hall of Famer. Yolanda's jersey should be up there. The only one that's up there is Ruthie's, and then like Jerry has a like Monarchs GM jersey up there.
I really, really don't know why. I need to talk to somebody. I don't know why they just don't listen to what I said and create a Ring of Honor or a Wall of Fame.
You're right. I don't know why everyone doesn't listen to you.
Banners are cooler though.
Banners are cooler, but it gets a
I feel like you look up like that's history and
I
that's
think
legacy.
Tisha and Yolanda deserve their numbers retired. But I mean, there are people that you want to commemorate and show love to.
Where do you put the Ring of Honor?
You could put it. You could put it. There's a couple places you could put it. The one I'm thinking about right now is that wall that they have.
So you got okay. Stop right there because I think you're answering my question.
Mm-hmm.
You got to do it outside the bowl then.
Yeah, I don't know where this is at, but there's a wall. I think it's by one of the escalators where it's they have all those Kings jerseys. Have you seen that?
Yeah, but it's
right
outside the bowl. Like it's not visible in the
for the wall.
When
That's
you sit
for
down.
the wall thing. Yeah, you could do the Ring of Honor around the suites.
But that's
what I think about when I think of Ring of Honor. Like
yeah,
it's literally a ring
like
around the arena.
Just put it on the digital thing at this point. Isn't it digital all the way around the arena?
I mean, there's
make it a digital Ring of Honor.
Do that, or you could put them next to the new suites.
Well, they keep putting new suites. They got a new suite right across from the grocery store they built. Last game, I was picking up blueberries and bread. Where did Rayleigh's come from? And where the hell did this suite come from?
Just threw up the suite.
Hey, shout out to the person in the Golden One Center marketing campaign who said, "Hey, just put glass around this seat right here and call it a suite. Hey, you charge like $4,000 more. It's brilliant." And you know what? It was occupied.
It was occupied. I'd sit there and watch a game. Absolutely.
Let's get Mitch on the line.
Hey, he's back.
916-909-1320. What's up, Mitch?
How's it going, Damon? Casey, what, you had me on timeout before? What was that?
No, man.
No, we were just doing a radio show, man. That's all.
Yeah, it's all right. You gotta make a living here.
Yeah.
I hope everything's good. Thanks for taking my call. But Luka's got to start playing basketball like a matador. Even little Kyrie too. I mean, it's just what a difference in the front courts. I don't know how Dallas got. And Denver to me is the most complete team. They would have given Boston a ride for their money.
Yeah, maybe. They didn't make it, so I don't care.
Yeah, sure. All right. And I think the Kings have a better roster overall than Dallas. So that's another story. Hopefully, the tables will switch next year. I was saying Luka is just as Larry Bird. I guess I got a hold off on that. But would you take Jerry West over Larry Bird? Jerry West was an undersized small forward. He was only 6'3". And then he moved to guard towards the end of his career. Last week I just
Jerry was only 6'3". Is that right?
I thought he was like 6'5".
Yeah, I thought Jerry West was a lot taller. Or no,
Mitch, did you watch Jerry West?
I vaguely remember him and Wilt still. He was telling me in the book that he felt bad for Wilt. He was pretty lonely towards the end of his last years, Wilt Chamberlain.
I missed that. I'm sorry. You'll have to translate that.
He caught Will in his later years.
Yeah, Jerry
said he was lonely towards his later. Is that what he said?
Yeah,
Who's he
said Wilt
talking
was.
about?
Wilt.
Wilt was lonely. That's tough to believe.
He's got a Ric Flair number.
Jerry was 6'3". I don't know why I thought he was so much. I don't know why I thought he was taller.
There was some great. I just saw some great video from Jerry West commemorating him yesterday, and they talked. One was like his relationship with Kobe and how close they were or whatever, and he told Kobe, he said, "Kobe, you the black." No, he used to say, he said, "Kobe, man, you foul out. You foul too much. If you played against me, I'd foul your ass out in a heartbeat. Like, you foul too much."
Jerry said that?
Yeah, said that to Kobe. And Kobe was like, no, man, you trip. Like, it's all because they're like super close.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, you foul too much, man. You'd foul out. I'd foul you straight out of the game or whatever. And then Kobe's like, no, you tripping. And he goes, Jerry goes, they call you the Black Mamba, right? He goes, yeah, they call me the Black Mamba. He said, you ever seen you know what they call me? They call me the Mongoose. You ever seen a Black Mamba and a Mongoose fight? Mongoose kills him every time. That's what I would do to you. I'm the Mongoose out here. He's like, I'm not your ordinary Black Mamba. He's like, yeah, all right.
Did you see that tweet that went viral? It was just a person. It's a random person tweeted, that man would rather die than see the Celtics raise another banner.
I didn't see that.
And I thought it was great because I was like, I think Jerry West would actually really appreciate that.
He would. I was listening to Bomani and who was on there? I can't remember off the top of my head, but they mentioned the same thing. There's like, how do we know Jerry wasn't given a choice and said, you know what? I'm out of here. I'm done.
You know what I always say, like right before you go, like there's a light and you're at a cross.
Howard Bryant is who it was.
I love Howard Bryant. And there's Jerry at the light, like, hey, Jerry, 86 great years, man. You can either, come this way and be with Kobe and, Bill and all these other guys, or you can go, but here's the catch.
He said, what game is coming up? Game 3? I'm out of here.
Jerry said, I'm good. That was a great tweet that didn't come across even remotely offensive.
No, we all knew, man. It's something that you would say at his service, and would get
Jerry has, and I think that was a lot of it. Like, this is 100% going to be repeated at Jerry's service. That man saw all 18 of them, or he saw 17. He saw all 17 of them. Hell, he was on the receiving end of what? 8 of them?
Something like that.
Was he 1 in 9? 1 in 8?
1 in 8, I think. 1 in 8.
Man went to 9 NBA finals. Goodness.
I lost
gracious.
a couple more as a GM to those guys too.
Oh.
I can't wait to talk Lakers Celtics on Friday.
I wonder, I was talking to my man Darren, my barber, about this today. When you get a check from the Celtics, it says, like, if you open up your like account, Odyssey, paid you whatever. When you get a check from the Celtics, it says banner 18. And I'm like on if they win on Saturday, do they change it?
Banner 19 LLC.
Do they change it? No, I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
Is that their gimmick?
That's what I would assume you do.
Yeah.
So the Celtics just have all of these LLCs for the next title that they're trying to win. Because it's not the title number that they have, it's the one that they're trying to get to.
Right.
We should buy that.
Because banner 18 oh,
we could buy banner 19.
it's probably too late.
Lakers
It's
about it. They were
What
thinking
for?
oh man. Why do I feel like that was a thing? Banner 18 trademark. I don't know.
People shouldn't just be able to buy anything like that. Let that be
can.
the Celtics thing.
Look at you, big Celtics guy. Who's a bigger
Wait a
Celtics
minute.
fan?
Settle
KC
down.
or
Settle the hell down. I hate the Celtics.
oh, that doesn't sound like it. Anybody listening today? Y'all are talking about me being a Celtics fan.
Can't stand it.
And the sad thing is, I guess I'll just have our friends ask somebody. Because I've seen a Celtics check before.
Oh,
That's how I knew about the banner 18 thing.
Yeah.
I'll just ask, hey, did they change it? Is it banner 19?
And like you said, it makes sense. Go ahead.
We should create an LLC to motivate us, because that's what it's got to be, right? Like a way, like, hey, yo, this is what we work for. Banner 19.
Stay number one. Did you see they stopped? Like, what's crazy?
Syndicate?
Did they stop? Syndicate. Did they stop doing the best of Sacramento thing when we won the championship? I haven't seen it in about 2 years, and I'm got my eye out on it.
They did. No, they shut it down. The whole magazine shut down.
Oh man,
D'Lo and KC shut it down. They found out we were going to win awards in 2 different categories.
I have my eyes,
and they were doing the voting. I remember because the voting made us laugh. The voting was us, Deuce and Mo, and like Katie.
That's right.
Like, what?
All right, we about to have a chokehold on this thing, man, and then they shut it down. All right, that's cool. Who ran that? Barrett Sports? Is that who ran that?
I don't think we exist in that one.
Yeah, we really don't exist in Barrett Sports.
That is crazy. That is the kind of numbers that we doing out here. I ain't trying to brag or boast, but the numbers we doing, just Barrett Sports, don't exist.
It's gonna be wild next year when our friends Allen and Watkins are like number 2 on the list.
Barrett Sports. Oh, Pittsburgh is doing a great job in mid majors.
Oh my God.
San Diego is just killing it right now. There may not be anybody. All right, fam.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the case. We do not exist to that individual. He's like the Academy. If you don't kiss the ring, you don't get any recognition.
Boys in the Hood ain't getting no Academy Awards.
It's a damn good movie though.
We're gonna give it to Braveheart.
Yeah, Boys in the Hood are not. Shoot, on select Fridays, we're Menace to Society, and yeah, not good, man. They don't know. Don't show. Did you see when someone took that clip and put like they made it like the Kendrick, Drake, J. Cole epilogue.
No.
So it shows, and I think it was I think Drake was Doughboy and I can't remember. I'll mess up screwing it up. But it was like, yeah, J. Cole just lived happily ever after. Drake got, murdered 2 weeks later when Not Like Us dropped.
God.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
You know, the first time I saw Windhorst yesterday is when they put it the Meet the Grams beat under what he said.
Oh wow.
That was hilarious.
Wow, I didn't even see that.
Kyle had the one today where they put Euphoria behind it too.
I didn't even see that.
That was the first time I saw it last night. I was like, what? Because somebody was like, oh, they put Meet the Grams under Windhorst's SVP appearance. I said, what did he say? So I listened to it.
Man, I do not spend nearly enough time on Twitter. I swear every day you have to tell me about something I saw that you saw on Twitter. I do not spend.
Twitter's
nearly.
still hanging
I
on,
saw
man.
it
It's still
on
cooking.
Twitter's so bad, but it's good.
I saw it on SVP. Like that's where I thought everybody saw it. No, apparently not.
I went out and got some work in with Reese after the game was over. Didn't watch SVP.
Well, yeah, you guys were prepared to get that work in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. And
what's that look like when you guys are getting work in? What's that look like?
It depends on the day. Like yesterday, it was a little windy, so you try not to work on the jump shot too much when it's windy out there. So we worked on some handles, worked on this little Paul George crossover. I've been trying to teach him. He's been trying to get down, finishing at the rim. So, for instance, it's real quick too to get like a certain number up.
Mm-hmm.
Get 25 catch and shoots from like 5 feet away. Make those 25. You go back another 2 feet from 7 feet away. Another 2 feet, 25 from 9 feet away. You get to the free throw line, 25 from there. You get to 17 feet, 25 from there. So by the end of you've made 250 shots before we start working on anything else. And then we work on finishing and stuff like that. It wasn't as detailed as I normally would have done because the time got messed up and it's time to eat and stuff like that. But yeah, if I had my way, like when I want to do, like we working on something, you got to make at least 300. You got to make 300.
All right.
He usually gets mad at me at some point though too, because I'm like, nah, you need to do this, and he gets frustrated.
So you're training him to be Luka. You don't work on the defensive end.
Oh no, he about to get some defensive work this summer. I'm ordering the cones. I'm ordering the ladder. Yeah, I got all that stuff ready. You got to get a little more athletic, as Charles Barkley would say.
That ladder was a monster, man. I used to do that thing daily.
That thing's tough. I need to do it myself though. I'm gonna do the ladder myself. I gotta be.
Better go see Albie and Connie.
I got to get ready to go see Al.
That's a shoot.
I'm still going to throw up probably, but I need to throw up less.
Have you ever thrown up working out?
Yeah, one time.
Me too. It was Al that did it. Opened that side door, walked right out, threw up on the side of the gym, walked right back in and finished what he told me to do.
The crazy thing is, it was my boy Brian who did it. It didn't feel like he was asking me to do the craziest stuff. It was just, I don't know if it was the time in between that I didn't have to catch my breath or what, but we were doing Jacob's ladder. That's when it really, that's when it ended. I was like, bro, I just got to stop for a second.
For me, I remember it was a plyometric workout, and it was supposed to be, it was that summer that I was training with Mike Bibby, and Mike didn't show up. So Mike
took
didn't.
It out on you.
It's 100% what happened. Mike didn't show up, which means Team Dime didn't show up. There were normally like 3 or 4 guys who wanted to. Some would be really serious about working out and they do the whole workout. Some wouldn't, but like some would be. And so, we'd have this small crew working out. So Mike doesn't show up. None of them show up. And yeah, Al's pissed. And I was there. So, Bubba, you okay?
Oh,
yeah.
man.
All right. Go finish. Okay.
I don't think I'm gonna get. Well, I mean, I know he can make it happen, but I don't think I'm working out to the point of throw up at this point. I'm going my own pace. Maybe that takes a month more for me to get where I'm trying to get because I'm not pushing it to the point where I'm throwing up. But it's okay. I'll take that extra month. It's okay.
We don't have to
workouts like
push.
at Lifetime Fitness.
Well, how hard do you think they're working out in Lifetime Fitness?
That's why I'm asking you.
I'm asking Dave.
I don't know. I've never been there.
I don't think they're working out very hard in Lifetime Fitness.
Well, why not?
I don't think they work out that hard in Lifetime Fitness.
Why not?
They're doing what they need to do to stay in shape or whatever. Like, I don't think the people that you get at 24-Hour Fitness who are like, I'm putting 5 plates on here, let's go. I don't think they're in Lifetime Fitness. Just my opinion. I could be wrong.
Okay. I don't know. This feels offensive.
It's not.
I'm trying to figure out exactly how and why it's offensive, but it feels offensive.
They're at a different
I can't
point.
figure out what ism I'm wanting. It's not sexism. It's not racism. Is it? It's not ageism.
Classism.
Is it classism?
Classy and wealthism.
It's
classism, I think.
It's classism. Yeah, you're saying that people who can afford $215 a month memberships don't work out hard.
I don't think they're working out the same way the people at Choose and 24-Hour Fitness are working out.
What about Planet Fitness?
Maybe.
How about In Shape?
No. Those people, they getting after it.
Sometimes I wonder if my body's even capable of working out like that anymore.
I think it is.
Because I'll get in the, I'll get up and I'll be like, all right, man, let's go. And I'll have the music on, and it's like I think I'm having a good workout, but like I used to know, like the sweat would be dripping and all of the. Is this working? What is going on right here? Yo, and why does my hamstring hurt so bad? Yeah, where
JT Lowe, wealthy people skip leg day.
Where were we the other day? Oh, we were at Anjali's art show, and I was talking to Jackie Wada.
Oh yeah.
And we were
I've never met her, by the way. She does a lot of good stuff, like workout, art, all that other stuff.
I didn't realize
she went
you didn't.
to McClatchy, I think, or she coached him.
How are you? For sure. Were you guys there at the same time?
No,
Maybe
she's
you
younger
weren't.
than me. Yeah.
No, I meant in the building at the same time.
Oh, I don't.
I was talking to her, and we trained together at Game Fit for a while, and we're both a little older, and we're talking about how it can't kind of train like we used to. And that whole night at that art show, I was like rock because my leg was bothering me. So I was like, yeah, it's a great time to have this conversation about I have this random pain in my right leg that I just keep trying to shift my weight to my other leg to and pretend isn't happening.
The random pains, the random aches for no reason are just they're baffling. They're baffling. Like, how did this happen? How did this strain happen? I just got up from the recliner.
And that's the thing. It's not even a strain. It's just a pain because you moved. It's a pain because you've been standing up for an hour. Like, this is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Shout out to Anjali. It was a great event on Saturday.
It was.
Great event on Saturday. Come through, see us on Friday. We're going to be at Concerts in the Park. We're going to be at Cesar Chavez Park. We're going to be out there with Yelly. That's with a Y, not with an N. And it's going to be a great night, man. It's completely free.
Completely free. DJ Eddie going to be on the 1s and 2s. They got the silent disco going out there as well. So it's good times, man. It's a good time on a Friday in the summer in Sacramento.
Yes, indeed. Who is the NBA Finals MVP? And is Jaylen Brown a top 10 player in the NBA? Plus, we need to get back to Sean's Sasha Vezenkov tweet. We read that earlier, and I think it deserves a little more conversation. So we'll do that. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, that Planet Fitness stuff is weird.
What do they do over there?
You're not allowed to like make any noise at all.
Let these people cook.
Like, I get maybe not being the like, that's fine. But come on, man. Man, Tom Brady Day looked like something yesterday. Had Jay-Z performing.
They
And
sold
nobody
that out.
get Jay-Z performing.
They sold that out, and they had a watch party at the TD Garden too, and they had that full as well.
Damn. Yeah, it was outside. JJ Redick. We didn't even talk about. Did we mention Woj's tweet?
I don't think so.
We got so much.
Sal, you got to stay strong. Dom's got to stay strong.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's also Finn Balor's the bad guy, right? He's the one who's been kind of yeah. 'Cause I saw that clip where he took the broom care or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Josh McDipshit. Come on,
That's solid.
Collins.
That's good stuff. That's 10 out of 10 right there.
That's funny.
Does he have a job right now? Meaning, is he with the Patriots again or no?
I don't think so. Because he was Bill's guy.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And strangely enough, Bill isn't there anymore. I've definitely thrown up doing CrossFit workouts. Yeah, I believe that. That's Will's bag. Will Z, he's a CrossFit guy. Him and Hannah both, his wife. Big CrossFit people. I've never really been into it.
I'll always say Urban Meyer's the worst coach of all time, but Josh McDaniels is a clear second. I
Yeah,
think.
he won't. He's not getting another job. There's no way. There's no way. Don't sleep on the tonal, Steven. That's dope. Hell. LeBron probably at the age where the tonal's perfect for him.
The draft is in July.
The NBA draft?
NBA draft, yeah. When is that?
No, it's in this 2 weeks from yesterday. It's the 6th?
Oh, yeah, I'm getting mixed up with football. Who does free agency first, though?
Yeah, free agency starts the 30th. Now look at Woj in a nice little hoodie. See Woj?
Get something right, Woj.
Please. There was a point last night where I thought JJ left the broadcast.
Yeah, he was silent for a bit.
He got quiet for a minute.
He already put his 2 weeks notice and he's on his way out.
Mm-hmm. Hoodie Woj is different. Woj in a hoodie. Hi, L. And them reporters really love them quarter zips. He got the James Ham special on over there. Yeah.
I've ever worn a quarter zip.
I remember I used to have them back in the day. I had one like when I used to wear like collar like ties.
Mm-hmm.
Though the court, it was a James Ham special. I don't think James wears ties with it. Like he'll wear the collar shirt. But.
Hey, did you see real quick? I know we got some. You guys hold on real quick. Did you see Dan Hurley on Dan Le Batard?
Didn't.
Yeah, he was on Dan Le Batard today. I didn't get a chance to see it, but I saw a couple clips. He said the notion that he was using the Lakers for leverage
Saw
is
that.
the stupidest thing of all time.
Way to have your friends back, pal.
He was talking directly to you.
I said I
Talking
don't.
to you and
Well,
Jason Jones and
I don't. Well, I don't know if he
conspiracy
was
theory guys.
That was a conspiracy theory that he was using him as leverage. So I don't necessarily believe that.
Someone
I do
said
believe he
didn't
never
even
going-
get an offer.
Well, that was crazy. I do believe, and I'll stand on this business. I believe he was never going to the Lakers. I don't know what that was all about. I have no idea, but I don't.
Let's nail down what that means real quick. Like 0% chance.
I'll run that back a little bit. If they
70,
presented
30.
him, I don't think it was that. It was like 90-10.
Mm.
If they came with a number that you can't refuse, he would have.
Godfather offer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a price at some point, but I don't think he ever like really wanted to. Like he was intrigued. I think he did his due diligence. Let's just see what it was, but I don't think he ever wanted to go to the Lakers.
But he did say that though during the interview, right? That he did have a number that if they did reach or match or whatever, he would have went.
And they asked him what the number was, he said, "I don't know what the number is." Like he said, I think he said specifically, he's like, "I'm sure there's a number where
you would never leave it down.
I'd have to go, but I don't know what that is."
There was a point where you're talking right there.
Yeah.
I was telling Jesse in the chat where JJ went quiet last night. I thought JJ left the broadcast at one point in the fourth quarter. JJ fell hella silent. And I started thinking they went to break. I was like, did JJ leave? Is JJ on the phone with Shams? And based on the report today, he might have been on the phone with Woj.
This is another side note. D'Lo and KC awful announcing. Did you see? Did anybody catch when? I think it was during halftime when Malika tried to set up Paul George to like have maybe a 15-second take on what was happening, and Paul just wasn't used to that, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't know," and then the music started playing because they ran out of time.
That show panel has been so dreadful, and it's been magnified because it appears it's mic'd poorly. So whether it's Montel Jordan or Young MC or whoever the hell is performing in the background, it's just blaring through the speakers.
She goes, "Yeah, Paul, Kyrie Irving with 20 points in the first half. What needs to happen in the second half?" And Paul was like, "Oh, yeah, well, I mean, they just got to do it." I said, "Oh, man, poor Paul."
Like, I don't even understand why they have Paul George, Josh Hart, these different guys there, because you're giving them 90 seconds to do this. Like, what are you doing? And if you're going to do that, get the other guy off of the panel. And you all know who we're talking about.
Hey,
Like,
Paul,
get
who
him
do you
out of
think is
there.
Finals MVP?
Honestly, Jesse, I think it's Red Auerbach.
The hell did you say, Bob?
Larry Bird really set the tone for this whole thing. Bob, get out of here.
Oh, man.
We shout out our man Stephen Brown. We were talking about fitness during the commercial break, and he brought up one of those tonal machines that LeBron endorses. And I just find this adorable because Stephen Brown says $4,000 of the $1.5 million LeBron uses on his physical fitness was spent on a total, huh? LOL. I think it's adorable that you think LeBron James is a spokesperson for a tonal and he bought one. That's cute.
I'm not even sure. Not that it's not. I don't have one. Raise your hand if you have one. I don't have one, but I think it's a phenomenal product. I don't think LeBron uses that. LeBron goes to the gym.
What is a tonal machine?
Well, no, LeBron. No, someone comes to the gym. Comes to LeBron.
That point too.
Yeah, the gym
That
comes
point
to
too.
LeBron.
He might have a gym.
I'm positive.
And
he has
and
a
the
gym.
tonal's probably in the gym, and he may use it. But
yeah, you could
he's
just
got
use
everything.
you could just use the tonal as a cable machine. That's
He's got
essentially what you could
everything.
use. Yeah.
I want to get a tonal though.
It's a great machine. I mean, I like it. I like it.
You got one?
Fire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's there's a lot that I like. You got a Peloton, right?
Dude, everybody has a Peloton. What are you talking about?
Not everybody has a Peloton.
What are you talking about?
I don't have one.
That's because you don't want one.
Oh, I do kind of want one.
It's pretty good. I was thinking about the Peloton the other day. I hadn't.
You know what I
that thing in
don't
like 2
want though
months.
is another subscription. because the tonal, for the way I want to use the tonal, I have a subscription for it. Like I have it, it's basically what I like about the tonal is like a trainer. Like you could pick a program that you want to use. Like, so I was like, yeah, I'll pay $40 for that rather than $90 for a gym membership. But then Peloton is another $40 or $50 or whatever.
$45. And every time I see that on my bank statement and I haven't used it that month, I'm like, oh man.
Well, I got the
this
Max
has to change.
I got the Max email today that they're moving up $1.
For what? They're losing the NBA.
Wait, Max is going up $1?
Yeah.
They need to.
Yep.
They need to reevaluate that.
I remember the good old days.
And that's the day after the Netflix charge came through at $22.
Yeah, I didn't even check that.
Remember the good old days when streaming was $5.99, the WWE Network was $9.99.
I swear to God, if WWE wasn't going to Netflix, I'd be out.
I still watch Netflix. Well, I can't.
I
can't
do not
leave
watch Netflix.
The biggest consumer is the baby.
Oh,
she watches Ada Twist all day.
I don't know what that
She'd
is.
beat
but as
me
long
up
as
if I said we're done with Netflix.
Let's get TC in here, 916-909-1320. TC, what's happening, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
We good, man. How you doing, bro?
Oh, man, just vibing, tapping in. Hey, I was telling Jesse, right? I said, man, the Celtics finna pull it off, dog. I thought I thought they was gonna have more of a fight, but what y'all said, D-Lo, the others, bro, like Shaq, like saying Kenny, the others, bro, they ain't showing up.
No, man, that's the issue. PJ averaged 25 points a game in that Thunder series. I don't know what he's averaging now, but it ain't close to 25.
Probably not that. I'm gonna check to see if PJ Washington has scored 25 points total in this series.
That's a good question.
Derrick Jones Jr. is unplayable on offense too now.
Oh,
there was, and that's so in the rundown. You have a question.
34.
Like, you were talking about like he's got 34 total.
The 34 total. Damn. That's a lie. 44 total. 13, 17.
This guy was averaging 20 a night in the other series. But you asked like, and we can talk about it more today or tomorrow, whenever. But like, what do the Mavericks look like next year? And that's the thing where I can't just jump on board and be like, the Mavericks, they're gonna be contenders next year, because two of the big the big pieces that produce for them, guys, I thought they went way over their head. Like Derrick Jones Jr. and what he's been able to do, like even knocking down shots in these playoffs and in this run. I don't know if he's gonna do that again next year. And PJ Washington, as much as I really, really do like him, you know, you see in the series that they won, he's averaging 20 points a game. Like he's gonna not maybe average 20, but he's gonna be a 17 point per game scorer next year. Maybe because he's talented, maybe just hadn't had the right opportunity. But I don't know. I got to see some more next year from Dallas to like really buy in that they're in that upper echelon now in the Western Conference.
What's upper echelon mean?
Top 4.
Okay. What about top 6?
I think they're a top 6 team. I think they're a top 6 team.
Yeah.
I think I could see them battling for that 6th spot. I could see the same thing.
I think the Western,
I
think that's going to happen. I think and this is less about the Mavericks, more about the conference. I think the top 6 spots are going to be a battle.
Well, no, I was even saying at 6 to 8. Like I could see the same thing happening this year with Dallas, Phoenix, maybe the Kings.
Yeah,
that happened next year.
Well, the Kings will be third. Yeah, second or third.
Does this say anything about Dallas though? The fact that we're not locking them into the playoffs next year. Like we will, like the Timberwolves, like I'm sure we'll.
I think it's
like they'll be in the Thunder, the Nuggets. Like
so. I'm not locking really anyone in the playoffs right now. I'm not locking the Timberwolves in. There's something about the Timberwolves that's really, really bothering me, and I think it's part of the reason I was so slow to believe in them this year. I think you've got one tough player on that team, mentally tough, physically tough, the whole deal. Like I still have concerns about Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert. And I think the start to their season's extremely important. I think there was a lot of potential doubt cast on that team after the Dallas series. And they got to recover from that. Like they have to They have to respond. And they were good. They were everything that everyone has been waiting for them to be this past year. And if they get off to a strong start, it's not going to take me nearly as long this year to get, okay, I see it. They back. No, they're good. They're good. But if they have like some missteps, I'll be watching that a little bit closer, because I think there is an added pressure to teams that, when you're a young team or youngish team and you lose in the conference finals, there becomes okay, this isn't a team on the decline. And this isn't a team that this isn't the Atlanta Hawks of a couple of years ago. I know that's an example we use a lot, but it always freaking works. That's not what they are. Like, this is a team you can absolutely see back in the conference finals, which means this is a team you want to see take that next step. This is a team where that front office, that coaching staff, all those take the next step, which means if things go wrong, you start looking around. And how does Karl Anthony Towns respond to that? Because his name's going to be mentioned, whether fair or not. How does Rudy Gobert respond to that? Because his name's going to be mentioned, fair or not. There's only one guy whose name isn't going to be mentioned. How do they respond to that? So I'm not quick to lock them in. Like, I'll lock Denver in because I think Denver's just going to be there moving forward. I could see Oklahoma City stepping back, not to like 45 wins stepping back, but they won 57 games last
not the
year.
number one seed. That's conceivable.
Like could they be 7 games worse next year?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I think. That's good enough for a playoff spot, but I'm unsure of a lot of these teams. Denver, they've earned the right. They'll be there. I need to see them not be there to believe that they won't be there. But everything else is just kind of, I'm not sold. Dallas, I think I still think this, that their time together will benefit them next year. I don't know what the experience of losing in the experience of losing in the NBA finals. We think the series is over. It's not. They might win a game. They might win 2 games, whatever. But the series of the experience of going down 3-0 in the NBA finals, the experience of not being able to close out games, the experience of being under the brightest light the NBA has to offer. How do they respond to that? We've talked a lot today about how Luka Doncic responds to that. Jason Kidd's been there before. Like, Jason Kidd has experienced all of this before as a player. He has at least a general feeling of what this is like. How do the rest of like PJ Washington is playing in the NBA finals. That dude was on Charlotte to start the season. How do they respond to all of this? If they just have like, I think they can be back in the conversation next year, but it could certainly go the other way.
Do you think?
I really sat on the fence with that Mavericks take. My bad. I really just said, no, they could be. I don't know. They could be either one. That's why we're number one, people. Right there.
Do you think that you can, how do I put this? Teams can be exposed sort of to a certain degree by what happens in the playoffs. What I mean by that is, like, I think the blueprint for I'm just using Luka as an example. He's not the only one I'm talking about. Dallas isn't the only team I'm talking about. But like the thought of like, yeah, Luka's not a good defender. You know what I mean? Has always been out there. But now seeing what can be done to him on the defensive end in the playoffs, do you think teams attack that and look at that as, no, like, this is for real? Like, look, Boston just doesn't settle. They just go to the basket all the time, and that lives with them until they change. We'll use Minnesota for an example. No, like, look how they did this and that and this and that, and we're able to play Rudy Gobert off the court. Like, we're going to incorporate that into how we play against them next season. Do you think those things happen?
I feel like
yes and no. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
I feel like something like that goes two ways because you turn that around. Like Dallas sees what's going wrong. Like they got here to the finals. Dallas is like, all right, we know what we need to do to kind of surround Luka and maybe not be as far back like with us or whatever. It doesn't affect us as much. I think it goes kind of two ways too. Or like other teams might sit, but also like the Mavs are going to see what went wrong and kind of build off of that and try to be better next year.
It's fine to have a game plan though. You have to be skilled enough to execute. Or you have to be good enough for the execution to matter.
Now, like, so to that point, though, like, Detroit's not going to be able to execute it. But, hell, when you play OKC, when you play, you know, the Nuggets or anything.
I mean, you don't think Mike Brown knows that Luka's a bad defender?
I think they all do, but I don't know.
It's like
maybe they didn't focus on attacking it enough. Maybe they didn't say, every now and then, yeah, we'll get at him, but we're still just going to do what we do offensively.
Whereas Boston said, get him every time.
Every time. We'll center our offense around making sure we get him in those situations. The other team, like OKC.
How often, I want to stay with that for 1 second. How often do you think that happens where a team will maybe bypass what they would normally do to have almost like a specialized game plan for a singular team?
Probably not often because
it's kind of an extreme circumstance, I guess.
Yeah, it seems like this is something that separates the playoffs from the regular season because it seems like those type of game plans or thoughts don't happen
because it's a series. It's the same team. I mean, every game has a game plan. But this is a very specific one that might be more effective in the stretch of a 7-game series versus a game on Tuesday.
Right. I don't know. I don't know if
it's the same thing with
as a carryover.
It's the same thing with Rudy. Like Dallas made Rudy Gobert look silly. You've been saying for 3 years Rudy Gobert can't guard the perimeter. It's a great call by you, but you weren't the first one to say it. So it's not like Doug Christie is going over the scout going, hey, did anyone ever notice Rudy can't guard the perimeter? Right. I think it's along the same thing, along the same lines of what we're talking about with Luka and how you plan for a series versus how you plan for a game. And I it just feels like it's different.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree with you to the aspect of like I think the regular season's gonna just kind of feels like they just kind of this is not true. This is not true. I was about to say it kind of feels like everybody just plays in the regular season. They game plan in the playoffs.
And they absolutely game plan in the regular season.
Right. That's why I didn't want to just say it.
But it's not under the microscope the way it is in the postseason because, you know, it's why, you know, that those series you look at, I mean, you know, the frustrating one with Dallas at the end of the season, Kings got their ass kicked in the first game. And the second game was a fight. And a lot of that is from game to game, whether it's in these mini series or in a real series, it's adjustments. Like, what are they going to do to adjust? How are they going to get better with this? How are they going to get better with that? LeBron would lose a game one and immediately call it a filling out game. And he didn't say that when he lost. I was like, I always try to fill things out in the first game. And that's from a strategy standpoint. That's from a variety of different standpoints. How are they going to play us? Then such and such teams makes an adjustment. Then game 3 rolls around and such team makes an adjustment. It's just the nature of a 7-game series.
And then you get to the point in a lot of these games where, you know, by game 5, everybody knows each other's offense,
right?
Tendencies, and it's just who's gonna make the correct cut off the screen every time.
I think Mike Breen said something like that last night. He was like, yeah, this is about the time in the series where teams get sick of each other. They've been playing each other a lot. They're tired of seeing each other. And if this gets physical, you know, the officials will have to get it under control. Spoiler alert, it was physical and the officials did not get it under control.
They were sad.
Stop it. Leave Mark Davis alone.
Was sad, man. He's like, come on, man. I got to really do this, man. All right.
patted Luka on the back on the way out. That didn't happen. Stop it. Stop it. Who's the Finals MVP? Jesse asked that like an hour ago.
Right now I think it's Jaylen Brown, man.
Who you got?
Yeah, it's Jalen right now.
Which is
I
crazy.
think it's gonna be Jalen either. Like even if Tatum goes,
Is
like,
it
fully
whoever
tomorrow.
scores the most tomorrow?
It shouldn't be. I think Jalen.
What if Jason Tatum has like 45 tomorrow?
Jason Tatum is I'm gonna look this up real quick. He's probably like across the board. His numbers are the best in the series. I'm pretty sure.
So why did you said Jalen, right?
Jason.
Oh, you said Jason Tatum.
I think Jalen's gonna. I think he's gonna win, but like right now, Tatum's averaging 21, 8.7 rebounds, 7.3 assists. Jalen's probably averaging 22. And not as many rebounds or assists. But Jalen is probably the front runner to win right now.
Is this right? I'm looking at. I got Jalen. I can't make this math work. Why can't I make this? Why isn't this math working?
Math ain't mathing.
It's not. It's absolutely not. I got. How many points you got Jalen at per game?
He's at. Why I have it in front of me right now.
Yeah,
it's 24.3.
Oh, so okay. Why does why does ESPN say 29.5?
24.3, 6 rebounds, 5.7 assists.
And what'd you say?
Tatum is 21.7, 8.7 rebounds, 7.3 assists. It's probably Jalen.
But I figure a lot of the media, because it's been a topic.
Boy, he gonna win both trophies.
Yeah, I think a lot of media is probably higher on Jaylen Brown right now than they are Tatum too.
This Bill Russell, right?
Yes.
He gonna win Bill Russell and Larry Bird. Boy, man, that's gonna be the greeny topic for a week. When will Jaylen Brown leave Jason Tatum?
Yeah, man. I think it's Jalen, but the people talking about Tatum like he not.
It's been really over exaggerated.
Tatum, the one thing that is tough for Tatum though, that is the separator between him and Jalen, is Tatum shooting 35.9% from the field. Jaylen Brown shooting 55% from the field. So that's really because they're both not shooting well from three. Jalen is shooting 25% from beyond the arc. Tatum is shooting 29.6.
You know, I swear to you, what I think really bothers the greenies and the TV guys about them is they're just basketball players. Like they're unassuming. They are not going to give you a storyline.
Tatum,
neither one of them.
Tatum had a good quote last night. I think he was on NBA TV after the game, and he said something to the effect of like, when you're young and you're scoring all these points and putting up all these numbers, they talk about you can't win. Now you're on the verge of winning, and now it's like, oh, he can't score at that level no more. Like, which one is it? Like, which one you want?
Who's your favorite?
My favorite what?
Out of the two?
My favorite player?
Out of those two?
Tatum.
Who's yours?
Tatum.
I think mine's Jalen.
Jalen is getting better.
I think
he's elevated himself to where he's almost on that level with Tatum. I think.
I like Jalen a lot. I like how locked in he is to fashion. He's not, not the same style. No, he's a big Virgil Abloh guy. I like his demeanor. I think I'm a Jaylen Brown fan.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I like Jalen.
I like Tatum.
But Tatum, my boy.
Light skinned brothers.
This just in, Damian Barlin thinks it's Jaylen Brown's team.
Next.
Thanks, man.
On Get Up.
Look at the cross favorite player from me and Damian. I like the light skinned guy.
Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, that's it's better than us fighting about it like we were before. We'll tell Donald Rawlings when he comes back that we've established we're good. We'll come back. Stilo and KC. We'll talk some Kings basketball here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We really did a whole fucking show on Game 3.
Thanks, Luka.
think
I'm
it's a
really
blowout
happy
tomorrow.
Ben. I'm really happy that Ben is happy that he just got to the Luka impression. What is that, Jesse?
I think tomorrow's a blowout.
I can see that.
I'm 100% with you. Okay.
Oh, that reminds me. I was
Good
done.
morning.
I was done at that point. I was done. I was
You should
like,
have punched
"All
him
right."
in the face.
I was about to.
Yeah. 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 Like I wrote Apple, Sonos, stuff like that.
My favorite brand is money. I can be bought.
My man Andy Reid always looks so good in the off season. My man's rested, been eating well, probably not sleeping in his office.
Shout out Andy.
Stress of being a head coach is nuts.
Look at Pat Mahomes looking sad because his little sorry Mavericks lost. But look at his little logo. Never seen it before.
That's an ugly ass logo.
I've never seen it before.
It looks like an accident.
I don't know why the P doesn't connect. I'm not sure why.
You're getting older, pal. Oh man.
Wait, what?
I should have gone to Dave Garcia. That was a terrible logo.
That's crazy. They went Washington on them. The Utah hockey team is going to be the name of the new relocated team until they find a permanent name.
Get the Jazz out of there, man.
Yeah, that needs to go back to New Orleans.
Well, they got the Pelicans. Send the Jazz to Seattle. I'm just out on Utah, I think.
Understandable.
Jesse wants the state of Utah eliminated.
Yes.
And they got to take Karl Malone and Sean Stockton with
Yeah,
them.
you know what? Yeah.
Oh, man. Who's the most famous person from Utah? Can you think of one person from Utah?
Is Keith Van Horn from Utah?
They got Byron Scott and Steve Young on here.
Who, Scott?
Byron Scott?
Byron Scott. I don't know if they went to school in Utah or what. I just looked at famous people. The
might
most
have-
famous person from Utah.
He might have been born in Utah. He grew up in Inglewood, I think, though.
Steve Young was born in Utah but grew up in Connecticut
Steve Young,
too.
yeah,
That's
Steve Young,
famous.
born in Salt Lake City.
That's famous. I don't know any of these people.
I'm sorry, Roseanne Barr from Utah?
What? Yeah, Byron Scott is here. He must have been born in
Who are some famous people from Utah? I don't
I don't know any of these people, by the way.
I know Marie Osmond.
Do any celebrities live in Utah?
Yeah.
Michael Jordan lives in Utah?
NBA Youngboy lives in Utah.
12 celebrities that live in Utah and where you're likely to spot them. Steve Young. Mitt Romney.
Oh, wow.
Will Smith does not live in Utah.
NBA young boy
outta
lives in
here.
Utah. Oh,
Mhm.
not anymore, but
He got out.
I think he's locked up right now.
Oh, well.
I don't know any of these people. Post Malone. I could see Post Malone living in Utah. Catherine
Butch
Hagelin.
Cassidy was from Utah.
Butch Cassidy?
Yeah, I'm assuming that's Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid. I don't know. Donnie and Marie. That's all I know. Donnie and Marie
Yeah.
and Steve Young.
I'll take Bakersfield over Utah any day.
That's facts. That's facts.
So I believe we got the answer. Roseanne Barr was born in 1952 and
That's crazy.
is perhaps the most famous person from Utah.
Mm.
I mean, I don't want to be like Roseanne Barr was a big star.
Yeah.
But wow.
Who is Roseanne Barr?
Well, there's that. There is that.
Did she have a TV show?
She did. She did.
She's not this. There used to be a TV show called Roxanne, or
No, it was called Roseanne.
okay, yeah. Who's the other lady that got in trouble that one time? Was it the
It's
same one?
Roseanne.
Same. Okay, yeah. All right.
There are two different versions of Roseanne.
I wasn't sure if we were talking about the same person.
There was like the one from the like 80s or 90s or whatever that was, and then the MAGA one from a couple years ago.
I know she was from Utah.
Who's the most famous person from here?
From Sacramento?
Yeah.
Damian Barling.
This guy, I swear to God.
Most famous radio person. I'll say that.
Yeah, it's Damian Barling. Get it right. After
Ride your
Damian,
coattails long enough, that might be true.
after Damian Barling, my first thought is Kevin Johnson. But there might be
Kevin
somebody
Johnson,
more
Derek
famous.
Lee. I don't know if Derek Lee's more famous than Kevin Johnson. Maybe. No. No, don't do. I don't like the way you did that. Don't do that.
Well, no, I'm
Don't
just
do
because
that.
KJ played.
Dusty Baker, no?
Dusty might be
Dusty.
might be ahead of KJ.
I wonder what the internet thinks. Who is the most?
Oh, it's gonna be that lady that won that that woman that won that Emmy or Oscar.
Yeah.
I'm not sure her name.
I can't remember her name either. Kate something from Sacramento.
A lot of people are saying Brie Larson.
That's who that is that who you're talking about?
No, I'm thinking of someone else. She does more serious movies.
Greta?
Greta Gerwig?
Maybe.
Was she in she was in the movie the Lady Bird.
She was in the movie.
If it's Greta from Lady Bird, that's what I'm thinking of then.
I didn't know she was from Sacramento.
All right,
Yeah,
so
I'm pretty
that
sure she's
so
from
there's
Sacramento.
okay, so the internet is fighting with itself.
Oh, Coach Wally got a good one, LeVar Burton.
Oh, LeVar Burton is a good one.
I don't know if he's bigger than KJ though. But Reading Rainbow, I mean, come on now. That is
See, there's some discrepancy here. 13 most famous people from Sacramento. They list Tom Hanks.
Yeah, just because he went to school here
doesn't count.
No,
I don't believe Tom Hanks is from Sacramento.
He did a semester at Sac State, I think. That's what he used to tell us.
And I love Tom Hanks. We can't co-sign now.
That would have been the easiest answer ever. I was like, I think I'd know if Tom Hanks was from Sacramento. He is not.
Shout out Forrest Gump.
Big ups. Shout out Bubba Gump.
Y'all really is it like y'all really love Forrest Gump?
It's a timeless movie. It doesn't get old. You can always watch Forrest Gump.
4 months ago, and I was like,
I don't discredit Forrest Gump.
I didn't do
no,
anything.
Stop. I see the face you're about to make.
Yeah.
You caught yourself.
No,
It's like when you talk
that's
about
not
Tupac.
true. Oh wow, that's not true. What I was going to say was, I watched it once decades ago and never watched it again.
Okay, watch it again.
It is,
and that's like a 4-hour commitment.
No, it's
It
like
is.
two and a half, 3.
It's a phenomenal movie.
You'll learn something.
It is a phenomenal movie. That is. You could even say like it still holds up today. It was probably a little ahead of its time too. Like they had some CGI moments in there that were they hold up better than Spider-Man. I know that much.
Okay.
All right, I got
let's
the
relax.
answer. It's easy. Solo Sikoa is from Sacramento, so the answer is Solo.
You can't be bigger than running the bloodline.
A lot of people.
It's
are
probably
saying,
Greta.
A lot of people are saying Sam Elliott, or maybe it's just one person. I don't know who this guy is.
No, it's probably Greta Gerwig. I do need to check this because there was a name.
Greta Gerwig. Well, I mean, she won an Emmy or something like. So I don't want to disparage
Oscar.
Movie famous is like that's big time.
Oh,
Like, people know.
She's more famous than Kevin Johnson.
Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
I'm just asking.
I'm okay. We're podding. Is Rodney King the answer?
Rodney King from
Rodney King is from Sacramento.
Wow. You know who Rodney King is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I was just asking.
Wow. Huh. That changes some things.
I can't. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. He's not.
Yeah, that changes.
It might be Rodney King.
Yeah, it might be Rodney King.
Sorry, Greta.
Is there a top 5?
Lance Woods.
Shout out Lance Woods.
Is there a top 5? Or do we make our own?
Yeah, make our own.
Well, Solo.
Greta.
Rodney.
I'm still going KJ.
Where's Mozzie go on the list?
Mozzie's up there.
You got to be, right?
Mozzie's up there. He's the most famous Sacramento rapper of all time.
I don't know who you talking about. Sam. I don't know who Sam Elliott is.
I Googled him. I don't know. Maybe I have the wrong Sam Elliott, but I think he was on. Is this the guy on Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman?
Oh, okay.
That's what he looks like.
Yeah. So not my.
I know that man. But
Not
I've
my
never,
lifetime. Yeah, not my lifetime. But like, okay, I got you. I see it. I know. Like, I see him immediately, and I know who he is. All right, cool. Sam's still with us? He is.
Yeah.
And he's a Leo. Let's go, Sam.
Okay.
Let's go, Sam. Sam cracks the top 5. I'm keeping.
Whoa.
Sam
That's
cracks the top 5. Sorry, Kevin.
That's
Might
a
have
lot.
to take Kevin out. Or
Yeah,
mine.
they put Ryan Coogler here too. Ryan's not from
Sacramento.
So you got to be careful.
Okay, who are the most famous people to ever step foot in Sacramento? Apparently, that's what some of these lists are.
The Rock.
Who's ever spent more than 5 minutes in Sacramento? Let's make the list that way.
The Rock, Dave Chappelle,
Right.
Kanye.
You know what's funny? You just well, not necessarily The Rock. Like Dave Chappelle has an iconic moment that will be a part of his. I think that will be a part of his story forever. That happened in Sacramento. Iconic might not be the wrong word. Infamous might be the more appropriate word. Kanye West has an infamous moment that happened in Sacramento that will be a part of his story forever. The Rock has a moment. It's not infamous. It's iconic. That will probably be a part of any story you tell about The Rock forever. At least is the wrestling version of The Rock that happened in Sacramento.
Yeah.
There, you could. And then Black Panther was made in Sacramento, and that's the way I'm telling it.
Well, shout out.
Wakanda is in fact Sacramento, California.
That movie holds up. Like, it's ageless.
Oh, for sure.
Black Panther?
Yes.
Oh, that movie's gonna live forever.
That is an all-time.
I may have seen Forrest Gump once 30 years ago. I've seen Black Panther 6 times.
All time.
I only watched Wakanda Forever once.
Yeah.
I don't know that my emotions can
That
handle
was tough.
watching. I don't know that my
not like it was
emotions.
bad. That was just emotional.
I don't know
was
that my
very
emotions can handle running that one back twice.
Do we know who Jessica Chastain is?
She's also a
That name
movie star, I
sounds
believe.
familiar.
Yeah, she's a movie star, won an Academy Award, born in northern Sacramento.
Northern Sacramento. What does that mean?
Relax,
What
okay?
does
You're
that
from
mean?
Sacramento. You're not from northern Sacramento.
I don't know. She went to Sac City.
I think that just means Roseville.
No, salute.
Good look. Good look.
Salute.
I see Brie Larson here. I wasn't familiar with her game.
Shout out Captain Marvel.
See ya.
Yeah, well, hey.
I'm trying to find her. Oh, she's not. Oh, she's done a lot. Jessica Chastain. She's done a lot.
Colin Hanks is from Sacramento, they're saying.
Colin Hanks did the Tower Records doc. I love that documentary.
Hmm.
That was spectacular. I
haven't
really
seen it.
enjoyed that. I need to watch that. Boy, this show's really gotten away from us. I need to watch that
Blame that.
Paramount. Well, it's normally what I do. I'm like Luka. When Matt George cancels, I'm like Luka, and I'm screaming at the sidelines.
Pretty sure last time we went off the rails this much was when Matt was gone a couple
I'm
weeks ago. at
pretty sure
Disneyland.
that's
Yeah.
exactly what it was when he was in Disneyland. We are Luka Doncic. We don't have the discipline to do the show that is constructed when Matt George isn't here. What was I saying? Oh, that how music became free documentary is out. I might
Oh,
get
you
into
did
that.
say that, yeah.
I might get into that tonight because I watched my one episode of Power last night, so I'm caught
What'd
up.
you think?
It was fine. It's fine.
Typical Power.
It was good. So we hit to the we get to the point where this isn't going to ruin anything. So we just we hit the point where Braden and Tariq, they just murdering like mobs of people.
No, whenever they need to.
Like that scene was. I was like, what just? Did they just shoot like 9 people?
Whenever they need to. Then I thought like I guess he's over it now, but I thought at one point it was Tariq didn't want to kill anybody because he didn't want to be like Ghost.
Oh yeah, that didn't
he
a lot ago.
He didn't kill anybody. Like I can't remember the first person he killed, but it was like a big thing.
You
like,
can't.
Well, yeah, there's that. Well, the first non-family member.
Okay.
I'm looking here. Did anybody know? I think I knew this too. Stunner Girl. She's from Sacramento. Stunner Girl.
Okay.
Keith Powers is from Sacramento. You guys know Keith Powers.
Yeah, I saw that on the list. I don't know that.
I mean, I don't know if he's top 5. Keith Powers making a lot of moves though.
Famous.
He's making a lot of
moves.
moves.
That's fine. I don't know, he's most famous. I don't think he's above like most of the names we just listed.
He's in.
I guess it depends on what
too,
circles you move in.
Yeah.
Like Sam Elliott. That's not my circle, but I knew who he was the second I saw him.
Everybody's got Sam Elliott there.
Yeah, no, like rightfully so. Like the second I saw him, I knew who he was. I had no clue he was from Sacramento.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I bet he was at Arco 1.
Courtside, Sam Elliott.
Oh, we got money? Hold on, man. I think we got something here.
What's good? What's good?
The Jaguars have reached a deal with their star quarterback Trevor Lawrence. They're giving the former number 1 overall pick a 5-year extension worth. Give me a second. All right.
Because whatever he made to us should get more.
Let me. Okay, so I'm going to read the tweet verbatim.
Okay.
Sources say they are giving the former number 1 pick a 5-year extension worth $275 million, $55 million a year, $200 million guaranteed, $142 million fully guaranteed. Let's break that down really quick. The $275 million number is obviously fake. The $55 million number is inflated by years that aren't ever going to be paid out. The $200 million is guaranteed through injury. The $142 million is really what he'll make the second his pen touches paper. So there is the contract extension for Trevor Lawrence, who at best has been mediocre since his draft pick selection.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Anybody want to tell me I'm wrong?
Above average.
Yeah, I'd give him a little.
Been
above
goodish.
average. Got him to the playoffs.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, since y'all are fighting with me, give me slightly then. You want to go above average? He's been slightly above average.
That's fine.
All right.
You're probably closer to right than we are, honestly.
All right. Well,
I'm trying to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. He hasn't looked
glad
great.
I appreciate that. Two things here though with this Sacramento thing though. I want to know where
Casey said the hell with your sports news.
To be honest, like I want to talk about like the most random people to come through Sacramento too.
What
So that's
division,
good.
what division he playing?
Yeah, it's the AFC. Who cares?
Oh, man, leave it.
They're gonna go 9-8, make the
Wow.
playoffs, lose to the Texans on ESPN Saturday morning. Wow.
Saturday morning.
Polo brings up a good point.
Okay.
Jerry Lorenzo.
Hey, there you go.
It might be.
Well,
might be pushing
one
something.
of them might. I don't know that Jerry Manuel is going to get the love, but Jerry Lorenzo will.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Method Man was wearing Jerry Lorenzo
Yes.
in that episode of.
It's one of the.
By the way, I need a Lifetime Fitness membership because that completely unnecessary scene with Method Man.
Yeah. Why couldn't he just be on the couch?
It was a completely unnecessary scene. And the thing I'm concerned about with my takeaway was, damn, how old is Method Man? Method Man, I guarantee you, Method Man went to the producers and said, "Hey, I'm in phenomenal shape. Can we get a little scene? Can we get a little scene? Hey, say less, dog. Say less."
Yeah.
All right, bro.
And Prince, Javi Jofer. I'm not sure. I don't want to get it wrong.
Jaffe. Coming to America.
I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't sure. I'm not gonna put that on the screen, but because the previous
I don't
point,
even know what it is.
the previous point, I don't know what he's
Another
alluding
girl
to.
used to get.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
all right. No,
chill,
all right.
chill. But he did mention Tyreek killed that police officer who killed his sister. That was his first body. I think he's right.
Tyreek killed the police officer.
Yeah, who killed?
Right. Yeah. The right.
And Tasha was like,
Right.
you've gone to the point of no return
right.
now, or
Yep.
something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's.
Well,
Prince, thank you.
Coach Molly enjoyed the first episode of.
And also let's just get it straight here. Somebody asked, it's a touchy subject. Victor asked, isn't Sweetie from Sac? Sweetie claims Sacramento when it's convenient for her, and I don't like that she does that. I mean, she's not from here. She wasn't born here. She was born in the Bay Area, so you can rep the Bay or whatever. But you did spend, I think, junior high and middle school, middle school and high school in Sacramento. So come on, show some love.
She's like Ebro. Ebro actually is from Sacramento, and he's probably on this list somewhere.
Ebro's from Yonkers somewhere, the way he talks.
Oh, my God. I get so agitated listening to Ebro. Like, Ebro, you from down the street? I mean, he's been over there a long time, so I guess that happens.
You can make the argument he's been there longer than he was in Sacramento. He's probably pushing like 20 years.
Oh, it's got to be close. It's got to be close. He probably left it. Well, I mean, he was in Portland for a minute. After Sacramento, after the bomb, Portland. Then I think he went to New York. Yeah, it's close. How long was my first run at KSFM was 01 through, man. Yeah, it might be.
Oh man,
would you think what am I asking you? What? That's exactly what you would sound like. If you lived in New York for 20 years, that's what you'd sound like. You'd be Ebro. You'd come back here to do a radio hit with Loli Odilo, who's still here, and no one would recognize it. And be like, who's this guy? That's not the KC that was on the show. No, that's him.
Is Chuck Liddell the most random person to come through a Sacramento Kings game?
The guy
Brett, the guy he was sitting next to was pretty damn random. One, why are you here? Two, why are you two sitting together?
Right.
And Chuck, if you're going to sit that close to Brett Favre, could you just turn to your side and beat his ass for our amusement? Just demonstrate an armbar by ripping his off.
Oh, man. We got more names. This is great. Scott Boras, the baseball agent.
You know what I love is I can see your brain trying to get this to the end of the show. Like, I respect.
Well, they're doing it. The people are doing it. Scott Boras, that's a good one. He's from Elk Grove. Shout out to our guy Eddie Gonzalez,
the agent.
Yeah,
really? I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, he's from Elk Grove.
Wow.
Shout out to him. Shout out to our guy Eddie Gonzalez.
Salute. Yep.
Assam Minaj, big ups to him. He might be top 5. Assam Minaj.
He's pretty famous. The Daily Show. Yeah, he's crazy.
He might
famous.
be top 5. Somebody who might end up being top 5. The queen,
God, man.
Victoria Monet.
Yeah.
Just put out another fire video.
Yeah.
My goodness. And I got to give a shout out to Larry Boa because I think he went to McClatchy. Big ups to Larry Boa.
All right.
They threw Deron Bland in the chat, Cowboys corner. He's with us. He's with Modesto, so we got that one.
Shout out Terrence Mitchell.
Shout out Terrence Mitchell. Shout out Eric Armstead. What's your news? What's the news stations out there?
I think we got 94.7 out there. 94?
No.
Wait,
on
what?
TV.
Oh, TV. That's still 310 and all
Yeah,
that.
so we get to claim him.
Hell no. Deron Bland is with us.
That's
No. We don't get much in Modesto. Deron Bland is with us. And the Diaz brothers are with us too. They're 209.
Whoa. How are you taking the Diaz?
They're 209.
He's right.
They're 209. They're with us.
Right.
You're 916. They're with us.
Stockton.
They're 209. Yes.
No, I'm talking about they're not with you. They're with Stockton.
All right. Well, Stockton claim if they want. Stockton's not speaking up right now. They're with us.
They got the 209 area code, so they win.
Yeah.
It's funny. I have this list on here, and there's TikTokers.
Yeah, I'd see that one too. That's where I saw Stunner Girl. No, they got the TikToker
Instagram star.
They got them in number
what?
1. They got I think oh boy, what's the guy that we keep talking about? Sam Elliott.
Mm-hmm.
I think Sam Elliott is like, he's on the list, but I think he's in the 20s.
That's
they
right.
got him at 26.
Well, this list got him at 30. The number one person they got is a TikTok person.
Liv Swearingen.
That's it. Yeah, we're looking at the same list.
Yeah.
I don't know. Man, I do. Unless you're doing a cooking video, I probably don't know you on TikTok at all.
Yeah.
I don't know who MC Ride is either.
I don't know who that is either. Concerts in the Park.
Salute MC Ride, but I don't know that brother.
Oh, you can click on their profile.
There's like 9 TikTok stars on here.
I'll definitely clip this segment for running back.
Oh, is that Apollo?
That's what I thought. Yeah,
that is Apollo.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't recognize the name.
Yeah,
though.
they tried to pretend like he was from Africa for a minute. That's a boy from Sacramento, California.
Shout out Doughboy.
I saw that. I don't know who that is.
He was on Wild and Out.
Not my bag.
Wait a minute. He achieved internet stardom after his character Fat Drake, a parody of rapper Drake, went viral.
I can see it. Looking at the picture, I could see it. I could see him pulling that off.
Fat Drake. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, apologize for those that tuned in to hear our take on Sasha Vezenkov, because that just didn't happen. We had to talk about Lil Drip, 27-year-old rapper who I've never heard of.
About Natasha Townsend.
Literally work on the biggest hip-hop station in this city, and the 10th most famous person in Sacramento's name is Lil Drip.
Shout out to Natasha Townsend. She was on Bad Girls Club. Did you know Natalie Nunn was living out? I don't know if she still does, but she lived in Roseville, I think, for a long time.
I didn't. I was excited when Tiana Taylor was here for like a week. Can we claim Tiana Taylor if she was here longer than a week?
Sure.
Is this over? Are we done?
Yeah, actually, now we can go. Listen to this segment. I'll run it back later on.
Unbelievable. The show is incredible. Send your hate tweets to Matt George when you have time. If everybody please takes 5 minutes to go to Matt George's Twitter account and blame him for the last hour of the show, that would be fantastic. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll run it back. I see Ramsey's on hold. Sorry, dog.
Ramsey.
CeeLo and Casey here on ESPN 1320.
Vamos Oilers.
Sorry, Ramsey. Everybody tweet Matt.
Ramsey had more.
I guarantee you he
knowledge
did.
of people who are from here.
I guarantee you he did. There were probably some dimes too. He's probably driving by someone's house right now.
That's a lot of money.
I can't wait for Florio's. I can't wait for Florio's numbers.
200.
I need to see this.
Wow.
That's I bet that's 200 guaranteed if both of his legs fall off.
They say you get 142 at signing.
Now that I believe. Netflix still working to find production team and announcers for Christmas game. Feels like something you should have had ready before forking over $1 billion to air an NFL game. For goodness sakes. Someone, Raphael Sadiq from Sacramento. I know we claim him.
I don't think so.
I don't think he's from here, though.
Oh, man. I think Dwayne.
Yeah, Raphael, I think is from Oakland.
Dwayne definitely has family in Sacramento. He might be from Sacramento.
Yeah, I think Raphael Sadiq is from Oakland. All right, guys, we got to do a show where we won't have nearly as much fun as we just did. Thank you, and sorry we left you. Sorry, man.
Club Nouveau, shout out to
hey,
shout
out Club Nouveau. Shout out Tom X Social Club.
Yeah, man.
We'll see y'all tomorrow, man. Okay, he lived in. No, that's fine. I think I like Raphael Sadiq enough to where we should take that.
Everybody in the Bay Area lives in Sac.
Well, that's a shoot. We'll see y'all.